What is up, everybody? We are back in the house. That means it's another Thursday night, which means the weekend right
Woo
around the corner.
woo.
So get ready, crack them open. Let's get a yapping and a talking and a little whatever we're going to do tonight, and kick back, relax, put some smiles on some people's faces.
What it is what it is.
Yeah. I felt like I was going into my swamp people there a little bit. Shoot them. That's my boy Troy, as he would say. But welcome back, everyone. Todd, happy Thursday to you, my friend.
Thursday to you.
Back in the house. Got a lot of beer news. Well, I got a lot of beer news we'll talk about as far as like a good number of stories, but there's going to be one that's like on everybody's mind right now. So we're going
to one big one, yeah.
Yeah, one huge one that kind of
You're
brought
right.
people down in the beer world this week.
Yep.
But we'll talk on that in a little bit. Those of you watching, Mal is going to try to get here. Had a family commitment, so might be here a little bit later. But we'll get Malin and word on the street. We may have a Shannon sighting, and a juiced up Shannon at that. So you would hang around.
Yes.
You would hang around for a juiced up Shannon. That's always fun.
Stuff will be flying for sure.
That's why I let her start asking the questions on stuff. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't ask her twice.
Yeah. So we'll get into a whole bunch of nice things tonight and have a good time and kick back as always. Next week there will not be a show, just to tell you up front on that right now. I actually will be doing things with our family coming in, so I will not be here next Thursday. The following week, we will be back then, though, as well. But I had a pretty busy this week trying to bring stuff to the channel. So pretty good week, though. Had Gary on talking about the beer diet. You have your beer and work out and not have to give that up. So hopefully you guys picked up some good tips there. Funny thing about having Gary on Monday, the one part we were talking about breathing through the nose, and I was just thinking everybody breathes through the nose, right? I didn't realize how much you breathe through the mouth much more. So now in my mind, I keep thinking, breathe through the nose, breathe through the nose. I find myself doing nose breathing exercises at times. And that's supposed to help do stuff as well. And then we had Jimmy on the next night with the Cuff and Stuff barbecue. Barbecue guys all came out. We talked to some beer pairings and some good barbecue. And if y'all haven't checked out Jimmy's channel yet, you're missing something great, especially if you're planning out in the backyard, some great recipes. And even if you're not grilling, he does the air fryer stuff. So if you're going to keep it in-house, because it's hot. Let's just face it. It is hot outside right now. I mean, and that's going to stand over a hot grill when it's hot outside, right? It's just like here in Baltimore today, 95. I don't know, where were you at, Ty? What was your...
I think we got to about 91 or so today, I believe.
Yeah. And that's just...
I think it's about what it's going to hover around the rest of all next week, too, I believe. So,
yeah, and I was
sitting in for sure.
Yeah, I was watching the news and they took a measurement. I think it was in Vegas. So they measured the heat of the concrete, 162.
Ooh,
yeah. One lady was talking about she was walking straight, her shoes were going to get stuck. And I'm just like, well, why is your ass outside? Don't go outside if it's that hot. Stay inside with the air conditioning. Like Cousin Eddie said on vacation, inside with the air conditioning like God intended, right? So stay where that cool air is. Don't go outside if you don't have to because it's hot and you will melt.
You guys probably don't get much humidity there, though, do you?
Oh, we get. Well, I'm off the harbor, but we do get the humidity because we get the concrete heat because we don't have many trees because we're in the city. So we're downtown. So we have that concrete that kind of has that heat that buckles up.
Worse than like Cincinnati?
No, Cincinnati's more humid than what it is here.
Well, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
So like for us, which we get, how it was in Cincinnati, it's basically the same weather as we get here. So.
Yeah.
Humidity wise has been kicking for the last couple of days. It's like I say 91 degrees, but it probably feels more like 110 when you walk out. Like it just hits you.
I walked out yesterday because I had to go to a doctor appointment, and it was just like whoosh, and it was just like taking a few steps. I thought back of that old Bugs Bunny cartoon when he's sitting in the pot and like the person puts him in there and they're throwing vegetables off the end and realize like this, you start feeling that heat bubble up. I had to walk 2 blocks and it felt like forever at that moment. It's just like really like
20 pounds. Now go back home and drink some beer to make up for it.
Yeah, but some people they're getting hit, so be careful of that heat exhaustion out there because some people have been passing out and the heat is bringing all this other stuff, right? So we had like tornadoes up in Chicago, which doesn't really happen. That's crazy. So hopefully all of our friends up there are okay. We got Big Daddy, we got Mal, we got Dave, Beer in Front.
I was going to ask Mal about that.
Yeah.
they were close to that or had any issues with that.
Yeah, and it was funny. I was watching one of the news reports about it, and it was like, oh, wait a minute, I was right near that hotel. You can see the tornado in the background. I was like, it really was close to downtown
Yeah.
and stuff. And they had out the airport in O'Hare where they had to bring people
Oh yeah.
areas and stuff too. And then they had like stuff happening around New York and Vermont with the flood and everything. So I don't know if you're a religious person. Y'all need to find out who pissed off God. That's all I'm saying, because stuff happening right now. It's way too much stuff happening. And now we're heading into hurricane season, and the temperature of the ocean is still pretty warm. I think they said like the temperature they measured off the coast, it was like around 94, 95. Your typical hot tub's like around 96. So you're basically having hot tub heat on that ocean, which is probably why you have more sharks coming inland now, because of the warm waters. So the sharks are coming in, people are getting bit, they're chasing the seals. It's just like, don't look like a seal to a shark. That's all I'm going to say. Nobody wants that to happen. So kind of crazy right now with all this stuff happening. So be careful out there. And then obviously now we're in the term where it's hurricane season. They're already talking about this warm water is going to probably make longer, bigger type hurricanes. And it's like, yeah. So find out who pissed off God and beat their ass. That's my advice.
He's like, here, hold my wine.
Yeah. Y'all need to bring that person back down to earth. Shout out to Shane in the house. Cheers, my friend Shane. Shane's Craft Beer Reviews. Shane was here with us last week on the show as well. So great to see you. And I have a couple of the guys up here that might want to join here in a bit. So just let me know, and we'll see what we can do there. We got Rusty in the house. Cheers, Rusty. Good to see you. Happy Thursday to you, my friend. And of course, we got Big M in the house. Emerson. Cheers, cheers, cheers.
Emerson.
Got the Sierra Nevada. Big little thing. 9% ABV. I'm not drunk. You are. Cheers, right? Well, just remember, Emerson, you're not an alcoholic unless you go to class.
That's right.
And they say alcoholics drink every day. That's why I drink at night. So Craig's in the house. Cheers, my friend. Craig. Over there in the UK, drinking DC Brow, the Corruption IPA. I like that name. Nice. Yeah, so we can get Craig up here. Maybe Craig might join us here tonight. Oh, God. Craig comes on, and then we get a juiced up Shannon. Oh, it's going to be one of the shows for the for the level of, I don't even know. Craig. So Craig is funny, right? And he might come on here, and he might try to tug it down. Last week, I was on the live stream with Craig. You guys have never seen Craig in the way I saw him last week, I don't think. I mean, he was having a good time, which was great. But he was hilarious the whole time. I told him at one point he was the English Blake, because he was just going on and on and on.
Oh no!
It was classic. It was one of the best things ever. So, cheers, brother. Great to have you on, and I'll get a link out to you as well. So yeah, but I haven't cracked a beer open yet. I don't know if you cracked one open yet. If you got something you want to drink,
I got one here. I'm getting ready to crack though. It's one from Weldworks Brewing Company. Strawberry cheesecake sour ale.
Ooh, that sounds tasty.
So I picked it up. When did I pick it up? That might have been last week or maybe early. Yeah, I guess it was the end of last week, probably. This one comes in at, let's see if it even says. Don't. It's only 4.5.
Oh, all of that for just a 4.5?
I know, right? It should at least be like 10 after all that trouble. And put it a little bit bigger print. Like, don't make it so. So anyway, it says this is strawberry puree, cream cheese, milk sugar, and graham cracker.
Ooh, say that again.
Strawberry puree, cream cheese, milk sugar, and graham cracker.
None of them natural flavors, though.
Doesn't say anything about natural flavors, but I'm sure they're in there. Natural flavoring. Let's see. What does it say? Oh, it says, yeah, it does. Yeah, I'll decide if you twirl it around. It says sour ale with natural and artificial flavors.
Come on, man. Natural and artificial.
We're not going to put the ABV barely on there, but we're going to put the nonsense on there just to piss you off even more.
Oh, that's a good word. The nonsense of the craft beer world. Chuck was a guy who doesn't believe. Yeah, I gotta believe. Just if I was for me, if I was a religious person, I'd be like, which one of y'all did something that has the world set on fire, basically.
Oh, what did he say? I didn't say. I was letting.
Oh no, he's Rusty said Chuck pissed off God, so he
Oh.
doesn't believe. Of course, then Chuck would have the knowledge of ignorance, so ignorance is bliss, right? So I didn't believe because I didn't know. Get away with that one.
There you go. See, I
Oh,
thought this would have been more of a strawberry colored.
yeah,
Like
that's
a regular ale almost.
like a sunset color there.
Yeah. Kind of surprised. I thought it would have been a little more strawberryish, pinkish, like the can color hue to it.
Let's see here.
Definitely smells strawberry in it for sure.
How's the body and everything on
A
it?
bit of graham.
It
looks but at 4.5%, it ain't gonna be real thick anyway,
Paul would say a little.
What's that?
As Paul would say, a little thin.
Oh yeah. That's what yes, exactly. That's some nice smell. Definitely sweet, a little sweetness out of it. Some definitely strawberry.
Yeah.
Maybe some of the graham cracker smell to it, flavoring to it, I guess.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Ooh. Definitely get strawberry on the flavor also. And kind of hit you with that cream cheese kind of.
Really? So you're kind of getting that, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. I like it. That's nice. It's not overly sour either, which I like because I feel like some breweries take sours too far to where you just almost just an instant pucker as soon as you drink it. You know what I mean? Like, and you can't distinguish any of the flavoring in it, to me anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, they can definitely overdo it, but with that lower amount, it's nice that you're getting a good feel out of it. Does it come across being thin to you, or is it too light, or?
It does have a pretty light body to it, to be honest. Like, especially when you consider thinking of the cream cheese and the milk sugars in it, like maybe even the graham cracker crust part of it you would think might thicken it up some, but it's drinking like an ale, which it is, but it's drinking more like just light lager of some sort. You know what I mean? Like, just it's not a whole lot of oomph to it for sure. I like it to be just a little bit more to it, but the flavoring of it's really good.
Yeah.
And at 4.5%, I guess it's kind of be expected. I didn't realize it was 4.5% when I got it, but until just now. Did
you get just the one, or did you get like a 6-pack?
No, I just went in and got some singles.
Okay.
So they had a drop of WeldWorks it was last week. When did I get those now? Last Wednesday, maybe.
Okay.
So they had a drop of WeldWorks, and they probably had about 6 different ones. And the one I actually went in they were already sold out of, and it was an IPA, and it was a collaboration with whatchamacallit up there in Chicago.
Which one?
The one that they send out to everybody.
Hot Butcher?
Hot Butcher, yes.
Okay.
It was good Hot Butcher that collaborated.
The one that pimps their stuff out.
Yeah. So I walked in and was like, no, we sold out of that one already. But we got all the other ones. I'm like, okay, well, so I grabbed 4 of those and a couple of Energy City beers also while I was there. So
nice.
So I think I ended up getting 4 sours and 2 IPAs.
Okay.
So IPA will probably be next, but I thought I'd start out with this one. But
I'm going to start out with this one that I got, which is going to be the lightest beer of the night at the moment.
Can be lighter than mine.
It's going to be the Imperial
Scotty
Break from Evil Twin Because I am on break. So why not start with the beer on break?
Why
Imperial
not?
Stout brewed with coffee and with almond or almond, whatever you prefer,
Damage.
and vanilla extracts added. Doesn't say natural flavor.
No.
So 11.5% ABV. So a nice session beer to get the party started.
You better read the fine print. It's probably hidden in there somewhere.
Probably. No, but it got stuff about Italy written on here. And now I've had this beer numerous times, so it's not. I've got the review on this one on the channel when I did it years ago, but it was such a deal I couldn't pass it up when I got a 4-pack of these. So I was like, "Yeah, I'll take those off your hand for you."
So the date on this one is June 16th. So, and I picked it up last week, so we got it in about 3 weeks time, give or take a little less, maybe.
Yeah. As far as the Best Buy or canned.
Well, I'm assuming it's a canning. It doesn't say. All it says, it's weird. I don't know why. It just says Future Cake, 6/16/23. So I'm assuming it's a can on date, but
It's probably canned on date.
I would
If that's the
hope
case. Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Being that we just got it last week. Hopefully it wasn't already drink by date.
This one best before November 2024.
There you go.
So plenty of time. And they were selling them for 4-packs of this for like,
Oh, that was when you got really cheap, wasn't it?
like it was like $6.99 or something. It was a weird line. It was like, did you guys mess up on these? Like, no, we just had a bunch of them. We need to get rid of them. All right.
I started to stop by. There's a liquor store that they post on, and I've had some beers on here before from them. They get like a, I don't know where they get the beer from, but they always sell them super cheap, like $15.99 for a case of beer.
Yeah.
And they had the Wiedemann's. I looked it up, and you had it. It was Wiedemann's. Some kind of stout that they had. I can't remember exactly what it was now.
Like a was it an Imperial Stout or chocolate stout? I'm trying to think. I've had a Wiedemann. Was it in a bottle?
It was the German chocolate cake Imperial Stout.
I've had that before. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw you had it like a 4. So they had it in there. I don't know what the dates are on them, but I'm assuming they're probably out of date, which is why they sell them so cheap. But I'm thinking that beer is like 10 point something%. So I'm like, that's probably still good no matter what, right?
Yeah. Well, even when it came out, it wasn't that expensive. I got that at Jungle Gyms when I got it. But yeah, it's definitely still worth it. And it was good when I had it back then. So.
And then the other one they had that I was interested in that I hadn't had yet was from Highwire, and it was their bourbon barrel aged barley wine.
Oh.
And it was like 10 point something% also. So I was thinking, even if they were like a year plus.
No, you're still fine on those.
Like, it
yeah.
doesn't make any different. You know what I'm saying? But and you can get you could buy a case, and it's usually mix and match whatever for like $15.99.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah, really good. Especially I could have got like 12 of each.
But you didn't go there and do it?
Nah, it's not really that. It's not really on the way home, but it's not really too far out of the way either. I mean, it's about a 15-minute out of my way drive. But
Kyle, what have you not learned from me? A good beer deal is always on the way home.
I know. So I'm thinking maybe either trying to stop tomorrow, or I might just make a trip over Saturday to see if they still have.
If they still have them, yeah.
They always have like closeout deals, so
it sounds kind of like
IPAs also that was in there, like some brew dog stuff, like a mixed pack or whatever. So I don't know on some of those. I've asked them before on the dates because they always post on Facebook when they have these. It's usually about once a week or once every couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
They never answer usually on the deals or or what the dates are. So
it's kind of like sound like Depths a little bit what they're doing there, which is great. Which is great to have a spot doing that and everything.
They had a couple weeks ago. They had a box set of the Delirium with a glass for like $9.99.
And you didn't get it?
And I didn't stop. No, I forgot about it. By the time I forgot, and I'm sure those are probably gone. So
what are you learning? What are you learning from me over these years? I don't know. What's going on here?
I know. It's the laziness that kicks in sometimes, and sometimes I don't see it till like 2 or 3 days later, and I'm like, "Well, shit, it's probably already too late to even."
Yeah. Well,
It's
that's
a little
like
BO kind of hole in the wall, kind of like they mostly have more like liquor and bourbons and stuff like that than they
well,
do beer.
those are always some of the good ones because they're off the beaten
Yeah,
path, so you can
yeah.
always find a surprise there.
So a lot of
Eh,
times they could get some, stuff in that's not distroed around here. So sometimes
yeah,
I do go in to try to pick some of those up, even if they're, if they're old, then I might just get like, just get a 4-pack. Because I think they sell their 4-packs for like $3.99 or something like that.
yeah,
If they come in a 4-pack, I think
yeah.
it goes. It's raised the price a little bit since COVID, I guess. I don't know, but now it's $15.99, which still isn't bad. It's only went up like $1.
Still not bad at all.
Yeah, yeah. For
And
Jose.
then and now we go international with our
Oh, there he is.
English correspondent. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Hey, you're right.
Good.
Excellent.
How'd your walk go? You saw pretty good footage out there. You took a walk. I didn't get a chance to really chime in because I was working out, but I saw
Yeah,
you
no,
taking
no.
a nice walk.
Yeah, that's. I didn't fancy the gym, so I thought, I'm just going to do walking and shit. So,
Yeah.
My feet are killing me, but yeah, we're getting there.
Well, apparently it's not as hot there as it is here because I would not have been walking out where you were going here.
No. I mean, it's humid. It's but we're in a bit. The weather's turning a bit rubbish from tomorrow over the weekend. It's not looking good, but
well,
just making the most of the weather while it's still half decent.
Yeah. We were supposed to get more rain than we actually got this week, but I think it was just too hot. It didn't come down really. It was just
Yeah,
I think we're supposed to get rain all day Saturday, I think. But
yeah.
I don't mind rain though. This time of year, I quite like it. So.
Yeah. The only problem over here sometimes if it rains, it becomes like a steam sauna afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Humidity kicking in, and it's like,
Yeah.
I'm wearing my glasses. I need like windshield wipers on them. Like they steam up. Take 5 steps.
I think so far early on next week it's a chance of rain pretty much every day. So.
Yeah. And for those of you in the chat, if you haven't seen, there is a poll I put out. I was going to do one poll, then I took it off and did a different poll. But I put a poll out there tonight. Are you sad about Anchor Brewing closing? And
I did vote.
You did vote on that one? Okay. So you have yes, no, or if you're indifferent about it. Like,
no.
Yeah. So, right now, 40% said yes, 40% said no, 20% indifferent. So
what was the question? I haven't seen it.
If you're sad about Anchor Brewing closing. Yeah. Because I see here the Anchor Brewing, and we'll talk about it here in a second with the beer news. Anchor Brewing is like one of those things. Like you had it for the Christmas stuff, and you had it for the
Christmas ale,
the Christmas, the steam is a historical thing. The porter, everybody kind of knew about the foghorn if you can get it with the barley wine, but was it really something you would go out to look for? Probably not. But if you came across it, like okay, I'll give it a try. I like that one. It's just so I think that was part of their problem, and they kind of lost some of their fan base. Obviously,
did they actually patent the steam beer? No one's allowed to actually say steam beer apart from them.
Yeah, it was patented.
So what happens now? Is does that style just die?
I guess whoever wants to come up with it now can probably do it.
Probably.
I guess. I mean, I don't know if the patent dies out with them.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
So. I mean, it's a California common ale, and some breweries do that, so maybe they can market.
I would think that they probably have to buy it, which probably at a really heavily discounted price, but I would think somebody would have to buy that. I would assume.
Yeah, I don't know, but I thought that would only apply if you're in business, but I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't know.
That's a good question.
Fall City, that from around here, when they opened up as a craft brewery, they bought the name Fall City Beer, which hadn't been made for a long time. From what I was told, anyway, and understand, they only bought it for like $100. They just bought the rights to the name.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that works the same as far as like patents and stuff go. I'm not really sure.
But I mean, I guess if one person does it, then everyone's going to do it.
I mean, if you're out of business, go to the U.S. Patent Office and you're like, I want to buy the name, and maybe that's at the $100 fee for you to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting to see what happens with that.
Yeah.
But you're right, Greg. I think then once the patent runs out, though, anybody can anybody can do it then.
If the patent runs out, I think, yeah, but they never ran out on theirs. I think they were always able to keep it. It was trademarked.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting to see what happens. But then, I mean, does it go to Sapporo and Sapporo gets to sell it since Sapporo owns them now? I mean,
Sapporo, everyone's turned on them the last day or two. It's like,
yeah. Well, it'll be interesting because Sapporo owns Stone over here. So
I read that earlier. I was like, oh shit, what's going to happen to them now?
Yeah, and they're going to be actually making Sapporo out of Stone in California. So they'll actually be kind of interesting to see what happens there. But your brewery, you sell out doesn't mean you're going to still be in business. Possibly, you could still.
If that happened to Anchor, then any one of these breweries they take over, they must be worried. Surely.
Yeah, but the problem with Anchor had, we talked about it before on the show. They kind of had a similar problem as Tallgrass did out of Kansas. They went too far for what they actually had. So if 70% of your business is in one state, it's probably not worth it trying to go across the whole country and overseas because it's going to cost you too much to stay in business at a point. Yeah. That's kind of what happened with them.
They were over here, and there were the steam beer was in our supermarkets,
Mm-hmm. And then it becomes a point: is that cost worth it? And apparently not.
I think I might have reviewed it. Well, I've certainly reviewed one or two beers from them. Yeah. I think I might have reviewed like one of the Christmas ales one year or whatever. But it's like that, Christmas ale, different tree every year kind of deal.
I always kind of look forward to that to see there's a different logo or
the same artist for like God knows, was it 30 years? I don't know, something stupid.
Yeah, it's like 50, 48, 50, something like that.
Oh, I can't remember.
Yeah, it was.
I know it was a lot.
Almost like half a century, and
that's nuts, isn't it?
And they would do like the Magnum bottle, the big bottles.
Yeah.
Which I may or may have knocked out one before in the video.
I think it was.
I'm not going to go there. Yeah.
It's just a Magnum.
Yeah.
If you can't handle a Magnum, don't pick it up. That's all I'm saying. Cheers, Sam. Oh, Sam in the house. Cheers, my friend. Sam over there in Australia, down under.
Hello again.
Yeah, they could get there. See it for a few supermarkets. So 70% in California, and the other 23% were like in the States. So the other 7% from around areas around the world. So it was just, like you look at the cost of shipping beer between the States to overseas. I mean, this is a high cost margin. So
especially now, it's like
it's
just inflation and people taking the piss, and it's just crazy. I think James Clay was the importer to the UK with them. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It is sad, don't get me wrong, but we didn't see their beers over here for ages anyway, so it's not really.
Yeah.
It's not as if we had all their selections, it'd be a bit, it'd be a little bit sadder, but.
Yeah, my answer for that would be indifferent. Like, I don't care one way or the other.
There's so many breweries gone under here. It's over the last sort of year or so, 2 years, and since coming outside the other side of the when the world was on fire and all that sort of thing. Things happen, unfortunately, and there's one or two breweries have been on the edge and they've survived. But I don't know what it's like over in the States where there's a lot of breweries going under or what. I don't know.
A couple here. I mean, Anchor obviously is going to be.
That's probably the biggest one.
Probably the biggest one. But we had earlier 2 years ago, I think, Smutty Nose was on the edge of bankruptcy, and then they got saved and was able to pull back and do well.
Yeah, I heard that. They're new. I'm trying to think where they are. They're New Jersey, aren't they? New Jersey.
They're like I want to say Vermont.
Okay.
They're more north up than New Jersey.
Oh, I thought
Vermont,
they were further.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
But I would say probably before Anchor here, probably the biggest craft brewery that got hit was probably Green Flash when they had issues.
But they're still knocking around though, aren't they?
But they got brought back. Yeah, but they were
Yeah.
like down and out, and then they were
Yeah.
brought back up and stuff. But they were like, because they were people loved them out of California
Oh,
when they had their issues. Yeah.
The best beer I had from them was Pallet Wrecker. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was a good one there. Yeah.
Proper West Coast IPA, my kind of jam.
You're right, Sam. I don't know. I think someone left the back door open.
Yeah, by invite only, Sam.
A bit sketchy. So yeah, I mean, you got 29% saying no, 29% indifferent, and then 43% saying yes. So a lot of the posts on stuff. Well, shit, because we're going to talk about it, I might as well just go ahead and jump over to the beer news and just start rolling through it. So
get out of the way.
I got them graphics. I'm going to use them. Damn it. So for those of you that weren't familiar with it, Anchor Brewing, decent operations. I did release a video last night about it. So if you didn't see that, you can check that out here on the channel as well. And kind of highlighted a lot of those details. You're trying to look over the side. So that's what we've kind of been talking about there. It's kind of a interesting thing. It's Sapporo, as I mentioned, you think of these companies that come in and they're going to always turn around these things. They're putting more money into stuff. That's why they're buying these craft breweries. And it was kind of like they sat on their hands with Anchor. That's what it seems like. They let them go and do, but they didn't really jump in as much. But as one of the commenters on my video, Sai had mentioned, they are putting a lot more into Stone. So maybe Stone was their main focus, and they were kind of paying more attention to them than worrying about Anchor. But you would kind of think, with having Stone in Southern Cal and Anchor in Northern Cal, they could have probably done something like some type of Anchor Stone collab brew or something too. It could have been maybe an opportunity there to do something. I don't know.
I don't think these big breweries think of collabs though. Their mentality is, it's not. Have you ever seen like I don't know, big breweries do collabs? It just doesn't happen, does it? Not what I've seen anyway.
I mean, consider who you're looking at. I mean, like, would you say Bitburger's a big brewery out of Germany? Because they've done collabs with some of our people over here, but they've been more craft. Like they did the one with Deschutes and a couple of things, I think.
Yeah, you're right. But you don't.
But I look at them being more of a crafted. I mean, if they're a big company, they're more of a crafted beer out of Germany than what we.
They're kind of a bit more, but they are quite mainstreamy. But I've never seen a Foster's and Heineken collab.
Yeah. I don't know if
what would that be?
I can tell you what it'd be.
Might be a shit show. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, you know what I mean? You don't see that kind of.
No, I mean nobody's looking for a Labatt's and a Miller Genuine Draft combination. I'm just.
Not gonna work, is it?
I mean, I'm sure there's somebody out there that is, but
Yeah, but what would it be? What would that be?
Who uses more corn than the other? Stable.
I mean, if Bud teamed up somebody got the rice and the corn, I'm just, it's just too much. You talk about the larger breweries. Yeah, maybe it's that thinking or whatever like that. But you take over to, some of these smaller craft breweries. It's just interesting that he kind of just, because they bought Anchor in 2017. And like mentioned on here, Anchor said they were kind of dealing with issues since 2016. So you bought into a product already knowing it had issues. When you try to fix it, it's like if you bought a car and you knew it had some problems, you're probably going to buy it at a low thing to fix it up, right? You're not going to, I'll just keep riding it with the broken parts because I got a good deal on it, right? You would try to fix it up, I would think, but they didn't seem to do that with the brewery here.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe some people would drive with the broken parts. I don't know. Talked about the tempo before. Maybe you'll drive with the two-tone tempo. I don't know.
All right.
You don't want to get all the same color. That's up to you. That's your choice. Cheers to JT in the house. Cheers, my friend.
JT.
So obviously that was the biggest beer story kind of this week.
Probably
kind of bummed out.
Probably biggest one of the year, I'd say.
Oh no, because the next story is still the biggest one.
I don't know.
The next one is still the biggest one. So years from now, they'll be writing about the Bud Light debacle in college business programs. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about this because obviously it's not a thing.
Yeah, they're gonna be writing about probably one of the biggest marketing mistakes ever made by a company, and it was like a simple, you got it your own way type failure type thing. And so Costco has announced they're pretty much selling their last round of Bud Light and gave it the fatal Death Star. So the Death Star isn't a reference to Star Wars. I know a lot of Star Wars things about the Death Star. They blew up the Death Star, right? Yeah. Apparently at Costco, I don't have a membership, but reading about it in Costco, when they're not going to carry anything anymore, they put an asterisk next to the name, so you know it's the end of them coming in. And they've been putting it on Bud Light now. So they're think about Costco pulling Bud Light from their stores.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. That's really huge. So
that's the same thing. Wow. I don't know if they're doing the Bud Light or not.
Yeah.
Is that because of
the whole Dylan Mulvaney type things?
No,
not the Dylan Mulvaney, the low sales.
I don't know.
Basically, that people aren't buying Bud Light, and Costco's like pretty much not going to refill their stock. They're saying, which is a huge pull.
So is it all AB products, or is it
just Bud Light right now? Yeah, Bud Light. Because I guess people are still buying Bud, because Bud is owned by AB and Bev, but Bud Light in the States is owned by Constellation.
Yeah.
So no, I'm sorry. Modelo owns Constellation.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, AB and Bev owns Bud Light. Because I was thinking when Modelo took over, they were going to be under AB and Bev, but they're on.
I was thinking it's Modelo.
Yeah. But so it's pretty much like the Bud Light. They've kind of put the asterisks on, like, yeah, we're not going to be restocking this anymore. Yeah. They're in trouble. I mean, just past July 4th over here in the States, Craig, since you didn't see it over there, you maybe heard us talking about it. They were basically giving you a $15 rebate if you bought a 12-pack of Bud or whatever. They were literally giving it to you for free just to get it in your house.
Just to get rid of it.
Just to get rid of it.
Just right, that's it. Yeah,
trying to win people back, and maybe they'll like it when they get it for free.
Yeah, if that don't work, you're pretty screwed, really.
That's what it's kind of looking at right now. It's kind of like the drop off on it. So they're kind of dealing with that. And in fact, now they went from number 1, and now they're ranked at number 14. And the CEOs again is coming out asking for consumers to please drink the beer and think about the 65,000 employees impacted by you not drinking it. Trying to, basically give you the victimization of what's going on. But it's like you can't make people feel bad and have to drink your product because of the situation that you guys put yourself in and stuff too.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's an interesting thing to actually watch, because it's going to be, where's Bud Light going to end at? I'm telling you, they're going to be writing. When I was in college in the 90s, by the end of the 90s, everybody was writing about New Coke and the bad decision they made when they did the New Coke thing. They're going to be writing about this as a bad marketing thing, not knowing your demographic, your base, or however you did it. And yeah.
They're going to be the poster boy for that for sure.
Yeah.
What not to do? Oh, yeah. Budweiser. Okay, never mind. Don't do that.
Yeah. And then, like we talked last week, it got to a point now, not only do you have the people that are drinking it because that, you also have the people that weren't drinking anyway because it was Bud Light, but you also have people that are part of the LGBT community that are pulling it out of bars because they don't like that Bud didn't stand up for their community. So where do you go? You have nobody to really go to at that point.
Yeah. You've pissed everyone off.
It's like, how do you do that? How do you pull that? You piss everybody off. That's a special talent.
They just had to keep running their mouth.
I mean, I get it, but then
yeah.
Sometimes I don't know. It's a difficult one, really. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
You've got to tread carefully with that subject, really.
So
do you know what I mean? Though it's like, I get it why, but then people don't like being. A lot of people don't like that right up in their face as well. So I don't know.
Yeah, there's different views across on how they do it there, and then to do something and then back down from it. Like for the LGBT community, they're like, were you not really backing at all? Was it kind of just a marketing employee? And then once you got called to the carpet, you kind of ran away from it. So that hurt someone then. So it's like, what do you do?
But that all can go into politics and stuff as well.
It's definitely into the politics now.
You know what I mean? As soon as you get into that realm, you're pretty much you're done. Really.
I'm actually still surprised the CEO is still with them, and they haven't called for him to resign yet.
Well, whose idea was it anyway? It'd be quite interesting to find out.
They said it was a couple of the marketing people.
Just two people.
But they they released those marketing people. They sent them on leave. Well, I don't think they ever brought them back. They said they sent them on leave. They might be like Russia, like we just want to hear about them now.
I wish we did. But anyway.
And so it's like anybody that works for a corporation knows those two people could not make a decision like that without the heads up being involved, especially in a big company like that. So it wasn't. They may have come up with the idea, but it was green lighted by other people above them. So kind of interesting. And they might, the board may call for the CEO to step down at some point, but it's one of those classic marketing blunders. Like I said, that'll be looked at for years to come about what not to do.
For sure. The blueprint.
Yeah.
Thinking ahead. Didn't happen really.
Let's see here. Let me get some comments before I get to the next beer news items. JT said, yes, a brewer can go suck a knob. Notice how they blame the company before they bought them for their own failure when it's just greed. Yeah. I mean, they came in, they bought them when supposedly they were having issues. You would think they would have put money into them and saw an opportunity, but I guess it was just a balance sheet play for them. I've heard you got to pay down to take a case of Bud Light from the stores. Yes, pretty much. When they give you $15 back, they pay you. It costs you like 10 cents to get a case of Bud Light or something.
Oh, Vanessa.
The thing about Bud Light is the product just sucks. If you always drink Bud Light, I'll take water. I'm pro-trans. Yeah, Bud Light I wasn't drinking Bud Light before any of this stuff happened. Like I said, I didn't even know who that person was until all the stuff that came from the backlash. It's just like, but they're not even selling it. They just gave it to this one person. But they told that person to go market it on social media. And apparently that person's social media has an underage base as well, which I don't know. People have the reasons they have for stuff. So in North Carolina, all obvious Bud products are stacked in stores. Yeah, but they're not moving probably. I mean, some are moving, but not as much as it used to. Because now you have the whole Garth Brooks Kid Rock thing down there in Nashville because there are bars next to each other. And Garth Brooks, I'm selling everything. Kid Rock, but we're gonna get to Kid Rock in a second because he ain't telling y'all the truth right now. I'm just telling you something to think about. What would ChatGPT have said about alienating your demographic to gain a new one? Right? They probably say not a wise move. Beer and sport is so much better without politics. Yeah, but you know what? Sport has always kind of got politics wrapped in it at some point. But what did who was I seen earlier? Ice Cube was talking on Joe Rogan's thing and talking about politics should not be in your beer. Vanessa's in the house. Cheers, Vanessa.
It always seems to get in there though, doesn't it? It doesn't matter what angle, what subject or topic it's.
Yeah.
It just does.
They sent him on leave, cut to a boat ride with Tony Soprano. Or that, or they sent him out to Putin's retreat, never to be seen again. Putin gave him some food to eat, and they just recovered. Just that Juicy Bits.
Juicy Bits IPA, also from World Works.
Oh, nice.
Petro Mosaic El Dorado.
I've heard of that.
Nice.
Yeah.
6.7.
Yeah, WellWorks is getting a pretty good name about themselves. Or they had a good name. Massive record tow truck just drove into the tractor trailer trucking yard. Must be one for pulling semis. Have you ever actually bought a Kid Rock record? The answer is yes. Actually, I have one of his back in the early 90s, back when he used to do rap. I had one of his cassette tape. Not a record, cassette tape. Now the Zoomers are like, what the hell is a cassette tape?
Yeah, right.
The cassette tape was before the CD, before the MP3, before
bloody things when they get chewed up and stuff.
You always kept a pencil handy.
You're right. That's what I was going to say.
You turn the thing just to wrap it back in. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Bloody things.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say it had to be something big to get one of those probably John Deere tractors, 30 miles north of home. Yeah, so that's the interesting thing. But I mentioned Kid Rock there. So Kid Rock comes out. I'm gonna shoot up my Bud Light. You ain't gonna get me a Bud Light. Boo, 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 boo. But guess what? Kid Light still selling Bud Light at his bar. Y'all don't know that probably because y'all ain't in Nashville. That came out this week. Like he's supposed to be all against him, but his bar is still selling Bud Light down there in Nashville.
It's all about the Benjamins, baby.
It's all about it's can't believe everything you see on TV. Just saying, just like the internet. Can't believe everything on the internet. But yeah, you go to Nashville and you go to Kid Rock's bar on Front Street, you'll find Bud Light.
Everything's true on the internet.
And if you're looking forward to trying to attend the Great American Beer Festival, tickets are now on sale.
Yeah, I saw that the other day. I was like, September.
Yeah. Which is actually kind of interesting because
it's still Denver, I guess.
It is still Denver, but there's a lot of things you can do in Denver.
Oh yeah, there's shitloads of
yeah, there's a lot you can do.
Yeah. Some drinking, some not drinking, So they call it the Mile High City for a reason.
Sounds good to me, brother.
But talking about the Great American Beer Festival and tickets on sale now, there was a piece that was written about the death of the beer festival is kind of jolting the craft brewing industry. So various parts of the country, I guess they've been cutting back on Beer Fest because they haven't seen attendance going up. They've seen it going down. And they're thinking people may be getting burned out on some of the festivals. I don't know. I haven't heard too much about it. I know they got the Barrel and Flow that's pretty popular. It's coming up in Pittsburgh. I know the Cincinnati Beer Fest is pretty popular for the summer one they're about to do. Great American Beer Fest, obviously. There's other ones popping up that I get emails on.
I was going to say we had the Tailspin back in February or early March, and it was packed like those. I mean,
there's quite a few in next month in upstate New York. There's one or two things there, but I looked at a few months ago. I was like, oh, that sounds all right. But, yeah.
So it may be parts of the country where they're seeing kind of a drop off on stuff, but I still see stuff in swing. So,
I wonder because there was more of an abundance of them than there was before that they're seeing. People are more choosing which ones to go to. So some may be dropping off.
Well, I think
they're probably staying pretty steady, like your bigger one. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Well, you probably have that. Plus, you also have the economy the way it's been that people may be limited how much they're going to spend going out too. So where they may have went to like 5 or 6 a couple of years ago, they may only go to 2 or 3 now, right? So with the cost of it, especially if you're going out of town somewhere because you're getting a hotel and you're driving there, and and the cost of the tickets. Like the Beer Fest for Great America is $95 for a ticket. I don't know if that covers all 3 days or just one day. But if you're going in, you got to fly in, and you got to get a hotel, and all that stuff. So all those costs can add up. So it could be a mix of things taking place, but to keep an eye on that trend. And actually, where Craig is overseas, so Carlsberg is now weakening their beer to avoid upcoming tax hikes. So they'll be going from a 3.8 to a 3.4.
I had this conversation earlier on one of my live streams. What is actually, why are they doing it? It's obviously not being in the brewing industry myself, not being a brewer. There's obviously a right answer there. There's obviously a reason there.
Yeah. It's a tax. The taxes, if they go to a lower ABV, it saves them apparently.
And I said that it must be a threshold somewhere. But then they're still charging the same price for a lower ABV. It's and then it's like, how does that work with price? And so they're using less malt, so they're saving on malt, and they're getting more. It's like, fuck, it's big breweries,
Yeah, they get more on their margin, but you're still paying the same.
I was going to say,
it's not being passed on.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
how does that work? You know?
See, this is how they got us with the Snickers bar back in the day. Snickers bar used to be a lot bigger than what it was.
Yeah, exactly.
And they kept shrinking it. They kept shrinking it, but the price kept going up, kept going
It's
up.
like Big Macs. You know, they used to be, when I was a kid, they were massive.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like now, it's like, what the fuck? What's that? And then it's like, and now they call you, I was a double Big Mac. It's like, well, that's how big they used to be.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what it was. That was the OG. What are you doing?
Have you ever had a Big Mac when you go to bite into it and you're like, you feel like it's less meat, so you have to take off the top bun and see, did they actually put meat on it? This meat is just smaller. Like,
Where is it? It's like, and that's the thing I've noticed in the States is like the photographs of some of these burgers and stuff. Well, that looks all right. And then you get it, it's like,
yeah, and you get it, it's not even a third.
Where's the rest of it then?
Yeah, right. How they got chips? What happened?
It's me. But anyway,
I'm going to tell you, the best McDonald's burger that was ever made that isn't made anymore, and I wish it was made because it'll still be the best one, the McDLT. That was the daddy of the burgers back then. That was, remember, you got it in a styrofoam container. It was so big. You had to put half into one side and then a burger and a bun on the other side. You'd open it up and you had to flip it up. I mean, that was the big dog.
Yeah. We never had that over here, of course, but
yeah,
we get the big tasties over here and the double McChicken Big Macs and
a double McChicken.
Yeah, well, whatever it was.
I don't think we had that.
We had that. Yeah, and then we got the double Big Mac recently, but I don't know about now. But
yeah,
about £8 a burger. It's like,
well, you can have make the Big Mac with the quarter-pound meat as well. It's like on their special menu, but you can have them make it that way too. I mean, I don't know if you want all that, but you could.
Yeah, I guess so. But you take away the patties. It's like, I want this, and this. You can do it. It's just there's a way of doing it, but
yeah. So one of my friends, and Todd, you probably seen like Soup that plays COD with us. He was telling us who go to McDonald's, right? And if you get they'll do buy a Big Mac, get one for $1 or something, everything like that. But what he'll do is he'll get two he'll get two McDoubles, and they'll ask for lettuce and special sauce on it. He basically has to make the Big Mac when he gets charged the two McDouble price, which is like $3 for both of them.
Yeah,
I think they gotta probably hate you when you do that. Like, you're like,
there's loopholes, man. It's just like
I tell people, don't mess with the fast food people because you don't know what they can do to your food sometimes. Catch them in the wrong mood.
Yeah,
exactly. Like, yeah, we'll show them. We'll be ordering this shit again.
Be like, Super Troopers, that look like spit to you? You just never know. I don't mess with anybody that makes the food. That's for sure.
No, keep them on side.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Let's see here. Detector back in Windsor Lock. Oh, okay, got that one. Remember head clean? Yes, I do, and I had the head cleaners for the cassettes as well. Yeah, you put it in there to clean the heads. I only bought a few hours in my lifetime. Last one, AC/DC Thunderstruck at the end of '90. I had heard Thunderstruck the other day when I was working out. Still slamming track.
Yeah,
Ready to get off work. Enjoy the rest of your night, lads. Might see you on the weekend, Craig, brother. Cheers, Sam.
Okay, Sam.
Thanks for swinging in, buddy.
You get back to work.
Buying a proper record player needle was a thing when I grew up. Yes, get that nice sound. Everybody went to Techniques back then too for the turntables. That was like the top notch. Big Daddy's in the house sipping on the Fin Dumont. I have one of those in my closet right now with like 5 other Una brews.
Can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, not the deal I got too. It was awesome.
So of course
you got a deal? Oh.
right, Craig. Yeah, imagine that. Nobody can believe that.
I'm gonna need you to simmer down there, Craig. What's up, Josh? Cheers, my friend. Carlsberg used to make malt liquor, as has been called in the States. AD called Elephant, but it's not a tasteless lager. They still make the Elephant, don't they? I think I saw. No, is it the Elephant or is it like the?
Yeah, Carlsberg Elephant.
Yeah, in the green
it's
bottle.
Like more of a malt liquor type thing.
Yeah.
Like 8.5 or something stupid.
Yeah, like in Texas or whatever. I think it's if anything over 5% is considered a malt liquor there or whatever. Even though it's
I don't.
like beer.
Yeah. Over 5%.
I don't know what the threshold is in the States.
Yeah.
Like 6.5.
Well, every state has their thing they can do. So.
Oh, well, that's true.
Yeah.
It's got state malt liquor as well.
Yeah,
Although
yeah.
for it to be a malt liquor, I think that's another one of the rules.
Before domestic craft came along, imported beers what got me into beer. Well, yeah, that's like back in the day. Like if you got something from Canada, you felt like you were fancy at the party in the 80s. What's that?
Yeah.
That's a Beck's? What? Is that your Trans Am out front?
Beck's is just terrible. It's just awful.
But back in the 80s, that was like one.
Oh no, but yeah, no.
Especially if you got Beck's Dark, which was the better version.
Yeah. I couldn't tell you about them, but
I love Big Macs, especially the Grand Mac they had for a bit. Maybe that's what you were kind of talking about. Maybe that was the 4-burger type thing. It was a Grand Mac.
Grand Mac.
The Grand Mac.
We've got the big tasties. You just get those. No.
I don't think we don't get the Big Tasty.
Yeah. You get the big tasty of bacon. It's like £7 on its own.
I don't think I've never seen a Big Tasty. I see a picture of it.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, they're broader, but they're not taller. You know.
So it says it's part of the international chain to compete with the Whopper sandwich. Like we don't have it here, but I think over there you got it to compete against.
Yeah, we get them. We get them now and again, and that with bacon, and they can charge you another £3. You know.
Is it grilled? is it grilled or is it fried as well? Because the Whopper's grilled.
I think it's grilled. Yeah, it's not fried.
Oh, okay.
But they're not worth it. You know.
Yeah.
They're okay, but it's just McDonald's generally is just so expensive over here. It's just
they all are anymore.
Unbelievable, and it's like you could pick up a year and a half ago. You could pick up like a box of 20 chicken nuggets for like $4.99 with four different sauces. Now they're like £6.80.
Yeah,
you know, for the same thing. It's like, what the hell happened?
Right. And less sauces we got to pay for them.
I mean, apart from inflation, of course. But you know, don't take
living. Yeah,
you're taking the Mickey there a little bit. But.
Well, I remember back in like the 90s and maybe even I think after early 2000s they might have shifted it then, but maybe the Arby's 5 for $5. You get 5 Arby's roast beef sandwiches for $5.
Yeah.
Then it went to 4 to $5, and then it went like 3 to 6 or something. Like it started, you know.
And now it's like 2 for $6 or something. It's like what? Myself for cheaper than 2 for $6. What do you mean?
It's like you look at a candy bar at a grocery store now, and it's like $1.79 or something for some of the candy bars. It's like really like that was like so disproportionate what it used to be coming up. It seems.
Yeah, no,
and they're smaller candy bars.
Oh, there's just so many things. It's like tubs of ice cream. They used to be like 1 litre, then it's $7.50, now it's $500. It's like you're still charging the same price.
You're right.
What's going on?
Cost the same, but you get less food.
Get less, right?
It's like, no, they won't notice if we do it, stagger it over like 5 years or something. So, I remember. I remember.
It's like last week was this. Now you're charging this. What do you mean?
Yeah. It's not good.
Fuddruckers was
been going on for years though, but anyway.
Yeah, Fuddruckers was a fun restaurant. We actually had one of those in Kentucky. And I ended up closing before we moved and everything. But I had only went there like a couple times, but definitely was good stuff when it was open. See, I forgot to send a thing to Mal in case she can make it here. I gotta shoot it to her real quick, so she'll have it. Not even Vanessa. I still make Elephant, but it's a weak lager in the States now. But do they make it in the States or they just import it still? I don't know if anybody's making it here.
I don't know.
Like JT said, Beck's Dark was one of my favorites as well.
Greg, you probably have like 10 minutes to run. Just warning you.
Why? What's going on?
That's when Shannon gets home.
Oh,
okay.
Before she gets you all flustered.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I was surprised she didn't come home already. Like Craig's on there right now.
I was like, you're missing Craig. Like, how come you're not home yet?
Put me in the basement. Just, oh, you just missed Craig.
She may get a ticket on the way home.
I hope not. She's going to jail if she does.
So
Another one.
Being stationed in Germany got me into great beer. I can see that for sure. Oh, they have 5 for 5 again if you use the app. Oh, there you go. But I bet it's less roast beef.
I was gonna say it's probably like the minis or whatever, like the snack size or whatever.
Yeah, we get that. Oh, if you order here, you'll get this and that.
Yeah,
it's probably 5 for 5, and it's probably not even the size of the normal.
They're probably like sliders at this point. Yeah,
right. Yeah.
Sliders. That's a Big Mac now. Sliders won't be a thing in the future, you know that, right?
yeah, sliders. I know what you did there.
Sorry.
Through the portal. Yeah. Todd always has the best green screen. So that was the Carlsberg. Let's see what else we got here. Because once Shannon gets here, I can't do beer news anyway because she's like, I don't want to. I was going to say it's
probably a good thing you started early.
There's actually some of the concerns right now in the States with all the droughts taking place. Again, we all talked about summer heat a little bit earlier, but it's now affecting barley and hops, leading to reduced yields. With the hops, it's actually reducing the alpha, so the hops are kind of changing. And with the wildfires we have, like out of Canada, more recently, although we'll probably have some out of the States later this year as well, that's actually causing flavor changes as well. So again,
and then what the war in the Ukraine,
that's affecting the cost of grain because they're like the number one importer out of Europe.
The Rauch beer should be okay with Canada helping.
If you like Rauch beer, you should be fine, right? Everybody's gonna start drinking Rauch beer. You'll be all right. You'll be used to it.
There you go.
Best time to get into it right now. Get used to that smokiness. So, the state health department shut down Maui Brewery in Lahaina on Tuesday after, and you'll like this, Vanessa, because you were an inspector. After an inspection revealed multiple violations, among those included rodent and cockroach infestations.
Oh.
And they found like some of the cockroaches on some of the food items, and there was dead rats and mice or whatever, or different ones in. So not to say your Maui beer is infected if you're drinking Maui right now, but it's kind of interesting that they happen to find this out there. So right now they kind of suspended operation so they can get that under control and they have to pass health code violation there. So
yeah. Oh well.
I mean, I can't say no place is perfectly. Most places, you file the thing because you get graded by the health department, so like that and everything. But they went to a different level, it seems. So yeah, and I saw some of the pictures online. It was just like, yeah, that's nasty. That's something where you'd have John Taffer come in and John Taffer walking around and he's like,
shut it down, 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 shut it down now.
That's what John Taffer would do if he would have been in the Maui.
Yeah, that's Bar Rescue.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
No, I do actually watch that series.
I do too. That's one of my favorite shows to watch there. So yeah. So right now they're shut down a little bit until they get that under control. So
this makes me chuckle with this.
Let's see here. The wildfires made it different. Yeah. A lot of places, people were feeling stuff in their throats and everything too.
Wow,
so
amazing,
yeah, it's definitely tough.
We a couple of weeks ago, we had a plume come across us actually, and it was like, it was a thing. It did actually make it over here, which is bizarre, isn't it?
Emerson? No, not drinking. If I had the right line from Ricky Bobby, Talladega Nights, I would say it. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that on me. No, we are not going back to Zima and Jolly Ranchers.
Just getting another beer. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
We already tried that once.
Yeah, they brought back to Zima before. They realized why they stopped making it.
Yeah, they're like, maybe a second thought.
Everything is smoked. Yeah. Although I like smoked barbecue, I smoked beer. The violation there, sanitation important. Yeah, well, it's very important, especially, it's important everywhere, but in the brewing industry, sanitation is what makes or breaks you. You can't have anything get affected there if you're making beer. They said some breweries are cleaner than some hospitals, which makes you think. But anyway.
You're probably right though. It probably is. Like,
You probably could tell me some stories, JT, but I don't want to know them because I like New Orleans. I like going down there, so I'll be freaking out if I go down there again.
you're right. Like, some things are better to not know about.
That's like they say, you don't want to see them how they make a hot dog because you never want to eat hot dogs again. Okay,
You're right.
I'm all right with that level of ignorance. I don't want to see how they make the hot
Exactly.
dog because I like hot dogs. I see the medical hold on lobster tails from a certain vendor in Louisiana in 1982. Yeah. Make sure that's cleaned properly. Regional FDA inspector then went to federal judge and obtained a court order to retain every item at the warehouse under medical. Wow. Yeah, Vanessa's like John Taffer, so Vanessa will come in there and she'll handle business, and she'll walk around and she'll be like,
Shut it down. 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 Shut it down now.
That's how Vanessa would do you. I'm just saying, she'd handle business.
Doing that too.
Yeah. So let's see here. So that was kind of interesting to see that story. As in we had so this is kind of an interesting one. And I'm trying to think how to phrase it here. So Norfolk Brewery, Armed Forces Brewing, they basically are making like a military-centric type brewery. They've actually got some disapproval as people not as happy with them down there from one of the legislators, but then also people of the community feel like they're kind of using the military to make views against other communities and stuff. Military is one of those things you have to always be careful with, in my mind. Like, the military should always be neutral, right? Because that's military for everybody. It shouldn't be Democratic. It shouldn't be Republican. It shouldn't be any type of break. The military should be for everybody there for the protection. And so there's kind of some interesting things that are happening down around that, where they had like some of the stuff that had been said by some of the people from that brewery against LGBT and some other areas, something like that, and everything that makes some of the people uncomfortable. Plus, you have some of the military stuff right now that's happening, like the Coast Guard, what they're going through. You have stuff that happened like down there with Fort Bragg. So it's kind of an interesting type thing. So I'm waiting to see how that's going to actually play out down there. But it's just interesting that I just caught my eye when I looked this week to see what was going on there. And of course, Vanessa being here, she's former military, and she probably has stories about stuff that she has there as well. But it's kind of an interesting type aspect to everything. So, yeah. Shannon's in the house, we see. Did she get all made up? She knows Craig's here, right? So she's probably going to put her makeup on.
Where's Craig?
Well, she been out, but of course she got all made up.
Not made up. Very minimal makeup. I got a tan though, so. Just show them the cloud.
Right, you shut it down now. We got Bumpy in the house. Cheers, Bumpy. Great to see you, my friend. Everybody's ever moved to for change station ended up being the last one facility being flunked up for sanitation inspection. Well, you're going to find a lot of stuff they probably didn't even know they needed to look for. I can see you being thorough enough to make sure things are definitely taken care of there.
He's like, nope, I'm out.
2 jobs in the military. The first remains unnamed. I tell everyone a second job is health inspector. I like to know what the first one was, but you don't have to share. And that says, hi, Shannon. Ramsey's a bit more classy with the accent, even with the cursing. Yeah, I like him. I like when he does this stuff in there, too. I like watching Gordon. I like John Taffer.
He's an asshole.
Gordon Ramsay? He's a good asshole.
Is there a good asshole?
Wait a minute. You just got here. We're not going down that road yet.
I was going to say, hang on just a minute.
Chefs are particular. I understand Gordon Ramsay because I've catered and I've been around chefs, and chefs are particular. You have to be particular. It's a precise thing, but
you got to be miserable to do something good.
I like direct, so I'm a fan of when they're direct on and stuff. I hate people that are beating around the bush. I'm like, just spit it out.
There's direct and there's hurtful.
Oh, he builds them up and he breaks them down and builds them back up. He does. They do all right. They're doing all right. They're making some money off of there. You go in there and get browbeat if you're getting enough dollars.
The thing is, though, people know what he's like. So at the end of the day, it's
It's like Simon Cowell. People know how Simon's an asshole, but they're willing to
But
go
he's
through
not as much as an asshole as he used to be.
He's got
No, he's mellow.
Yeah.
Since he's had children.
You
He's
fall
had
off.
children.
Well, you fall off an electric bike. It might change your perspective when you have to be in the hospital later.
Well, he's had children though, isn't he? So
Yeah.
it's changed.
Is that a way of saying he's getting old?
He's still a twat
Hey,
though.
it happens to us
a
all.
little bit.
Yeah.
Shannon, for all those playing at home, drink whole beer. He's chug the beer.
What's a whole beer?
Well, all of it.
Drink all of it.
Oh, well, yeah. Why would you not drink the whole beer?
Another one of these. So,
Oh, you got another the corruption. You got another one, or is that the second one you've had?
It's my
Sick one.
Third one,
sixth one.
6-pack of it.
I only bought 10 today. So
There you go.
they're out of.
What was the ABV?
Only 6.
Only 6. That's what she said.
Oh my God.
You're like liars.
She says so many things.
I haven't
great.
seen. Yeah,
Great,
the traveling show is pretty good that he actually does. I do like that one.
No, have you watched
He's Scottish. They're assholes. Gilbert said.
Feed Phil? Feed Phil, or the one when we were in bed, and
I don't know what it was called.
I
But
think it's on Netflix,
It's on
and it's like
Netflix,
Feed
but-
Phil, and he
Ooh.
goes around, and I'm like, this makes me want to like make something fancy. But he was like a producer on Everybody Loves Raymond, but yet he's going around. He's got this show now, and he goes around everywhere, and they cook stuff for him. It's kind of like a Seinfeld,
6
like
seasons.
comedians in cars, but like,
Okay.
but
With
it's
food or
like he
whatever.
with food, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
like the episode that was on last night had Patton Oswalt or whatever his name was that was on. King.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but it's a
Cheers.
West Coast IPA as well. So. Quite nice.
Craig, what time is it there?
12 minutes past 2.
Oh, so yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say.
Are you a night owl?
I guess.
Yeah.
I probably did. I asked questions multiple times.
Yeah. I'm always a night. I've always been a night owl.
Oh, you're answering that question. So for those of you that are the Twisted fans, y'all need to step up your game because Twisted Teas is going extreme and they're bringing an 8% ABV. lineup.
Oh.
That's what Kylie likes is Twisted Tea.
So if you like Twisted Tea, they're about to go Imperial on you. So
Imperial Twisted
keep
Tea.
an eye on that. I don't know why you would go Imperial with Twisted Tea, but I never had it, so I can't really give a validation of it.
That's what Madison liked.
Well, Aunt Barbara introduced it. Aunt Barbara was the Twisted Tea girl, and then
Is that-
Kylie, I like because it's in a can, it's yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kylie and Aunt Barbara likes Twisted Tea.
So is Twisted Tea the new White Claw? Like people kind of faded away from the White Claw,
Not
and
at
they're being
8%?
drifted to the
Okay.
Twisted Tea.
So
Is
like,
it a Goza?
no,
no.
it doesn't have.
Oh,
it.
sorry, it just doesn't
Not
matter.
that.
It goes away.
Yeah, right. It goes away.
It says it goes extreme, so I thought it might be a Goza.
Yeah, you're not missing anything, correct? I mean,
It goes,
No.
It goes down the drain.
No, I'm not bothered. I'm just
Craig, you don't have FDA over there, but you have
Mm-mm.
like a government that like.
They actually tell them what's in their food over there.
Yeah, so like it wouldn't be approved over there, is what I was saying.
the food. I mean, there's a lot of wrong over it, but food standards, food standard agency are pretty.
Well, do you get the Twisted Tea lines over there? Like Sam Adams? No.
Don't think so, but
Okay.
Probably for a
Probably
reason.
not. I mean, yeah.
not something I look out for, to be fair. But
Yeah.
And then
it
maybe
could be.
and then maybe InBev product.
Mm.
Boston Beer Company, right? Isn't that Sam Boston Beer does Twisted Tea?
Oh, did they do the Twisted Teas?
I think.
Yeah.
Look at how pretty. Look at behind us, how purple, and it's so beautiful.
Yeah, but that's to say you had a great green screen tonight.
No, I was driving home.
It is Boston beer.
It changes with the times.
Yeah.
You're right.
No,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
right. They can't see it. It's the most beautiful. I was driving home and I'm like,
You can
It's
see
like-
it a little bit kind of.
Yeah.
but
It's
it's
like
so
It's not.
it's so beautiful. It's
not
got
good.
like that cloud
Yeah.
is white. It's so beautiful.
it's all
That's a
purple.
great.
It's,
I must
it's
admit,
like
it's a
it's
great,
like it's like Prince.
Yeah.
it's a great green screen. I must admit.
So beautiful.
If it started raining, you could sing Purple Rain.
Oh no.
There we go.
So
There we go.
nobody wants that.
You can sing Purple Rain.
But
Sing
Twisted Tea is Boston Beer Company.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I prefer Deep Purple. But,
Yeah. Deep Purple. There you go. Workers at the Liner Kugel's Brewery in Chippewa Falls have gone on strike, saying that their workers were seeking competitive wages and a fair contract. So that was a couple days ago. I think they're still on strike, or whatever. But I mean, that's the summer shandy people. People love the summer shandy. So,
Everybody's going on strike.
if you want to get your summer shandy, you better find out what's going on at Line and Kugel.
You're right.
So
No, everybody's going on strike. UPS is going on strike. The Actors Guild is going on strike, and now the people at Leinenkugel are going on strike.
fair wages. They want fair wages and fair contract and competitive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the cost of living, like it's insane.
Yeah.
The
You
cost
think-
of living is going up, but the wages aren't.
No.
What's your inflation rate at the moment? Is it what 8% or something?
Oh no, it's down now. It's
Yeah,
actually.
That's what I thought. So is that valid? Asking for? you know?
Yeah, the latest numbers are down actually kind of around 4, I think, 3 to 4.
Jesus,
The
we're
Fed,
nowhere near that. We're about
the-
8 or 9 over here.
the Fed target is 2. They're going to probably do another increase of the rate this month.
Yeah.
But they're getting closer to it than they thought. So the funny thing is not everybody's kind of seeing it because they're not fully feeling it as of yet. Because people keep talking about it. But if you look
But
at
they
the
don't
numbers,
pass it back on though. That's the trouble. Is
what?
they don't pass that back to the consumer. It's not-
No, it does. It does, but it's happening to items that people aren't really looking at as much. So,
Yeah.
like right now, if you were to buy a car, it's been the best time to buy a car like in the last 3 or 4 years because the rates have come down on stuff.
Right. Okay.
But if you're looking to buy a house, it's been one of the worst times to buy a house.
Oh yeah,
The mortgage rates are still
you're
screwed
done
up.
there. So, yeah.
Or you're going to a grocery store and you're still seeing it in your receipt at the end where things are still a little bit higher than they should be. But other areas are coming down.
Yeah.
The economy is actually pretty strong. It's just that people aren't seeing it as much. So you hear people argue, like on the news here and the politicians and stuff about the inflation and blah, blah, blah. Like they were talking about some of the people running against Biden for the next election. We gotta get the inflation. Like the inflation is down. Like it's like if you're overweight, it took you all these number of years to put the weight on. It's not going to pop off just because you popped a keto gummy. It still takes time, right? So you got to work it back down. And that's what is taking place. And people don't realize it because they're happening in such incremental steps. So it is headed back. Like a lot of because I work in the financial field, a lot of financial people think if anything, it'll be a soft land and we won't really have that recession. And we were never really in a recession. But if you hear pundits talk about it, they make this big thing like we were. We weren't. That wasn't the case.
So Craig, like back in the day, well, I don't know how many days ago it was, but like here now, it used to be like just buy a house. It's going to be cheaper to buy a house than it is to get in a flat, in your words. So like a 1-bedroom flat, and I don't know the exchange rate, but it's like just to get like a 1-bedroom apartment here, bare minimum in a bad neighborhood, in a bad place, would be $800. To get a 2-bedroom apartment around here,
Blimey, how long are you talking ago?
I mean, no, I'm talking about now. Like now in a bad neighborhood,
Right, yeah. Okay.
$800 for a 1-bedroom in a bad part of town. Now, like a decent neighborhood would be $1,000.
Is this you're talking rent, aren't you?
Yeah, rent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like you
Yeah.
can't like. There's no winning. Like the interest rate and the
Well, the interest rate now is about 7.
Our interest
It's
rate
about
is
like 7.5 or something if you were getting a
our,
house.
our
So,
interest rate is off the chain.
yeah, so
It's
right
like- it's
now,
The default payments are the highest they've ever been
yeah.
since like 2009 at the moment.
I mean,
Yeah.
when we sold our house
Nuts.
about 18 months ago to come here where we're at in Baltimore, our interest rate at the time when our loan was like 3.5, I think. And now to go in, you're looking at 7.5, maybe. So you're looking at 4% jump. So you put that on top of the mortgage for the loan you're getting. Like people are just like, it's better to rent right now than try to get in a house and stuff.
Right, but that's
And-
not always. Usually,
Yeah.
it's like don't rent because you could have a house for what you're paying for rent. But now it's kind of like, no, you can't do that anymore.
Well, the whole housing thing has kind of shifted because it used to be people would always look at the house being an investment. And where we're at now, there's not a guarantee after we saw like 2008 and other things that happened that a house can be an investment. Most of the time it is, but you can also have stuff where you go backwards. So you have to get the house at the right value to be able to make money off it at a certain amount of time. You have to be in the market to actually gain that. And
But
you're
it's
not gonna
always
do that.
changing.
It's always changing, but also the thing that made it attractive in 2008, everybody was getting those short-term APR type loans, right? With their rates, which led us into the problem we led in. That's what led us into the problem that we end up having when the housing market took the big hit. So
Is that the same thing as a balloon rate?
no, this was, well, I guess maybe it was. It's you would get in on an APR and they would say, okay, your interest rate's going to be 1% or 0% for 5 years, and then it's going to jump up to like 20%.
No, thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. And it's like you're thinking, well, I could sell the house in that time and make some money off of it. But then if the market
Yes,
drops
you
out,
can,
you can't
but-
sell it. And so remember, like 2008, people were just walking away from houses. Like literally, they were just get your shit and go. We're out. And the bank was just closing the houses because people just left. They didn't even tell them they were leaving or anything. They just left.
It's just,
Yeah.
it's just crazy. It's just crazy. I just don't know how people are supposed to afford stuff.
Yeah.
We couldn't afford to live in our neighborhood now. There's no way. Like if we were, there's no way that the housing prices and the interest, we couldn't live here. There's no way.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. But you
our
are starting.
payment would be like $4,000.
But you start to see houses now come down on prices because people aren't buying them, so they've got to shift. So the raising of the rates by the Fed makes it more of a thing where you cool down the buying of these type of things, and the people sell and have to lower it down to get the demand in. So it's what they're doing is the right thing. It's just a matter if they're doing it the right numbers and the right timing and stuff.
You know what it boils down to is I hate rich old white men. Fucking hate them.
You should move to Florida.
Yeah, that's where I need to go. That's exactly where I need to go. I bet I'd fit in so well.
I agree with you there, Vanessa. They should visit to see what it's actually like. Dave's in the house, beer in front. Cheers, my friend. Good to see you, brother. If you want to pop on for a few, let me know. Take a shot at Everclear and throw it in that 8%. Up that sucker at least 18. Well, there you go. Spiking the twisted. What's wrong with the Everclear, Shannon? You can't do the Everclear anymore?
I can't.
It's not Mad Dog.
You've seen what I'm like with.
It's not Mad Dog. It's Everclear. You won't even feel it. It's like you put it in fruit. You eat the fruit.
I won't feel it, but everybody around me will feel it.
It'll be the Shannon effect. It'll be awesome.
No, it wouldn't. We'll all be covered.
Sorry, what are you talking about now?
Nobody ever.
Everybody would be covered.
Good old Everclear. Just a few
feel
percent off of rubbing alcohol.
Good.
8% twisted tea. Shit just got real. Dear liver, I'm throwing yet another curveball. Best of luck.
You're right.
Everyone takes every time the skies in Texas are in purple, we had extreme close calls tornado. Oh wow. Well, don't say that because they do get tornadoes through where Todd and Shannon are too.
The yin and the yang.
Yeah.
You got a beautiful sky. You got to pay price.
It's all kind of shifted. Tornado Alley kind of shifted this way a little bit. I feel like.
Oh, I think it definitely shifted east. Yeah.
So I have a question. You know, I don't know if we've had a bunch of tornadoes, but we are definitely. I've lived through many tornado warnings.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Went to the
What state are you in now?
Our surrounding.
Indiana, we're like Indiana, Kentucky.
Right on the.
Because I know Illinois had.
They didn't know you were in Cleveland. They could have met you when you came to the States.
Yeah, I didn't know.
What the hell, Craig?
He was in Cleveland. He was in Cleveland like last month.
Not that far
He
from
met
here.
Joey and all them.
I feel like I would have made Craig so uncomfortable.
That's why I didn't tell you why he wasn't like here. He's like, nope.
No,
I feel like yeah.
like I grew up, my mom and dad were married till I was like 10, and we had a baby. So
It was a good time, but yeah. Anyway,
it would have been better if Anyway, so I grew up with a basement, and I always felt safe from the tornadoes, which was probably just like in my head, because they're like basement. And so when we got our first house, I'm like, we need a basement so we can be safe from the tornadoes. And so we got a basement. And then there was a big tornado that came through and demolished, like, our daughter was in school. You were at work that day. And yeah, and it was like there's all these big tornadoes coming through, and I'm like, I don't want to be that parent that just goes and like freaks out and takes my kid out of school, but I did. And I dragged my Greyhound, didn't know how to go down the steps, and I'm like, you're coming down the steps. I dragged him down the steps. And then so we got this, we survived. And then so we got this house, and then I was like, well, it's a walkout basement, so are we really safe? Is a walkout basement?
Yeah, it's a basement. As long as you get basement on the ground.
Thing with our area though, with the tornadoes and stuff, we've been which they call Floyd's Knobs, which is kind of like a mountain hills, basically the hills, but it's
How does that? I'm laughing at Floyd's Knobs.
You don't have to explain. You're all right. So, yeah.
But it kind of does like goes around us. Like there's a boat around our city or whatever. It almost seems like even torrential downpour and stuff, it almost kind of goes around. Like we've seen it on maps where it comes from the west to us, and then when it gets sort of around us, then it kind of goes around us, and then it reforms almost kind of.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
no,
and it's kind of weird. Nobody really can explain it.
That's a bit dodgy, doesn't it?
But I feel like it's just the hills and stuff that we're surrounded
by.
Yeah.
Like you're in a Stephen King book or something there, like you're protected.
No, not to say we haven't had them, but we don't get them nearly like they.
Right, but like in 1990, the tornado came through our place, Sellersburg, which is a tiny little town, and it wiped out the bowling alley.
Yeah.
And I was at a graduation party, and I was coming from Louisville, and you see like lightning strikes, and they're just like tiny little, like very thin lightning strikes. And I remember we were coming across, and the lightning strikes were like huge, like very thick.
Huge.
Yeah.
Like the width of the lightning strikes were like so. It was just like
broad. Yeah.
Yeah, and then so I went through that one, and then it's never mind. Anyway, so I went through that, and then when that Henryville thing came, like 3 tornadoes came through. Maybe two tornadoes came through and wiped out the school. And one of my friends, she was like demolished her house. It was awful.
Oh wow.
It was awful. She was like, we were in our basement and we saw one come through, and they were like, Carrie. She was like, oh my God, there's a and then they thought they were safe, and then another one came through. And
we don't get them, but I do follow a lot of your extreme weather over there.
Yeah, so do you get hurricanes, what do you get over there? Nothing.
We don't really get anything extreme. Although last year we had a real extreme heat wave for about a week, which was
and
crazy.
Air conditioner. Your air conditioning is not like free fall.
Yeah, we had 103 for about 3 days, which was for us. That's just like off. It's the hottest temperature we've ever recorded.
So that's I hate to be hot. It makes me grumpy. Did you get grumpy?
Sometimes.
Yeah, Craig, get grumpy.
Which dwarf are you, Craig? Are you grumpy?
Inquiring minds want to know.
When I get hot, I get grumpy.
You could be sleepy.
Sometimes.
Yeah,
Don't get bashful now. Are you grumpy?
He's wearing a blue shirt like the Care Bear, Grumpy Care Bear.
Like
Remember the
Smurf.
Care
Like
Bears?
Smurf. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, the
Care
Care
Bear.
Bear.
I remember Care Bears. Yeah. They were
The
pink.
Care Bears. There was
Pink.
had all the Care Bears. My
He could be.
favorite.
He could be blue like My Little Pony. You know.
Smurf.
I had My Little Pony too, but there was no grumpy My Little Pony. They were all rainbows and sunshines.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. Then there's your answer.
Well,
Yeah.
the last.
I don't know. I'm just.
The last beer news story. In
I
case you
get
have
some.
any, I'm about to crack open Avery, but Avery Brewing has now recalled, if you have it, the Goza Consandia sour ale with watermelon, lime, and sea salt because of overpressurization, meaning they may fail or explode. So they don't want to put anybody's eye out. So if you have them, you can recall them and get the money back probably for them.
454 thought I'd call them up.
Yeah.
We had a spate of that. A few breweries have
All
had a
I've
spate of that over the
heard-
years. But
Salt and beer, and I'm like,
It sounds like a good beer, though. But Avery does good beer. So speaking of Avery,
there's a banging beer.
I'm about to tweak out again here.
Oh, tweak.
Yeah. So
That's a big lump, isn't it?
I'm all about the can
Right.
art. I'm all about the can art. But this looks like a very
That's my next one.
Oh, I've had a few. We get a few bits from those.
Energy City.
Yeah, we get a few beers from them.
So does
Chicago.
this seem odd to you that this type of beer, it says Best Buy September 1st of 2024?
What's the ABV on it?
no. Let's guess.
I guess it's a sour. I don't know.
It's a sour.
4.1 is my guess. 4.1. No, 3.8. 3.8.
What's the style? It is a Goza.
No, it's a, let's see, Berliner style Weiss.
Berliner Weiss.
Yeah.
3.8.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rod, what's your
sounds-
guess?
No, that can be fine.
that sounds about That's
Yeah.
what I thought.
What's your guess?
If it was a
Rod?
hoppy beer, I'd be like,
I
get
wasn't
out.
guessing ABV. I just want to know. He
Well,
would have
now
known
you're
if it's so
guessing, Rod.
good.
What's your guess?
A Berliner Weiss is probably around like 4.2, 4.3.
I reckon. But it's an American one, so that's what I'm thinking.
How do we end up on? How do we end up? How do we end up on
Yeah.
Mike's show? How do we end up on guess the ABV all of a sudden?
I reckon like 5.5, 5.4, 5.4, 5.5.
3.8.
3.8.
Is it really?
No,
No, that was Santa's guess.
that was her guess.
3.8.
Okay.
You're all low.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You know,
It's not an Imperial Goza.
an imperial. Yeah.
It's 6.5.
Really?
Okay, 6.8. Okay.
See, I did say it's American, so I did pitch a bit higher than what it should be, but shit.
So this is pink guava and pineapple. Bistro Cabana is the name of
Pink
it.
guava and pineapple, Berliner Weiss.
Energy City, 6.5, or what I say?
It's a 6.6.
6.5.
Yeah.
6.5%.
No, I'm excited because I'm like, I feel like that's going to be like a really light, refreshing beer.
I think it's going to be quite bold in flavour. Wise.
Contains fruit, invert, and swirl can before serving. But I kind of thought the
Let me swirl.
Yeah,
the Best Buy date was kind of, that seems long for that style of beer. That's why I was asking.
Oh no, you can definitely have. I mean, you could get a lambic that's 3-some%, and I'll be good.
Oh yeah, I mean
Oh,
Lambic.
yeah.
Well, you get a Lambic,
Never was strong enough.
that they go years, you know.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't drink it more than 5 years old. Any Lambic.
I don't even smell it.
But the tweak
Smell it.
is a nice session.
I don't
13.1.
even.
Yeah, I knew it was a big lump. Yeah.
Yeah, this is actually down from the previous tweak versions.
I've watched
They were higher.
reviews of
Is
that.
this?
Look at
is
the colour of
like
that.
Yeah,
thing
It's
you
like
can get
smoothie.
wherever you get-
See, that's not a Berliner Weiss. It just doesn't look like.
Oh,
one.
they have Berliner Weiss like that for the smoothie
Look at that!
now.
Look at that
Yeah.
gloopiness.
That looks like
Shit just
450
floating to the
North.
top.
That looks like
Yeah.
a 450
That's gonna
North.
be that's a fruit smoothie, man.
Hey, get back to the comments here. Let me
That's a fruit
see.
smoothie.
Smells like a 450 North.
It looks like one.
Cheers to you, Liz, as well. Hey, right, you're absolutely right. 99 cents for a dozen eggs is the average right now. Now, but yeah, so I remember when people were like $3 for a dozen eggs, right? 99 cents now. So
Mm.
prices are coming back down.
good.
99 cents for a dozen eggs.
99 per dozen. It used to be like $3. People were freaking out. So things are coming back down.
That's, even that's pretty
Well,
damn cheap.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I bought it before.
That'd be like 75p for
Well,
a dozen eggs over here.
Yeah.
I've never seen that price.
The problem you have with inflation is what we call a trailing indicator. So
Yeah.
you're always looking at it from behind. So you're not really at the same point. By the time you look at it, it's already been through where it went through already. So you're always catching on the back end. Best way of my day to lose weight was smart off to some big tall dude in the club, straight liquor for 6 months. The more you know.
You're up, Blake. How you doing, bro?
Yeah, cheers, Blake. That's one way to lose weight when you got a wired jaw.
You're right, exactly.
I just do loads of walking. That's what I'm trying to do at the moment.
2,000 a month, right? Well, it depends on the apartments. You're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 bed. I mean, depending on which ones you're looking at, and then location also. So that comes into play. Blake. Let's see here. Our dozen eggs are $4 a dozen, between 4
How
and
much
6.
is a dozen
What?
eggs here?
That should be down now.
They've come down around here. They've come down in price. Now I
Yeah.
think they're maybe three something.
I really don't pay attention unless it's like.
What's up, Chatio? Chatio's drinking an
Don't say
anchor.
unless it's like you don't pay attention.
No,
to
I
it.
do. Like if I want, like if I'm going like the the mushrooms, like, and there's like I don't pay attention to the price of eggs or milk or just things that are like staples. But then if I'm like looking at like dinners, like frozen dinners, I mean, I pay attention. But the damn frozen mushrooms, I'm like, I want some fried mushrooms, and it's like $8 for like 2 servings, and I'm like, I buy them, but I'm like, that's kind of ridiculous.
Make them yourself.
Yep.
Problem solved.
Chatio's drinking an
Honestly,
anchor
ramen
right now.
noodles, ramen noodles, like ramen noodles always has your back.
Yeah.
99 cents.
No, you know where you are with them.
Are you playing taps while you're drinking an anchor, Chatio? Cheers. Lighting into the west. I should be driving back home before it reaches here. Oh
shit.
You're ahead of the storm. All right, Dave, check your Twitter there. My prediction for the lightning seems to be moving up instead. It just flashed over the trees to the parking lot's west edge. So now you're driving into it? It skipped over you?
Love lightning. Love a good storm. I love
Too hot.
thunderstorms.
I don't know about that.
It's sassy.
And Blake's at 7.5. Blake's ABV answer is always 7.5 regardless.
He got good. I mean, he was the closest.
He just always goes with 7.5.
I
I was 5.5, so
7.5.
Even
It's
though
actually
mine-
I was 5.5.
it's
I was
actually
one
not a
out.
bad guess
You were one out.
most of the time, probably.
You were one low, he was one high. So you and Blake were tied.
There you go.
My hand smells
Oh,
like
shut up,
baby
Blake.
breath.
Let's
It's awful.
Her breath wishes.
Love you, brother.
see here. So I was seeing if Mal was going to get in here at some point. We'll see if she ends up making it or not. She had a family thing. I said earlier. So Dave's going to jump on her for beer in front. I do have some beer questions, but we're going to wait till Dave jumps on here.
Is it multiple choice?
No, just regular questions. Why? You got multiple choice questions you want to ask or something?
No, I won't get the answer right if it's
She wouldn't
not
do it,
multiple choice.
There is no wrong answer. It's just an answer,
It's just what do you like?
Fair enough.
right?
You know, are you grumpy or not?
You're right.
Are you grumpy?
Cheers, Angie. Yeah, grumpy. Yeah. Who's your favorite? What's your favorite dwarf? Is it Grumpy? Because you said that to Craig.
Or sassy. Very sassy.
No, Grumpy is my favorite because.
Oh yeah, I bet because Craig's grumpy.
You know why Grumpy is
It's like,
sad?
it's late. I gotta get off now. I gotta go.
Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
Grumpy.
I got a jet.
Cheers, JV. Answer is
I'm
D,
JV.
7.5. Everybody's taking Blake's answer, 7.5, 7.5.
No, grumpy and sad are my favorites because I'm like, why are you grumpy? Why are you sad?
For happy would be your favorite just because.
No,
Happy.
happy is boring. Like I'm happy, so why would
What the hell's happy?
All right.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Something like that. Yeah.
Was it the happy song Pharrell did? Pharrell?
Missed.
Happy, yeah. Happy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good song though. That's a good song though.
Whatever
that
it is,
was my not my ringtone, but my to wake up. Like I would set my alarm on my phone, and you could like download a song to wake you up, and that was
Oh
my
my god, I couldn't part with that.
Yeah. That song got
My
annoying.
song
That song got
is-
annoying. It got annoying
I
after a
just
point.
figured I'd across the
It was
room.
just
Well, I've just been asleep. It's like I'm not happy at all. I'm awake now.
Not when you're waking me up. I'm not happy. No.
at a certain
No.
point. At a certain point, that was like the Barney song when you heard that. It was just like it's hurting my
No.
ears. It's hurting my ears everywhere.
No, but that's the thing. You're not happy when you wake up. So you need something to convince you that you're happy.
I'm
I mean,
happy when I wake up.
Set your alarm and it's like,
I mean, I'm not
"Oh,
dead,
this
so I
is
should
the
be happy.
worst. Let's go back.
I
to
mean,
You're never gonna get up.
that could depend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Motivation.
some people are extra happy when they wake up.
Yeah. Really. I'm so happy I'm getting out of bed now.
You're so happy you what?
I'm getting out of bed now. You know, it's just like, who says that? You wake up, you go, oh, 5 more minutes. You know?
Does everybody lay there on snooze? Do you guys get right out of bed, or you lay there on snooze for?
Oh, snooze. I start an hour before I need to
Oh
go.
my god, I hit snooze for like
45
Really?
Yeah. An hour. I'm an
Why
hour.
don't you just set the time to when you need to get up?
I just get up.
No,
just
'cause I don't wanna get
my
up.
time when I
But
gotta get up, I get up.
it's like I'm cushioning the blow of getting up.
yes. Yes.
What blow? It's just get up and go.
Well, you're getting up
Because I can't.
out of bed.
Now, you know what actually happens when I wake up? I go to the bathroom. Now I'm laying there. I'm like, I'm not going back to sleep. So I just got to get up and go.
I ain't rushing out of
You know
bed.
how lucky you are
I
because
like that 10-minute slot where you right snooze 10 minutes.
10
I
minutes.
can't. Yeah.
So do
Yeah,
you go?
every 10 minutes.
Do you fall back asleep?
I was going to say, do you actually?
Yeah, 10 minutes. Easy.
no,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. I'll do that for an hour.
I mean, maybe for a minute.
And then I'm like, this is getting boring now. I'm getting up.
I gotta warm up. Get out of bed.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
It's like
Yeah.
I was talking about practice. Talking about practice. Talking about practice.
Practice.
I get it. The alarm goes off. I hit it. I'll check my phone because it's on my phone for the alarm. Couple quick
Yeah, mine
things to
too.
read while I'm laying there. Then I'll get up like in 5 minutes.
I mean,
But I can't go back to sleep. I'm already up. I want to go back to sleep.
but what you do isn't that much different. So he sets his alarm. He doesn't push snooze, but he sets his alarm for like an hour before he has to leave the house.
Oh,
He gets up. He lets the dogs out. Does whatever he's got to do.
Who let the dogs out? Todd.
I
So,
let the
like,
dogs out.
so he jumps out of bed for 15 minutes. He does whatever he's got to do. And then I got to be at work before he does. But then I come out and kiss him goodbye and leave. And he's like laying on the bed. And he sets another alarm to make sure, because he gets on the couch and he's like, I'm gonna fall asleep. He doesn't always fall asleep. But
So
you're
I listen to the news and stuff.
But-
Sometimes I might doze, but
it's not like you just jump out of bed and be like, oh, I'm going to work. I'm going to do all these productive things before I go to work.
So nobody gets up and does like 20 push-ups and 20 sit-ups and gets the blood flowing.
But I also get up because I gotta go. I got a half-hour drive.
I think getting out of bed is
watch the news.
nice, really.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, but
That's the big push-up, getting out of bed itself. Yeah.
That's
hey,
it.
we're all different.
I'm
We all-
halfway
We're
there.
all different. We all
No, but it's just
approach
interesting.
life in
Yeah.
different ways.
I like to just cushion the blow. Just like, I don't.
Yeah.
That I agree. Like, so I have to. Okay, literally, I work a mile down the road, so I have to be at work at 6:30 in the morning. I set my alarm for 5:54, and I push snooze until 6:17, and then I jump
Very
out of bed.
precise. Very precise.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen it for 5 years. So
It's
I
like
get
clockwork.
up,
Yeah.
I brush my teeth. I go to the bathroom, and I lay my clothes out before the night before.
Oh yeah, you do. Yeah, you got to do that. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, it's not that complicated because I wear the same thing to work every day. I jump out of bed. I come in here.
Not literally the same clothes.
I put my coffee on.
No, I know. Yeah.
I put my coffee on, and while my coffee's brewing, I put my shoes on. And then by the time I put my shoes on, tell Todd, love you, bye. My coffee's done. I'm in my car, and I'm at work.
It's still late.
You still late?
And I have a 7-minute grace period.
It uses every second of it.
You have a 7-minute grace period to check in. How do you have a 7 minutes? What company uses a 7-minute grace period? Yeah.
7 minutes.
I have until 6:37.
And she's the best one at it. Most of them probably don't even come in until like a half hour after.
No, well, I've got no choice now. I've just got to get up now.
It works.
See,
That's
snooze
all I can
snooze
say.
bar merely prolonged. I've never hit the snooze bar myself.
Me either.
I don't mind the snooze one, but yeah, I know how many I've got before I need to get out of bed.
Yeah.
Because like I said,
I've got 2 more. I've got 2 more. I've got 1
10
more.
minutes, the best, that 10-minute snooze is the best sleep. I can't see how you can fall back asleep for 10 minutes. It just
I can do it. I
Always
can do that easily.
sleep, but it's like, oh my god.
Because I turn the thing, I put it on snooze. It's like it can't be 10 minutes already. So it's one of those.
yeah, it's
When
only like 10
when
minutes.
we first started dating, she used to set her alarm clock across the room.
I have a scar on my leg.
Get
Oh
up,
my god!
get up and hit snooze, and then go back and get
Wow.
There's
back.
no way.
No,
No
I'm such
way.
a bitch, when I was in high
There's
school,
no point. You may as well just get out of bed
Right?
and get out.
Right.
I
Right.
said, dude,
hey, we're all different.
25 years.
No, but
If you're walking across the room, how do you not
I
stay
ain't
up?
getting. If I'm getting across the room, I'm getting up. I'm not.
Yeah.
Right.
Got to be right next to me. I'm like,
Right.
you know.
But there's another element to this story. It's like, so I must have lived at home. I mean, I don't know. I have a scar across my leg. When I was in high school, I would be like, oh my God, it's so hard to get up. So I would like, you need to do better, Shannon. So I'm like, back in the day of the alarm clocks, I would have an alarm clock and I would set it across my room. And when it would go off, I'd have to get up to go across. But I was so sloppy. I would leave my dresser drawers open. And so I went to turn my alarm clock off and I ran into my dresser drawer and put a gash in my leg. And I crawled right back into bed.
You did not go back to
across the
sleep
room,
again.
turned it off, went back
Oh,
to
yeah.
bed. And then I was like, why is
Why's
everything-
my sheets all bloody?
why is everything so wet? And I'm like bled all over the damn room. But I went right to bed.
Is this when you were on Ambien?
No, I was in high school. I was in high school. Yes, no.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember doing that 20 alarms at the same time.
Yeah. It's a Willy Wonka thing there.
Yep.
Was they're making a new Willy Wonka movie? I'm like, are we making
Are
a movie
they?
about this guy again? Yeah. Well, they were before everybody went on strike. I don't know if they're still going to get it done or not, but they were.
Oh yeah, there's a load of actors on strike.
Everybody's
Yeah.
going on a
Yeah.
strike.
Yeah.
The beer
Great.
people, the actors. the people.
Greedy. What do
Yeah.
I mean? They get
I
paid
thought-
enough.
Well, the actors are going on strike to back the writers that are on strike because the writers weren't getting paid enough.
Right.
And so the actors was solidarity by going on to back the writers.
Why don't they just give them some of their wage then?
They're like, whoa, wait a minute now. We want them to get their money. We want to go.
Hey, and it's like they're that concerned.
Well, you know what's funny? So they got the Barbie movie coming out, right?
Yes,
stuff.
Ryan Gosling
So
and Margot Robbie.
God,
so they had like a
Todd's
red
really
carpet.
impressed by that.
Yeah, right. They had a red carpet event for it. So because the actors are going on strike at a certain time, they bumped up the red carpet 2 hours so that the actors could come out and do it and not be going against the SAG rules and not going on strike.
Don't be
with the
a
writers.
scab.
But I'm
Don't
like,
be a scab.
does that like sound shady or what? Like, just have it the regular time, and they're like, we're not going to do it now because they're on strike.
Loopholes.
Right.
They're like, don't move it up. Like, okay, well, I'll go still do it because I get my money, but then we'll come back and we'll support you later on. It's like the whole Bud Light thing. It's like, which way are you going to go on this? You know? So, to the point, like Craig said, just give them some of your money. You make a lot of money. You know?
Yeah, if you're that concerned, then just
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Yeah.
To give them a percentage of the rights or whatever.
Money.
If you're really for it, take the hit. I
We'll support you. We'll go on strike.
I always use the example of Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was in his prime and he took the hit. Like, I'm not going to go fight in the Vietnam War. Go ahead, try to send me to jail. We'll go to court. Prime of my career, go ahead, take the belts away from me. I'm not going to do it because of my conscience. That's how it should be.
Yes.
You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You need to know who you are. And
yeah, but you need to be strong enough. A lot of people are like sheep, though, aren't they? They're
Yeah.
just like,
Yeah.
I feel bad for those people that don't like I mean, I have a lot to learn, but I'm also kind of like, I know who I am and what I stand for. And yes, like
You and Popeye, I know what I am.
Damn, I am.
We got Dave in the house from Beer Front. It was happening, my friend.
Nothing. How's everybody doing tonight?
I do.
I like your curtains, Dave.
Oh, thank you.
Watch out, Shannon may steal them. She may steal them
right.
because they're looking for some curtains right now.
All right.
How you doing? Because now Dave's coming from recently tornado impacted Chicago, which was kind of a weird type thing, and even at the airport they had stuff happening.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm glad I took the whole week off. My wife has some family issues she has to deal with, so I took the week off, and it was bad. Like, my dog doesn't like the rain and thunderstorms and all that.
What's your
And
dog's
then I'm sorry?
What's your dog's name?
Moira Rose.
From Schitt's Creek. Oh
Yes.
My God,
Yeah.
I love it.
It's got a surname. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Does she have wigs?
Yeah. So she's not a big fan of the rain. And then I'm looking and trying to like calm her down. And then I'm seeing stuff on Twitter about them evacuating terminals and sending everyone down to the tunnels. I'm like, whoever worked for me, I know I need to pay them back a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny what I saw on the news. Like, one of the hotels was, and I always call it like the Jetson car hotel. There's like, I don't know if it's a hotel, but a garage. And you probably know what I'm talking about, like down off of Wacker. It's one of the high rises where our cars parked. And it's like a Jetson cartoon when they used to park the ships. And I was like, our hotel was not that far from there. So I'm like, that was pretty close to downtown where they were showing stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty wild last night.
Yeah.
I was in Chicago briefly back in late May.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Craig. Why were you here? Like, just
I went to meet up with Joey and a load of others that come across and stuff.
Did you have a good time?
Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah. But I was only there for 3 days. So
That's
I come
crazy. All the way here for 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sleep on the plane. You're fine.
Yeah, you're good to go, right?
Yeah. So there was, I wouldn't come back for 3 days again, of course, but yeah.
Yeah, if you come across that far and only be here that short, it's kind of like jet lag.
Yeah, it's just
So,
I couldn't really get absolutely hammered, and I was like, I've got to fly back and all that.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, like so many people.
I wanted to get stoned. I wanted to get stoned as well, but it didn't happen. So I did get stoned, but yeah, not crazily. But
Yeah, which is
I
funny
was
because you were with Joey. I'd expect
exactly. I was quite into that, but I was like,
I love to be stoned.
I'm thinking of anyway. Doesn't matter.
Which you can now come to Baltimore. Baltimore is fully legal. They're selling it now in Maryland.
No, I must admit, the last few weeks I've been like, you know what?
Ugh.
I've got some contacts, but it's obviously it's illegal over here, so it's like, I've got to be careful.
So we
We'll
talked
see
earlier. We talked earlier, Dave, about the Anchor Brewing, and that was kind of the biggest news story of the week outside of Bud Light. But yeah,
I saw that, Rod. I mean, I thought that you all probably talked about it before I got on here, but 126 years they were open and then they closed.
Anchor.
yeah.
I didn't realize it was that long. I thought it was.
No, it was actually they pretty much it was 1960 something. I can't remember the exact 65 when Fritz Maytag came in and basically saved them from bankruptcy at that time.
Oh shit!
And then resurrected them with the steam beer stuff.
Where are they now?
Who, Fritz?
I think Fritz is still around.
Yeah.
God, where's that from?
It's weird, isn't it?
So maybe someone else will step in here on the liquidation. They're saying, but
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
all of the like assets are going to be up
Wow.
on the cheap. So I think if somebody's smart and they just want to stay local in California, I think they'll get a good deal and could like bring the brand back as like a California only beer. I mean, California is the second biggest beer market in the country, though. You don't need to be nationwide. You could just focus on California and make a good living.
Yeah. Well, another thing that pops up too with Sapporo being the owner basically of it, they could maybe somebody contract brew something under that name too. Maybe I don't know. They could try to come up with different ideas if they wanted to. I think they don't want to. They like,
yeah,
we're going
it just
straight
sounds
Stone
like
at this
Sapporo
point.
really just after they bought Stone, they just didn't give a shit about Anchor anymore, and they just like let them die. Which
Yeah.
you know, it's a shame. But in all honesty, when was the last time any of us went out and bought an Anchor Steam?
Well, now a couple Christmases ago,
we don't even.
Yeah.
We don't even get them over here. We used to get them in supermarkets, but they kind of disappeared about 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
So we were talking about this. Are you a snooze button person? You get right up when the alarm
No,
goes off.
I'm up, and I'm usually up like
Quit
2 minutes
bragging.
before the
Quit
alarm.
bragging.
I wake up like 2 minutes before the alarm. All right, I'm up, and I just
Yeah, there is days where that happens to me, but yeah,
Usually,
Oh.
usually I'm awake because her alarm goes off. Behind him. Alright.
you're saying it while
And
You're
she's
saying
not,
that now,
she's not even getting up. She just has the alarm go off. Yeah, Big Day says he rarely hits a snooze. He's up, zombie to the cure. Yeah, you got to get that coffee in early.
oh yeah.
Coffee is definitely a help.
JV jumps up, gets ready right off the bat.
There you go.
Use some morning alarms as well. Alarming to say the least. JV dropping the dad jokes.
Like, want a treat? Like, oh my God, he's in there in the hand.
Wear the same underwear every day. Seems to be the one.
Yeah.
Less time to change there. Oh man, that's funny.
Yeah, I
Trash,
watched it.
cheers.
Expect nothing
Watch a
less.
Got fresh. I did watch a bit of Vanishes earlier.
I roll over, do a bump of Colombian marching powder, and try to fall asleep while Ace of Spades continues to play as the alarm song. It works. Ace of Spades, there's a name you don't hear as much anymore.
Yeah.
I need my eggies in the morning too. I feel like you got a lumberjack breakfast, Gilbert, when you get up in the morning.
You're right. Pancakes.
Hashtag moist. I'm not sure what the moist is. There a special word that we're doing there.
I know where he's going.
It's like password. The secret password is moist. Craig, you ever messed up and instead of hitting the snooze, hit stop instead?
Yeah, normally when I'm quite drunk.
Oh, they're amazed by your use of the snooze button there. Thank you for the raid, my friends.
Yeah, I press the wrong button. I'll stop.
Yeah. Less movies means more time to do other things in life. Although instead of watching superhero, be the superhero. Yeah. So if you can't watch TV, you can't go to the movies, you can come watch us on YouTube.
There you go.
There you go.
Hey,
We're
I'm late to the party. What's everyone drinking tonight?
Oh, at this point, I am drinking a tweak from Avery Brewing. After drinking the Evil Twin Imperial Biscotti Break.
Oh, really? Shit. Well, Dragon's Milk, nice.
Oh, nice.
Energy
What one
City.
is that? Is that
Energy
the
City's
OG?
out by me.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's close to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these are, they're out of.
So, Dave, what's that one? Is that the triple mash?
No, that's just a regular Dragon's Milk. I haven't
that's
had.
regular. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't had this one in a while, so I'm like, I just grabbed it actually today.
Nice beer.
Good price point too for like I just bought it a single bottle, $4.65, which generally for your barrel age you're spending $10 on a can. So that was a good price point, but it's really good beer. I haven't had this in years. This is great.
Yeah, it's a good. Yeah, that's good.
That's a lovely beer, that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always. I think I still got a coffee chocolate I got to review for the Dragon's Milk.
I've had the Solero version of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's really good.
That's really nice. Yeah. That was last year. Yeah.
But I think with them, they actually made a move this year to kind of not do as many of the variants, it seems. They kind of go back to that might be part of their cost cutting things too, to kind of keep things more slimlined rather than doing a different variants every 3 or 4 months.
Right. Yep.
And the first thing I did with ChatGPT was have it pound out a script in under a minute. You know, they may start putting out scripts and they got no writers. Well, we'll just have ChatGPT write a show for us.
Yeah, there you go.
Wouldn't that suck? Then everything is automated.
Rod, we can just sit back and drink and just have ChatGPT write our whole podcast for us.
Right. I tell you what, there's a lot of cool things you can actually do with it, and watching some of the other channels and stuff that kind of talk about YouTube and just anything from scripts to the title you want to put on your thing to description. And if you want even to write a book, you can actually knock that out with ChatGPT and flip some stuff around and stuff. I mean, you know, it's going to be interesting over the years to see how that starts to transcend some stuff, just because it's Pandora's box. How far will it go? That's the question nobody knows the answer to.
Well, even like with this whole actor strike that's going on, there was a thing I read this afternoon where like the studios want to pay you for a day's work and they'll digitize your face and they'll own the rights to that forever. So they could just use your face in future projects and not have to pay the actor a dime. And he just got paid for one day's work. So yeah, it's pretty scary.
Yeah. It's just a different automation. I saw a video earlier of one of the pizzerias they're doing, and they're making a pizza and it's all automated. And I know, Dave, you're like, that's just wrong. I know, I agree. But they had everything from the dough, where the machine would mash the dough down and it'll do everything and it'll drop top. I mean, it's just like, how far do you want to take this, right? And then you're costing people jobs at a point. Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, you keep watching them with these cars that drive themselves. Wait until they start using them kind of like Ubers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just glad I'm old, so I won't be around when all this shit really kicks in. Yeah.
Cheers to that. Cheers to that, my friend. Yeah, I'll be taking an automated car to the grave, but you know, that's for you guys to deal with later on.
Yeah.
You've reached your destination.
Yeah, right.
Who said that?
As bad as I want to mention curtains, I'll refrain from saying curtains, even though I really want to say curtains. So, how do you get the people riled up about curtains all the time, Todd?
Yeah, have no idea.
JV said, "Cool to your name." He said he actually has a dog named Axl Rose.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. Hashtag Thrash is trolling me. Well, Thrash will do that if you let him. Sweet dog of mine. Hashtag JV wanted a piece. Thrash is trolling you. Real good. Craig met Joey. He said he's not in any rush to come back for some reason. Well, it was either Joey or Cleveland. I don't know which one, but
Joey's coming over to. Well, he says he's coming to London October time, but we'll see.
I try to tell Craig Cleveland is not representative of the rest of the country. So
yeah, I did get some funny looks when I said I went to America. Where'd you go? I was like, I went to Cleveland, Ohio, and everyone's like, huh?
On purpose? Yeah. Like, what?
I was like, where the fuck's that? Sorry, I'm sorry.
You never seen a Drew Carey show?
Like, the Rock and Roll Museum, and it's like, no.
Now that would be cool. I haven't been to that. That would be cool.
No, I just wasn't enough time. I'd like to have done.
Yeah,
we went to Fathead Brewery. Yeah, we went to Fathead Brewery. That was good, but it was just not enough time, and
rotting curtains. Yeah,
there you go. You could have AI write your show all about different curtains. You could just like come on in the beginning and the end, and you're good. Watch like the $1 million come in from YouTube. You'll be set.
I'd like to go back though.
Yeah, for the millions of people with curtain fetishes out there. Gilbert said he drove through shits a couple weeks ago. Up there, he's up in Canada. So
Yeah.
I would like to go back though, JB, but it's going to it'll feel a bit weird. But anyway.
Paul Ray is drinking a cheap Bud Light. He said, "Hey, a deal is a deal." There you go. I mean, it costs you what, 10 cents for a 12-pack now because they give you the $15 back. Thrash is trolling everybody. Grow some hair. What are these stashes all over the place here? They are people. They are basically paying people to buy it now. So, yeah. And if you missed my story earlier, I happened to share. People were talking about Kid Rock shooting up the Bud Lights. Kid Rock is selling Bud Light in his bar, so I don't know if you knew that or not. So,
yeah. Kid Rock's a jagoff.
He is. You can come on and call jagoffs anybody you want on my
Yeah.
show there. I know you're trying to keep it clean on yours, but yeah, he was definitely in that jagoff category.
I gave you a shout out last week, and I called people jagoffs, right?
Did you?
Yeah.
So I got to get caught up. See, I'm off this
Yeah.
next week, so I can get caught up on your
Yeah.
shows. Let's see here. Late drinking. Awesome beers tonight. Indeed. And Lunar Brew is still going strong.
Yeah.
Yes. They had some great beers there. Let me see here. Gilbert was saying steak and eggs. I wouldn't think anything less for you for breakfast, Gilbert, than steak and eggs.
So good right now.
Yeah. Probably some pancakes on the side.
Steak and eggs, or some like chorizo and eggs. Oh yeah, you're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Now you're talking.
Too old. You were all in the same there, Thrash.
Yeah.
Seems why Shannon and Todd are against curtains and wrote a whole book. Way too much to post. Oh, what's up, Blake? Oh, sorry, my net dropped. Cheers, everyone. Welcome back, my friend. Yeah, you might have some of that weather coming through there, so be safe as well. Let's see, are you fishing? I wish, brother. My net won't help that. He's in Arkansas. Kid Rock is still alive. Yeah, right? He's been relevant since Bud Light brought the beer, this whole beer thing. So, yeah, he's still out there. So, yeah, but got caught up in the comments. So,
somewhere he's lurking.
Somewhere. Let's see. Beer question. What do I have for beer questions here? Let me swing over to my other folder because StreamYard gives you every week. It's like new stuff to play with on here that you can set up.
Real quick, Rod, you pay for the StreamYard or you do the free service?
I actually got the in between. I pay for it, but I got it was a special thing. They did like $10 a month.
Okay.
Where you can get pretty much everything just about from the 20, except you got to keep StreamYard up there. And then that's what I actually do. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I pay for the 20 quid, 20 or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah, if they come out with the 10 again, because you can usually
they
invite people in, I'll let you know.
They done a Black Friday thing, didn't they, a couple of years ago, whenever it was?
I think they did do that. Yeah, they did like a couple times where they would do like the special $10 thing. And
I need to like maybe unsubscribe for a couple of months before and then see what happens.
I was just like, I don't mind the StreamYard logo being up there really, and if you get just about everything you get for the 20, because I'm doing the one stream basically Thursday. This week was a different week where I had the barbecue show on, and then I had the beer diet show on. I'm gonna have more stuff like that, so eventually maybe I'll go to the other level, but most of the time I'm just doing the one stream a week. So like, why not just get that there or whatever? And it gives you like 50 hours of saving space and everything too.
All right, that's not bad.
Yeah, no. And I take it from here and I can download it right to my podcast and stuff too. So
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I signed up for like that 1 month when I did the award show.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just like, I can't justify paying for this because that's not what I do. So I can't spend at that time. I think it was like $20 a month. And
that's what I pay at the moment. It's like, but I use it a lot, and sometimes I'd like you can just go live when you want. And
I figure occasionally I get some nickels from YouTube, and that pays for the StreamYard. Nickels. Yes, a little more than pennies, Craig.
No, I get it. I'm just like,
But since we are dealing with such heat wave, here's a question for you guys: favorite beer style to beat
the heat? Oh,
hot. Like, what's your favorite beer style to beat the heat?
Well, you said to beat, and then you froze.
You froze.
Oh, it froze? I didn't know it froze.
I assume you said the heat, but
yeah. With 4 guys on here, the heat. The heat.
Yeah. It's like to beat. I'm like, that's a very unfortunate cause.
Nice lubricating ale. Yeah.
Just saying, but yeah.
Bad top. Lubricating ale. Yes.
Just about to say something else, but yeah.
That works. Whichever, yeah.
No, Jergens is not a beer. So, so like, what's your favorite beer styles to kind of deal with the heat? If it's hot, like you want to drink a beer, what do you like to enjoy?
I like a Radler, like a German Radler or something. Pretty good. Like Pauliner, Lemon Radler, they're awesome. Just hits a spot, or a Hoffenstoffer Radler.
Okay, I've had that. That's a good one.
I can't remember what one it is. You've got a couple of different versions out. They've got a pineapple one out at the moment, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've not had that one. But yeah, the grapefruit.
Grapefruit, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Goza sometimes kind of hits nice when it's hot out. Like saltiness and the fruitiness of the Gozas usually.
Yeah. Yeah, I like a nice Goza too.
You know, when it's really hot out, you're outside on the grill, whatever. Like a nice crisp American lager, and not a macro, but there's a lot of breweries out there that are putting out great lagers that are, 4.5%, 5%.
Yeah.
So probably something like that. Like locally here in Chicago, Alarmist has one called, I think it's called Midwest Royalty, and they use some corn. And that's just something you could just pound down all day.
Yeah.
You're not going to get hammered. Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, ice cold. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think those are good ones there. I think of the Dogfish Head Sequence Ale is one I actually like to enjoy. That's like a nice one. I'm not sure if they're making that now. I haven't seen it in a good amount of time, but that's like a nice one to actually have there. But like the Rattler, like Craig mentioned, always an easy type drinking type style. It's lighter, it's refreshing, it's got a nice feel to it. It's funny how I can enjoy a Rattler, but I can't stand a Shandy because Shandies get too mess for me. So usually I prefer to have versus a Chandler. But like you said too, Dave, the some of the lagers there are pretty solid. Cream ales aren't bad either. They actually have to beat the heat there too. So yeah. So even like a Genesee cream ale, or like when I was in Cincinnati, Warp Wing out of Dayton, they had one called Ermel's, which was like a nice ale to enjoy too. So yeah.
What about cold IPA? They're quite refreshing.
Cold IPA or India Pale Lager? What year are we in?
not IPL.
No. Well, I mean, it's basically the same outcome, but right? They
kind of. But I just found them. They're a little bit more crisper.
They're a little more. Yeah, because it's more like the lager appeal. But it's just more hoppy. It's just more hoppy, really. So I can enjoy one of those.
They're well. I've only had a few. It took me a while. What the hell is this rubbish?
Yeah. I feel like I say that in tongue in cheek because I just feel the India Pale Lager wasn't selling enough, and they were like, "Hey, if we put IPA on, everybody buys IPAs. So let's change the name on it." And it was almost.
But they're not refreshing though. IPLs aren't refreshing. They're not for me.
If they're cold, for me, if they were cold and stuff, I still can see a similarity between the two. I still get kind of a good feel. But,
I just think cold IPAs are cleaner.
Yeah.
That's the thing. They haven't got that quite as an intense hop thing. There's a bit there, but yeah. They remind me of like a slightly hoppy Pilsner than anything else.
Yeah. And you can find some good sours too that are actually nice and refreshing as well. That can, especially like maybe some of the smoothie. Although if they're too sugary, that would weigh down on you a little bit, I think. But
I haven't tried the smoothies yet. I keep seeing it, and it's like, no, I can't. Like if I can find it in a mix pack where I don't have to commit to a 12-pack, maybe I would do it. But
especially if you've never had it before, it's like, you don't want a 12-pack.
For my state of things, they're pretty delicious. They're like an adult smoothie. However, I know we talked about before. You asked me a couple things. There's lactose. I think there's probably lactose in a good amount of them when they make them. So that could. You gotta make sure you're lactose tolerant or whatever. But they're pretty tasty. I mean, it's just like, if you were going in and get one of those little things in high school or grade school from the little 7-Eleven type thing, and yeah, they're pretty good. But you know, it's a flavor thing. You don't want the ones that are definitely, again, sours can be pushed where they're oversaturated, too strong. So the one I have from like Imprint Beer Company has done like some of the better ones I've actually had out there. They're pretty solid
Right.
usually. So I
Yeah.
really enjoy their stuff that they do. Let me see here. Schitt's Creek was filmed in Goodwood, Ontario. Oh, nice. Yeah, I said nickels, not pennies. Thrash nickels. Sipping a New Glarus 2 women lager. Tasty.
Oh,
There's
that's a good one.
nice
Yeah,
lager there to beat the heat.
That's a good one.
Who ordered the slits?
Hey! Don't shit on Schlitz. I'm a Schlitz guy.
Do they still make Schlitz? Do you still
Yes,
get that
they
there?
do.
Okay.
Yes, they do, young man.
I need to do an old school beer thing. And
They
have
do
some old
actually
school
still
beer.
make those.
Yes, they do.
I have a
I've not
Schlitz-
heard anyone drink them for ages.
I have a Schlitz.
Well,
meal
you don't
outside.
listen to my show. I'm a Schlitz guy. I
No,
usually
no. In
walk around
fairness,
with a
you
Schlitz hat. Yeah.
You are right. So
He said, my dad used to drink Schlitz back in the day. Yeah.
how you doing, Ange? You're right, love.
French toast over the flapjack. I was going to say French toast, but I thought it might be too fancy for you, Gilbert. So I was trying to give you the pancake flapjacks instead. But yeah, you are fancy, so we'll give you the French toast. I don't care if you are like 6'10".
Well, I did French toast for dinner last week.
There you go. I haven't had French toast in a while. I do like some French toast. Oh, there's a name from the past, Falstaff.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Summer beer, work beer, Natter Day, strawberry lemonade. You know, I went through a thing, and Big Daddy, you probably remember, I think it was like last year or year before. Well, Todd, you remember when I was going through the Natter Day phase. And I was like, I would have never thought you would told me I would be drinking these. And these were actually going down like great. They are great ones to beat the heat. Yeah. I was like, if you told me I was going to be a natty drinker on something, I'd have been like,
Natter Day Saint.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Busch Lights in the last couple of years. They had the apple, and then I had a peach the other couple weeks ago on the show. It was like actually not too bad.
Yeah. I still haven't done the Busch ones yet. I need to try those at some point. I just don't want to buy a 12-pack.
Yeah.
Or a 30-pack, wherever you got to buy. Can I just get one? Just get one.
Yeah, that's a big commitment right there. 30-pack.
Yeah. You got to palm them off.
Let's give you the shits. That's been said about that. Can happen.
Don't go there, Eric. Don't go there.
You gotta know your belly. Yours on that, Eric.
The shit.
Salad. Duval Hop Series 2 or 3. Yeah, those are pretty good from Duval as well. I don't know if I have them as a summer to beat the summer heat though, but they are enjoyable.
Yeah, they are good.
And you been there, done her, boring. YouTube been choppy this evening. Maybe with the internet stuff.
It has been.
Maybe YouTube
It was earlier on.
Yeah.
Drew's.
Maybe Elon Musk is trying to buy this now.
God, man.
Pale ales are good hot weather brew. Can they be though? I mean, because pale ales, you usually would have those kind of in that 50 to 55 range. So I think like some do might have a little bit colder, but maybe if it works for you, you always follow your palate. And if it works, go with it.
Yeah, if it works, go with it.
Okay, we started a campaign to bring back OV splits, 8-ounce bottles. I refuse to golf again until I can get an entire case of OV with ice in a golf bag. I like your thinking, Emerson. That's old school.
Yeah.
I got some Busch Light peach in my fridge. I like it.
So I'm saying, Big Daddy, they ain't bad. I had some the other.
Yeah, I got to find that. If I find that, I'll try it on the show, but I got to see it at least in a 6-pack. But anything more than that, it's like, I don't know if I could commit to a 30.
I think I saw those when I was over in 4-packs, but I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Let's see
It
here.
was definitely 4 or 6. It weren't 12.
No, there's got to be 6. It wasn't 4. Yeah.
Thank
Unless they had tall boys, it might have been 4.
No, when I bought them, it was 12 when I got them.
Yeah. So here's another summer question for you. A little bit different, a little bit of a twist. Favorite fruit for a fruit-infused beer to enjoy in summer? What's the fruit you would
never done it?
No, what's the fruit you would want to have in a fruit-infused beer to enjoy Like if you have a Mexican lager like lime, you know what I mean? So what's kind of the fruit? Like pineapple is popular in a lot of different drinks.
That's what I was going to say.
Mango, like mango cart, you
I
know.
was going to say
What's your favorite fruit to have in a fruit infused beer to enjoy in the summer?
Probably for me, lemon.
Lemon?
pineapple for me.
Yeah, I'd probably have to go
good,
lime.
There you go. Nice, varied answers there.
Yeah, I mean, I personally probably mango. I've had in some of the stuff that are mango infused or coconut. Coconut infused is actually pretty good in some stuff. Which,
but usually like coconut's more in your like darker, heavier beers. You don't see like a coconut pale ale. I normally see coconut in like your imperial stouts.
Yeah, don't judge me, Dave. I know what I'm drinking. It's what I drink for summer. I don't care what it is.
Game.
It's pretty hot out there. You want to drink that 12% ABV? Don't worry about what I'm doing.
That sounds like Joe now. Coconut all the way, son.
Say I'm a grown ass man. I know how to drink.
Need to settle down now, son.
I've been drinking since you've been running around in underoos.
Underoos.
I just had to work that in there. Does anybody remember underoos?
Yeah, no.
God, yes.
I assume I know what it is, but never heard it before. Ruse.
Yeah. For a while, kids loved underoos, and parents were buying them like crazy. I don't know if they still make them or not, but you know,
not really sure if they do or not either.
Yeah.
If they don't, they should though.
And they were like superhero underoos and stuff like that. Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman, all that stuff.
Like at this point in time, they should make adult under. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, that'd be called role. That'd be called role playing.
I walk away for 2 seconds to grab a beer. What'd I miss?
Potato, Rod. You know.
Talking about role playing.
Oh, okay.
Underoos for adults are role playing. So I'll be Wonder Woman. Wow, be Batman. And they're off.
Like a storyline.
Thrash says shandy. See, I can't do the shandies. Shandies are just not.
Shandies,
yeah.
I'm with you. I'm not a shandy guy.
Oh, hand shandy. But,
New Glarus Belgian red cherry
that's
beer.
a good one.
Nice.
Yeah, that's phenomenal.
Nice. Emerson said he'd be a hard cherry guy. He likes the cherries as well. Cherry would be a good flavor. I did that one cherry stout, the Eclipse from Heavy Seas. That was pretty tasty. Truth. I know how to drive a cruise ship into the curl. I don't know who you want to use it. Maybe you should have been a pilot of the sub. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Jesus.
I'm just saying.
Saved a lot of money. Would have saved a lot of money.
I'm paying $250,000. I'm paying $250,000. If I walk in and I see a Logitech controller, I'm not staying. I'm just saying. I'm not staying.
No.
I like no. That's like for the Oregon Trail. That's not for undersea scuba diving. Underoos and role playing. And that sounds like a party, right? Had a Falstaff glass, but it broke. Oh. Yeah, that's
when
nice glass to actually have.
Play the taps on that one.
And then what I got here? Favorite summer location scene that's supposed to say to enjoy a beer. So, what was I talking about when I did that one? Because I fixed a typo. Beach, cabin. Where's your favorite location to
garden
in the summer to enjoy a beer? Is it like going to the shore? Is it like being
garden.
out the garden? Just in a garden, like just like relaxing.
Yeah.
I feel like it's somewhere with water, whether it's a pool.
That limits it.
Or, it doesn't matter. As long as there's water, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
It's like drinking. It just goes hand in hand.
Well, you can have a glass of water next year.
Yeah. Come on, Craig.
I mean, water would be near. It would be near. It would fit Todd's definition.
I'd have to just go like backyard barbecue. You
Yeah,
have your
that's where
friends
that's where I'm
over.
That's
You're
where
on
I'm
the
at.
grill, so
Yeah.
I'd have to go like it doesn't matter whose backyard.
Exactly.
Anybody who's having a backyard barbecue, I'm there
If,
for.
if you've got the weather and
Be
all
like
that carry on, it's just,
for me.
it's just
That's
great.
good.
Yeah.
That's a good one, Dave. That's a good one.
Yeah,
That's what I was, garden for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
couldn't disagree with that at all.
Yeah.
Few ribs or whatever. It's like,
Yeah. I just saw. I forget the brewery, I'll have to like go back on Instagram, but they did like a pale ale, like barbecue ribs, where they like soaked the ribs in a pale ale, and they did all like the rubs, and they threw it on the smoker. I'm like, that looks really good.
Ooh, that does sound pretty
yeah.
good.
What did they say about it?
It was just like a promo, like the brewery was putting the thing out. I'm like,
gotcha.
wow, that actually looks really
Oh, I bet
good.
it
And
was.
yeah.
It was good. Yeah.
I'm like, my wife's out of town for 2 more days. I could probably run to the store and grab a rack and do that myself.
Go grab a rack. You get arrested for that in some
Yeah.
places.
Store and grab a wrap.
Yeah.
You both.
I'll grab a couple.
Yeah. Fuck, I'm vaping and everything. She's gone. Fuck it. It's on this week. Yeah.
It's all out now.
Do it
It's all out now.
Might as well.
Speaking of, I say this in a pun type way, grabbing a rack. So I'm sitting here earlier preparing for the show, and like ET is on TV, Entertainment Tonight or whatever. Apparently, there was a judge like over in Italy that had gotten let off of a groping incident. Apparently, one of the videos he had done with some woman where he basically copped a feel there, but they let him off because it didn't go more than 10 seconds. So I guess 10 seconds is the time limit that you have in Italy if you grab a rack.
1,000, 2,000.
Yeah.
I'm like,
that's just ridiculous.
I'm just looking at it like, I don't even know what the purpose of this news story really is.
Yeah.
But apparently in literally you have a 10-second free zone.
It's like 99,000. I'm punting.
Yeah.
I'm not going for it.
11 seconds, you're getting done, son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, you're only at 9.5. Wow, here's a limoncello, and hope you enjoyed the feel. Yeah.
Yeah.
People going around with stopwatches.
There's still time.
Yeah.
There's still time.
People going around with stopwatches now. It's like,
And he's out.
is it
9.9. He's got it down to science. He's good.
keep abreast of things?
So as I check into the third beer, we're going to go ahead and jump into another of the three Floyd's coconut barrel-aged coconut stout.
Oh, nice.
Again, sessionable, 15.6 ABV.
No
Yeah,
messing.
there you go.
Right.
No messing,
I'm
man.
supposed to say one of those to send back to Indiana where it came from.
Well, you could do that. Yeah, it's funny how I can get the stuff here at Dodge like there. Yeah, I need to send you some stuff, so I could hold one back. I do have some here. So.
No, I mean, I'm not saying we didn't get it. I just don't remember seeing it. But
You didn't get it for what I got it though.
no, probably. Well, of course not, Ron. Of course not.
A 4-pack, $8.99. Are you sure about that? Yeah,
What?
right.
Yeah.
Greg, you can jump in at any time.
I literally was at one of the stores. Oh, actually,
Look at the date code on that, though.
all three of these I got deals on, but at the store they had it on the closeout thing, and I'm like, is that right over there on the closeout? And they're like, yeah, we had too many of them, and it said like $12.99 or whatever, I think, or $16.99 usually. But I'm like, well, what's it going to be? He's like, oh, we're marking that down tomorrow, but if you want to get it tonight, I'm going to give you the price or whatever. And I'm like, well, what's it for the 4-pack? And he's like, $8.99. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll grab another one. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
In the cart.
Hold my beer.
Right there, Rajay. It's in the cart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
You must have been disappointed.
Yeah, I should have wiped them all out, but yeah, they had a good amount that were still there at the time when I was there. I went back and they had more that were taken at that point, but yeah.
Well,
But Three Floyd's Coca Manga Barrel Aged Coconut Stout, 15.6% ABV, and it delivers.
they had the zombie dust everywhere when I was in Cleveland. It's like regular.
That's kind of, you can get that anywhere now.
Yeah, so
It's always one I wanted to try. Because every time I had like 6 4-packs and stuff. Like I can't keep, It's crazy.
That's a good thing you brought up there with the zombie dust. So beers that are there beers that you see out there now that had that I don't say superstar status. They were kind of those things that now you just kind of skip over, like they're just on the shelves as our buddy would say, shelfie turds or whatever like that and everything.
Sure.
But like Zombie Dust is one of those beers you used to really look for to get, but now like you walk past it and
I saw it, but by the time I saw it, I'd already got so many packs of like, God, it's gonna, when do you stop?
Yeah.
I mean, Todd, you could tell better than I could. I remember like 8-9 years ago, you'd go to Three Floyds and they have a sign out in front, no zombie dust. Like you couldn't even buy it at the brewery.
Oh yeah.
And now you could just see it everywhere.
Right.
Crazy.
I remember walking into
gas stations and all sorts.
At the time, the guy that I went to school with owned the liquor store, and he was like, got zombie dust. He every now and again he would save me a 6-pack just because I'd come in and buy their stuff, So he'd like, yeah, he knew me and all, so he'd save me one. And after a while, I was like, now they're just on the shelves everywhere.
Yeah.
It's not that it's a bad beer, but it's kind of like that. Everybody wants what they can't have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it's not that big of a deal now.
Have you tried the new Zombie Ice? I mean, that's not a bad beer.
Yeah, that's
yes.
That is
Zombie Ice, I've actually enjoyed. I've done a review on that one. That one was pretty solid as well. So
yeah, that's a good beer.
Yeah,
but you could find that everywhere. They have that in that stovepipe 19-ounce can. Yeah.
I'd like to try Hop Slam. That'd be one from Bell's. I like.
Hop Slam's really good.
That was pretty good too. But I see that later on at places. When that came out, it took them like when the stores here, it took them like 4 or 5 months for them to finally get through it all.
Yeah.
Which usually it would be gone like within a week or two. In a lot of
I mean, and that's something you don't want to like sit on. I mean,
right?
That needs to be drank fresh. Yeah.
Drink that shit fresh. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And Rod, to answer your question, I hate to say that, but it's the unspoken brewery that we don't talk about no more. Some of their beers years ago was like, they'd hit the shelves and be gone in no time.
Yeah. You would have that with their beers and stuff too, which if it wasn't for them being racist at their management level, I would like to enjoy some of their beers some more. I mean, yeah. But it is what it is. So I don't buy their beers.
Yeah.
But some of the ones I think about, did you just see out there? Like you see stuff sometimes and you're like, oh, it's out there. It's kind of like I used to drink that a lot, but now it's like so many other things out. And it's funny, like moving here to the East Coast, I told Todd before, it's like we used to have other half sent by Joe to get to us where we were. Now I have other half on shelves and I'd rarely pick it up. I get it here or there if I see something that grabs my attention, but if I was in Cincinnati, I'd be like, send it in. But send it in, Jerome.
I was going to say, Rod, you know who can get here?
Got you. So it's kind of,
Look, even like Bourbon County Stout, like here locally in Chicago, if you wait 2 months, you can get at the grocery store 50 to 75% off.
Yeah, I got deals. He got deals.
I don't wait for Black Friday. I'll just wait until like February 1st and just load up then.
I think the allure of that in general has just gone down considerably over the last couple of years.
And it's still great beer, but I think they make too much of it now.
Yeah.
And there's so many other breweries that put out great barrel-aged shit that, all right, I'll wait a few months and just buy it at a discount.
So with you being in Chicago, I don't know if you ever looked into it or heard anything, or do you think they're putting out more now because they're just putting out more, or do you think it might be a push for maybe in Bev trying to get them to put out more?
I think, and it's something, it's hard to judge because you have to really plan ahead for this with the barrel aging, and some of these are like 24 months in the barrel. So this is something you have to plan a couple years in advance, where I think that we've got to a point where the market is oversaturated with barrel-aged beers, and other breweries are putting out as good, if not better, barrel-aged stuff that I think maybe the market, they like flooded the market, and you could just wait it out. It's not like that beer is going to go bad like an IPA.
Yeah.
You could wait and buy that a year later and it's still going to be a great beer. Yeah, I think too much of it is out right now.
Yeah.
And, it's a great beer, but it's not a $25-$40 beer. No, I'll get it on sale for, $10, $15.
Yeah.
Especially their variants have gone outrageously priced. Like
Yeah.
$60 to $80 a bottle. Like, who the hell wants to pay?
Like, I remember I went to one of their prop days pre-pandemic, and there was a guy outside with a wad of hundreds this big, and he was paying people for like one of the variants as you walked out. And I'm like, this pays for my ticket in. So I walked out with like 3, good Bourbon County stouts. I drank all day. I ate. And this guy literally just gave me $100 bill for one of the variants. And I'm like, I'm good. But now I don't see that happening.
No, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because one of the breweries that Todd I will talk about is like Epic. And it's like, they come out with their Big Bad Baptist beers around then, and you're like, oh, I could pay $25 for this 16.9 of Bourbon County, which is usually a good beer like we were talking about, or I could pay $18 for this 22 ounce of Big Bad Baptist, which is just about as equally good as whatever, and I'm getting a better value. And I think, sometimes they price themselves out a little bit with the Bourbon County type stuff. So
yeah, like the Dragon's Milk that I had earlier. I mean, I had a 12-ounce bottle of this for $4.65. I mean, it's a phenomenal beer for that price. Is a Bourbon County Stout that much better? Is it like 10 times better than that price? Why? Absolutely not.
They're right.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, Eric. Peroni is definitely a good one to beat the heat for the summer as well.
Not bad. A lot of them things.
You're on tap room in Cook County. Well, is it like on the border then, I guess, with the way the tap room is set up? Damn, it will be a blue Christmas without Anchor.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, now, as I mentioned on the video I did, they are still packaging and distributing everything they have through the end of July. But if you're not in California, you're not going to probably see it. But if you have spots that do have, because I've had people that responded on the other video that were able to find in their locations. If you go on Untapped, you can actually put an Anchor and find it, and you put like a 100-mile radius, and it'll tell you if there are people that have seen it near you, and you can kind of check out spots.
That's probably one of the, if you don't use Untapped to actually check things in.
Yeah,
that's a good tool for,
Oh wow! So Vanessa's getting some crazy. So Vanessa's in Connecticut, so she's getting some of that stuff coming out of New York, I think, up there now. So, which hopefully our buddy Joe, Beer Patrol, Kyle, No Hype, all those guys are in upstate New York. They had some weird weather coming through up there too in areas. And
it was in Illinois, that place yesterday.
Yeah,
it obviously moved across.
And speaking of breweries, I don't know if you saw the stuff like Long Trail, which I've enjoyed a lot of Long Trail beers over the years. They were almost underwater where they were. It ended up being just more of this setting where they had like the outside tables and all that kind of stuff. They were actually going to try to open back up today. I don't know if they did or not because of all the stuff that happened. But Vermont has just been like crazy with all the storms. The recipes, the old school IPAs and other beers have just passed by with better modern recipes, in my opinion. I love some classics. But yeah, it's kind of like when people told me to try to highlight, they wanted to see what I thought of that and everything. Highlight was good, but it wasn't like great like some people were talking about. And I think that's where time just caught up with it. It's still a solid beer. It's just there's so many other things out there now.
Well, I'm going to head out, Rod, so...
Okay, brother. Yeah, you're like 5 hours ahead of us, my friend.
Yeah, I've got to go and say hello to someone, and then I'm going to go to bed. So I'm a bit whacked. So.
All right, brother.
All right,
thanks for having me on.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice to meet you, Dave, as well. So yeah, take care.
And Craig is on Kemp Beer Reviews for you watching, so make sure you subscribe to his channel. And you going live tomorrow?
There's always a chance,
There's always a chance. So you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah. Don't know. I've been a bit more spontaneous with these things lately.
Yeah.
So. Anyway, take care. Have a good night.
You too.
Peace.
Vanessa said, "Why doesn't Anchor?" Well, Anchor pretty much. Anchor did look for buyers before announcing they were closing, and nothing came in. But now that they're going into liquidation, there's an opportunity.
I don't think they really did. I don't think they really did. I
You
mean,
don't
there
think
were
they-
stuffs like if you looked on Twitter and a guy named Dave Infante was writing some shit and he talked to other breweries are like, no one ever talked to us.
Yeah.
So it's my personal opinion and I'm wrong about a lot of things, but I think Sapporo really just sold them down the river.
I think so too. I think, I mentioned kind of in the video, I think it was kind of like it was something that caught everybody off guard with it. And, like I said, you have had other breweries that we were talking earlier before you got on, and I used the example of Smutty Nose. Smutty Nose, when they were going down, they were actually being saved by another brewery coming in to keep them afloat and get them back up and going. Probably before Anchor, Green Flash was probably one of the bigger craft breweries that ran into the situation. They were saved and kind of brought back with some stuff there. So it's kind of like when the word hits the street, there are breweries that usually try to jump in if they can and see an opportunity. I don't know. Maybe it was they say that, but maybe it wasn't really looked at as much. I know the employees, they got like a 60-day thing for notice.
The union employees.
Yeah. Oh, not the other employees as well?
No, just the union employees got the 60-day severance.
Okay.
All the other people, once the taps are done.
They were done. That was it.
Oh,
right
wow.
here. Yeah.
Damn.
Man, well, hopefully they get it picked up by some of the other ones because California is a great beer state. So hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody, I don't know, like people talked about Sierra buying them. I don't see that in their portfolio, but like a smaller niche California brewery that could pick them up and just say, we're not going to be a national brand. Yeah. We're going to be a local San Francisco Bay Area brand.
Yeah.
And I think like you could earn a living now. You're going to make Elon Musk money? No, but you could earn a comfortable living focusing on your local area, resurrecting that name.
And I think about it like you look at Kings and Convicts with them picking up Ballast Point. Yeah. You do have an opportunity where you can do something like that and step in and take over one of those names. So
yeah.
It'll be interesting to watch over the next few weeks. And I know from talking to a few other people and kind of watching stuff, kind of interesting to see how Sapporo will treat Stone in the portfolio too.
Yeah, Stone's a bigger behemoth right now where I think they're going to leave Stone alone. But if I work for Stone, I'm worried right now.
Well, Stone's going to be brewing Sapporo at their plant. So they are definitely kind of the one that's their golden egg or whatever.
Kind of okay.
Sapporo's a shit beer.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but I drank it like a month ago. That's a shit beer.
The only time I drink Sapporo or Ichiban is like I'm at a sushi restaurant or something like that. Because that's what they have. That's what they have. It's usually Sapporo or Ichiban. Yeah. Right? You have a sushi or you're having a bocce grill or something like that and everything. Yeah. And it pairs okay with the food you're having, but it's not one.
You're not drinking Sapporo on your own. Nobody's going to the store to buy a 6-pack of Sapporo with this shit beer.
I mean, if you want a sake bomb, it works. Yeah. And then Vanessa said, Dragon's Milk for the win. Akiza with cake soon. Yeah, so she's huge. Vanessa's huge. Dragon's Milk and Guinness 4 Extra Stouts are 2 beers. So
yeah. No one's talking any Schlitz shit since I put my head on.
Oh, that's funny. There's a fun now with the ring. Yeah, stay safe, Vanessa, as well. Yeah, the Schlitz people haven't said anything as of yet, but give them time. No, they will buy their stuff at discount. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. They'll come in with the liquidation sale and look to maybe be something there on that end. So,
Rod, with all your on YouTube, maybe you could buy them out.
Yeah, right. I'm like, take a check. Take a check.
There you go. There you go. Just don't cash it for like
put this on layaway.
I'm gonna need you to hold this for a while.
Yeah, right. How long can you hold
Don't finish this till Friday.
Not tomorrow, though. Next Friday.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Sapporo also owned Unibrew as well. I haven't looked that far into them. So, yeah, I mean, Sapporo has some things in their holdings. So they leave Unibrew alone now.
Which they should.
Which they should, yeah. But the sushi bars, they have 2 beers. Sapporo is better. Yeah, it's usually Sapporo or Ichiban, or it might be like Bud Light or
Kirin.
Bud or something like that. Yeah, so,
yeah.
Ichiban tastes like old style. I mean, I'll drink it if I'm there just because it's there sometimes, but sometimes I'll just be like, well, just give me something from the bar too. So
Yeah.
But
You know,
yeah.
well, sounds okay.
Oh yeah. But it's just interesting. They say because a lot of articles I wrote, there were like definitely people bummed out about the whole anchor thing, and it took a lot of people by surprise. It just was just like, I did the thing about them doing the Christmas and going to just California distribution, and then like less than a week later, it's like, oh, we're shutting it all down. So it was just like people weren't expecting that to actually happen, I guess. But I think you mentioned Stone. I think there might be some things there where people probably are kind of keeping an eye there too now, just to see if they're okay. So
Yeah. I mean, at least like the anchor employees were unionized. Stone is not. So
yeah,
who knows? And I think it would be a couple years before anything bad were to happen to Stone.
yeah,
I mean, they're still a major national player. But, I was thinking, like doing stuff for my show, how many national players are out there that are still big? You have Sierra, Stone, Sam Adams, but Sam Adams makes more money off of Twisted Tea and Truly Seltzer.
now
How many national players are out there? It's all regionalized local stuff now.
Yeah, and it was
Very true.
there was actually an interesting piece that came out, and it talked about some of the detrimental effects hitting some of the craft beers in the breweries. And what it was found is like if you were a smaller localized brewery, you were probably in a good position because your community was backing you type thing. If you were kind of in a national type thing, you were probably okay for how you had the structure. But if you were in that regional type phase, you're the ones that have the question marks around you if people would go ahead and support you and stuff. And again, I come back because it's always a classic example using Tallgrass, because Tallgrass is out of Kansas, but they stress themselves out more outside their region. And then people were like, oh, I got my community beer. I'm supporting local. I'm doing this and that. And they kind of got themselves in a bad pickle on being able to sustain what they need to do. So looking at some of the ones that are kind of like a big national, I mean, really, you mentioned it with like Sierra. I mean, I feel like everybody can get kind of Southern tier, but I don't know if they're more East Coast side. I mean, I don't know if they're
I
really
don't get a lot of Southern tier here.
Get a lot of Southern tier? Okay. What
I
about
mean,
the shoots?
I can get some of them. The shoots we can get.
Yeah.
We could get every fucking Voodoo Ranger
New
variant
Belgium
that comes out there.
But New Belgium's owned by a bigger company too now.
Yeah.
So they have that. Yeah.
And, but we could always get that. But like in Bell's,
yeah.
But I think like the days of the big national craft brewery, I don't know if they're not done, they're dying.
Yeah. I mean, I'll use Stone as an example. Like when I was in Cincinnati, you could get Stone, but you were more into some of the Cincinnati breweries. Yeah. So, it was a couple Stone style, like Stone IPA. A lot of people felt like it wasn't as great as much anymore. I used to love their Mocha IPAs, and they stopped making it. They had a couple other things. Eric and Bastard is always a nice one to have. But then you're like, well, I can go here to my street side, like where I took Todd and them when they came up there, or I can go to Rheingeist, or I can go to Mad Tree, and I can go to these other places in my community. And I kind of knocked Stone out, right? So these national brands, if you're not part of the community, it's starting to be like, well, you're on the outside. I like you. I may pick you up, but I'm going to go with my local guys first, and then we'll see what happens type thing. So,
that's kind of what I've seen here. Like Stone, not so much as what it used to be, as far as like the variations of everything you used to be able to get.
Yeah.
And like Boulevard, St. Louis, which I don't know, you know Boulevard, and or you probably get Boulevard, but we don't get much. And I don't know if it's just the liquor stores that I go to that don't get them as much anymore, or they just don't supply as much as they used to.
Yeah, like you used to get a lot of Boulevard here in Chicago, and I mean, it's rare that I see it anywhere here.
Yeah, okay. I get it. I get it here, but it's kind of like limited. It's like that 6 quadruple or whatever one they have, and then one of the other. But it's not like it used to be when I was in like Cincinnati or Jungle Gyms where I have like a good section of it.
Right,
it's definitely more limited. Like these are our best sellers, so we'll send them everywhere.
And that was the same thing here. It's like you used to be able to get them pretty much all their offerings, like everything they distroed is like, we got it. But I don't really see them much anymore.
And I think that's something with craft breweries that's kind of like, I think they've learned over this point in time, like you can't take some of the steps you used to take in the past. It's just a different ball game now. Things have shifted, attitudes have shifted. You've got like some of the younger generation are coming in, drinking like the hard teas, they're drinking this seltzers, they're drinking this and that. They're being more particular, they're more community driven, possibly. And it's kind of shaping on what people can do and what they can go everywhere. So you're not going to maybe get stoned in your neighborhood, or you're not going to get Boulevard, or I used to get Shafley in Cincinnati. They probably cut down on stuff.
Shafley's another one.
Stuff they do. So
yeah,
it's just like part of the change in environment that takes place. But that's, I think, part of the whole system and the growth. You know, it's kind of like, you know, usually joke about like, how come I can't get Yingling? Yingling's in this state, but they're not. Maybe Yingling was onto something. They're like, you know, we can only go here or there because that's where it's going to follow. That's where the numbers show we need to be, type thing. So
right,
Yeah.
very true.
You know, it's almost like you know, Coors back in the day, like when Coors would only be sold east of the Mississippi, or I'm sorry, west of the Mississippi, like everybody here wanted Coors. Then when you could get it, it's like, ugh, I don't know if I really want this.
Yeah,
and I remember it was like the same thing with Fat Tire.
yeah,
Fat Tire was like huge, but like when you could finally get it here, you're like, this really isn't as good as I thought. So maybe it's that like allure of something you can't get.
No, Dave,
You
that's
know,
exactly what.
yeah.
Like I think
that's part of it. Yeah,
I think that's across the board. Like you
Yeah.
want what you can't have,
Yeah.
and as soon as you can get it, you're like, yeah, just sits on the shelf because like I can get it anytime now. Now I
Yeah.
don't really care if I get it or not. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? What difference does it make?
yeah.
Like,
You
I remember when Firestone Walker first came available to me here in distro or whatever. I was like, oh, this is awesome. I can't tell you the last time I actually bought it. I don't even know if we even still get it here, to be honest with you. I ain't bought it for so long. Like the parabola and stuff was great. And I bought it.
Yeah, the Wookiee Jack. The Wookiee Jack is still a killer beer, though.
yeah.
No, I'm not saying them across the board is not still really good, but I'm just saying just like the allure of it's like it is the craft beer world especially you want what you can't have.
Yeah.
You get it. It's just like, yeah, it's not really.
Yeah, if everybody can get like Pliny, you know, at their gas station, it would just be another beer.
It'd be another beer at that point,
Yeah.
right?
You're
Or
right.
like heady toppers and stuff like that and everything. But it's funny you mentioned the Coors thing, and I just thought in my mind, like, I hope that Burt Reynolds is, I guess him and Jerry Reed are both dead now, I think. But I'm like, I hope they got a Bobby Bonilla deal back in the day, because
no kidding.
if it wasn't for Smokey and the Bandit, most people wouldn't even know what Coors was, right? Because that's
Yeah.
what they were actually transporting, was Coors.
Smoking
down
a
to
Bandit.
Florida. Yeah.
Yeah. But I remember like people, anyone that was like going, you know, west of the Mississippi, like bring back Coors. And I remember,
Yeah.
you know, old marriage, old in-laws, but I remember like an ex-in-law like lugging me a 12-pack on a plane of Fat Tire because we couldn't get it here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, God bless you. You walked around with a 12-pack of bottles through an airport, you know, and it was like the best shit in the world. And then once you got it here, like, this really isn't all that good.
Not really.
Yeah, see, and people did that with Yingling too. Like when you go east of the Mississippi, it's like, oh, you're gonna see if you can get me some Yingling to bring back in. Like I mentioned about some of the Yingling stuff, and like Big Daddy, who's watching here, like he basically went out and was able to get some. Finally, got like 4 different. He sent me a picture of it, like 4 different cases he had in the trunk of his car and stuff. So it's like, yeah, it's what you couldn't have that made it that much more desirable.
Yeah, no, because I remember going on vacation to Florida before we actually get here. It's like that was one of the states where it was actually you could get it from. I was like, oh, I got England. Yes, this is great. Then become available here. It's like it's still good, but it's like okay, whatever. It's or it's Miller Lite or it's Bud Light, you know, whatever. Like it's on itself, so it doesn't make any difference.
He said it makes no sense to me. It was profitable, just not as profitable as they predicted, so they closed it down. That's Elon Musk level. So yeah, I mean, 70% of their stuff was coming out of California, so they were still getting sales out of it, but it wasn't. Here's the thing: San Francisco from what I know about and what I've seen and what I've read about it, it's kind of almost a cluster situation right now. The cost of living in San Francisco, if you make $120,000 a year, you're considered low income.
Yeah.
And so the cost of living is that much more higher. So it was tough from economic conditions they actually had from where they were at to try to get in. And if you're having to cut stuff, you know what? Beer is one of those luxury items. And if you're like, I don't want to spend up for this Anchor, let me go get a Miller Lite or get me something else that's cheaper, you're going to do that because that's what your wallet says you have to do, right? So they were kind of in a tough spot, and there wasn't enough coming from outside of California to sustain them too. My question was always with, they were having this trouble since 2016, according to the CEO. And I mentioned this earlier, Dave, before you got on. So if Sapporo comes in at 2017, after the fact, you'd have to think during discussions, they were kind of like, we're trying to do this, we're trying to do that. Here's where the holes are in our balance sheet type thing. You would think you would buy that company and looking to fix that type of stuff. And it seems like Sapporo said, well, we'll buy it, but you guys are on your own. Like, are you going to buy it and support to help us rebuild this ship, or are you going to just let it go ahead and crash?
The only thing Sapporo really did was rebrand them to look like the Anchor Steam can looks like a twisted tea can with like the yellow and the blue. It's like you got rid of like what made you iconic, and just turned you into a generic beer.
And a lot of people didn't like that change. A lot of their drinkers
it was generic, and a lot of the rebranding, like we just talked about Fat Tire, their whole reformulation and the Sam Adams, they haven't been as good as, in my opinion, as the previous versions. And maybe it's just because I'm old, I'm set in my ways, and I'm like, get off my lawn. But
calm down, Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, I think like the older versions were better, and just stick with it. But there's not a lot of old 55-year-old, 56-year-old white guys buying this shit.
Right. Poor Dave's going to be talking to an empty chair here in a second.
Oh, in a minute, yeah. I'm going to grab another beer, though. So
okay, all right.
I'll talk happily.
Okay. Yeah, so it's kind of a whole interesting perspective as far as for, I know both of them will get another beer, but as far as what we're looking at there with them, and you feel like they should have done more to step in to help out what they were running into in Anchor. So it's kind of surprising. It's kind of interesting. Still going to kind of keep an eye on them, see how the liquidation process goes to see if somebody does jump in. I think there's definitely still opportunity there. But from a business perspective, it's like, why would you buy something that's broken and not try to fix it? You just want to leave it broken? Like,
oh shit, Todd and I got to coordinate our breaks better.
Oh no, it's good. It's all good. Big Daddy said, going to get me some more slits tomorrow. Thanks, Dave. So see, Big Daddy's getting some slits.
Yeah.
Never try slits. I feel like a Schlitz Sapporo taste off is looming.
Schlitz is hard to find. PBR owns the rights to Schlitz.
Yeah.
And even like here, like most of the time I walk around with the Schlitz hat. And I've gone into liquor stores and like I've seen brewery reps and like distributors are like, you don't have your stuff. It's like whenever they decide to give it to us, we'll get it out. But only like the big chain liquor store here, Binny's, will have it. And it's only from time to time. And when they do, I'll just buy a case of it because for a macro beer, I love it.
Yeah. And for Big Daddy, he's actually in Chicago with you as well. So he's right in that area too. So he could probably get the slits just like you can. And lately, I almost always choose my limited beer money on a handful of very local beers. Yeah, that's what he gets into. Spending on the community. Yeah. Which, I don't know if you noticed or not, JT is actually James that was with us at Hot Butcher when I was in town, by the way. Him and Liz. Which was great. It was great to have all you guys there. We had a blast that night. That was fun.
Oh, yeah. And you guys like the Bad Apple?
Oh my God, the burger I had at the Bad Apple.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, this may have been the best burger I've had in a number of years. I don't remember which one it was, but it was like spicy. It was a barbecue jalapeno, whatever it was. Oh my God, it was so freaking tasty.
That's where I think I told you guys there.
Yeah.
But that's where I met my wife, Ruby.
Yeah.
We were we met on OK Cupid back in the day. And she was like, why don't we meet at this bar? Because they had a cider she liked there.
Mm.
I'm like, okay, meet at a bar. And I didn't know the area. But then when I drove there, I'm like, oh shit, you're right across the street from Half Acre, which was before Hot Butcher. That was Half Acre
right there. Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, okay, I know where this is. So I got there early. I had a Half Acre, then I went there, but I had a burger at Half Acre or at Bad Apple the day I met my wife.
Oh, it was phenomenal. It was real good. We had a great service there, and the guy took care of us. And
great beer list there.
So, yeah, great beer list. I think I had one of the. I want to say I had one from the Metropolitan when I was there. I'd have to look back on my own tap. But,
Metropolitan is a great spot.
Yeah, and no, it was great location for it. And if you guys are in Chicago, Hot Butcher, across the street, you have the Bad Apple, but then you also have the other bars that are around there too. And it worked out well. JT and Liz, they had a poutine. They were split in there, and I think when the other guys had one of the burgers too, it was like. They had 3 different versions of poutine. It's just I've never seen it on the menu. Usually just one. You guys are getting a little funky with it. I like it.
What were the versions?
I forgot what they were. JT can tell you what the one they actually chose in the comments, but it looked delicious. It looked really good. It was just it was Bad Apple's a nice spot. So I gave him a nice little write-up on Yelp and everything too.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Trying to get my Yelp elite status back. I haven't reviewed stuff as much as I should on there, but I did one for Hot Butcher and stuff too. But it was great. I was glad to actually get there because years ago, Jeremiah used to send beers and stuff out, and I would do reviews and check out their beers. And so them having a location, it was just automatic for me to have to get the Hot Butcher and check them out when I was in town. So
back in the day, I'm like, Rod J's in Cincinnati. He's got a Hot Butcher hookup. I live down the street and I don't. What's up with that?
Yeah, it was pretty terrific having some of their beers and stuff. And I still gotta get back. Dovetail, which you had sent me some of the Dovetail stuff, which was great.
Yeah.
There's Metropolitan, great beers I've had from a couple of their things. I still haven't made it over to Revolution, but I've had enough of their beers up there.
Oh, yeah.
Just, Chicago, great beer city, different things. And they just got an award for what's the new black brewery there as well?
Oh, Funky Town.
They just got recognized, I think, with the Sam Adams Award or something too. Boston Beer.
I've been talking to the guys at Funky Town to try to get them on my show in the future. Yeah, I know they've been super busy, especially with Sam Adams stuff. So hopefully, in a month or so, I can get those guys on. But I mean, they put out some really good stuff. Their hip hop R&B series is really good. Really, good people. I've met them a couple times. Really good people. So hopefully I can get them on.
Yeah. So they actually had some good stuff there. And if you guys haven't checked out Dave, because you didn't put your thing in the byline, but Beer in Front.
No, they don't need to see me. If they can find you, they can find me.
Check out Beer in Front. Check out his podcast and stuff too. His podcasts are fun, but he has the YouTube channel here as well.
Now, Ty, what part of
good stuff? He's got good stuff for sure.
Ty, what part of Indiana are you from?
So we're in the southern. I'm basically 7 miles from Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay, so you close to Evansville?
No, Evansville is about an hour and 20 minutes or so, I guess, from me.
Okay, because I got a lot of relatives, and I spent a lot of time in Evansville back in the day.
Yeah, so it's kind of the far east or far western part of Indiana.
Okay, gotcha.
More closer to the Illinois border.
All right.
Yeah, than where I'm at, but southern part, kind of the same, I guess.
Yeah.
And shout out to Shark in the House. All brews are moving out of California. Shark Brewing's got another great one. He actually brews and stuff on there too. So if you haven't checked out Shark's channel, check him out too.
Oh, I'll check out Shark. Absolutely.
Yeah. And he says, I think Sapporo is focused on stone. Yeah, that's what we actually talked about on one of the video and some of the comments, that they're kind of focusing more on stone and kind of just, I guess you could say, drop anchor on Anchor Brewing.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, pardon the pun there. I had to go for it. It was
Yeah.
low hanging fruit, people. Low hanging
Right,
fruit.
right.
Yeah, I'm not a smart guy. I go with the easy stuff. Yingling with my daily beer for sure. If it was sold in Chicago, Yingling's it's a nice little lager you can actually enjoy. I got no problem with Yingling. I do like their black and tan, probably more the one favorite one. If I still need to find the Chesterfield, so I can just mark that off my list because I wanted to check that out. But the black and tan is kind of my favorite regular stuff they do. Hershey Porter is good, but for me, brings back nice memories of the Hershey chocolate growing up in New Jersey and going to Hershey Park and all that kind of stuff and having Hershey's. But it is thin, it is light. It's not like something gonna knock your socks off. It's more of a nostalgia type feel with that beer.
Even then, I don't even think it's as good as it was when it very first came out.
It's better on draft than it is in a bottle. I'll tell you that.
Totally.
Of course, right? It's like if you get which usually a lot of beers, people say that, is usually they're better on draft, but it makes a difference when you get it on draft and you get a crowler of it or something versus if you get the bottle of it.
Yeah, remember Rogue. I'm sorry, go ahead, Todd.
National beer, it was okay, but it was definitely better on tap. And
yeah, I remember Rogue, they put out a chocolate stout. And
yes.
That was and I was in San Francisco at the time and went to the tap room, and that was phenomenal. It was you smelled it, and it was like Nestle Quick, but it was so good. Then I bought it in a bottle here, and I'm like, it's not as good, but yeah, that was so good.
Yeah. Rogue is one of those ones that's kind of like that. I want to say they're national. I think a lot of people can get Rogue, but you don't hear as much about them. In fact, you hear knocks on Rogue sometimes, which I don't know why.
Yeah.
Because they still make decent beers.
But Dead Guy Ale is probably the only thing you could find around nationally.
Yeah. It was like the Dead Guy Ale for sure. It would be the mainstay of all Rogue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They had one that was their Morimoto, which I think was one of their Japanese type line. It was really good. That's one of the bottles I actually saved back in the day when I had my bottle collection. Let's see here. In the late 70s, you would see only 3 or 4 bands in local stores. Of course, it was. You would definitely be limited because of the macro distribution. Yeah. And then, you think about the old shelves back in the day. It's just to now. It's incredible because you have so many more different choices now than you had back then. Back in the late 80s, 90s, you had you had probably 15 at some point. You'd have your Bud Light, you'd have your Milwaukee's Best Light, Miller Genuine Draft, Miller Light. You'd have some of your major type stuff, but it wasn't that craft portion as much of a lot of places. So
yeah, the only craft we had was imports like Amstel Light or Moosehead or something like that.
Yeah. And then when you saw Red Dog, you're like, ooh, what is that? Red Dog? That looks like it might be something I want to mess around with, right? So you end up picking up the Red Dog or whatever, and you feel it the next morning when you had Red Dog.
Yeah.
But going into the party, they're like, ooh, that's something different, No 97, we have Bud, Miller, Sliss, and Dixie, Jack's, Falstaff, and Regal were already gone. Oh, wow. Yeah, Dixie is now, there's somebody, I forgot what their new name is now they actually have, which I was never offended by the Dixie name. That was just the South to me, but they switched it up. I think they switched it up to Was it Falstaff that Dixie went to bring back?
But did
the
you
name?
have some of that glass beforehand?
Want to see if anyone can make the steam beer. Probably someone can. I mean, it's a California common style.
Yeah, California common. It can be made.
The problem you have with it is nobody can say steam beer unless you were Anchor. So they got the trademark on it at that point. So you had people putting California common ales out, but they couldn't say steam beer.
Rod, you have the YouTube money. You could buy the steam name right now.
Hey, Rod's mo money.
Yeah,
I like to buy this.
Make it rain right now.
I like to buy this. I'd like to buy this for $1.99, sir. Yeah. Can I? Yeah.
Rod J Steam Adventures right now.
Take a check.
Yeah.
Take a check.
Take Take a check, son.
We just had the standard version. I think it comes with bacon. Anything that comes with bacon is always good.
Hey, can I?
What's
say
up, Liz? Such a great, it was a great time having you there when we all got together, Liz, as well.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Liz?
You see this dog here? I got her hair cut, and so they took this like her bangs and put it up in like a little ponytail with a bow. And I
Yeah.
took it out, and then she had this little like all these bangs, and she looks ridiculous, right? But Todd was like, "You need to cut that off," and I'm like,
She
"I'm
looks
not
like George
cutting it off."
Clooney back in the 90s with
Yes,
that like
and I'm like,
Caesar haircut. Yeah.
and I'm like, I'm not cutting it off because she looks ridiculous, and every time
So
I
did he,
see
but-
her,
Comb over.
it makes me want to laugh, and I'm not cutting it off.
Good for her.
You don't have to drag me, Liz. I go to Metropolitan freely. I'm just saying. If I'm back in there, yeah, Metropolitan is definitely on the list as well. That whole area, because you have little breweries around there. I want to get back out there again at some point. So, although next year the conference I went to, we're looking at Denver
But I
possibly
mean,
being a place
smell
to
it.
go.
If you didn't know that's what it was.
Well, I mean, I've pretty much had all beer.
Sorry, I was wondering what old timer. I was wondering the old timers being phased out, and we'll see them on occasion for nostalgia. Who's calling us old timer? Talking about the old timer beers.
Yeah. All right. Well, I gotta go. I'm probably the oldest one here. I gotta go.
Barely. No, he's thinking about the old timer beers. I mean, if it's a good beer, right, you're going to still have it. Like Southern, you could say Sierra Nevada is an old timer thing, but nobody's phasing out the Pale Ale.
Got Schlitz.
Nobody's phasing out Torpedo. I mean, those are just solid
You have a
beers to actually
Schlitz
have.
hat on.
Yes, I do, young lady. I have a Schlitzana.
That's what I
I'm
was telling her.
not
I was
that
like,
young.
I said he's got a Schlitz hat on. That's like our beer sign downstairs, neon whites is a Schlitz. Is a
Oh, I
bull
love
or whatever.
Schlitz.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
so I grew up with that sign. In our basement, we have a pool table. When I was 5 years old, my dad, my mom, they finished the basement and got a Steepleton pool table, and my dad had all these beer signs up. Well, then shit happened, and then they moved, got divorced, all this stuff, got remarried. But I was like, Dad, do you still have that Schlitz sign? Well, I didn't even know it was Schlitz. I was like, do you still have that
Bull.
neon sign with the
With the
blue
bull,
bull with the red eyes?
Oh, Schlitz malt liquor. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
I used to drink the slip.
So not
I used to
only
drink the
do
Blue
we
Bull
have
and the
that-
Red Bull.
Yes, not only do we have that sign from 40 years ago, because I'm 45, it's you plug it in and it still works.
No, it's
So
awesome.
there you go.
But see,
It's got that nice like hum in the background when you plug that neon
It
sign
does.
in.
It
does. Actually,
It does.
Yeah.
Has a little vibrating sound to it. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
but do you remember the old Blue Bull commercials when they would break through
I
the wall?
do. Yes, I do.
Yeah. See, I remember the commercials from back then when they would break through the wall with the bull. So yeah. That doesn't see much of Rogan. Yeah, that's weird. Like you don't see that much of Rogan. You're right in the vicinity as well.
No, but that beer sign
Fallberg. That's what I was thinking. I couldn't think of the name. Okay.
takes me right back to my childhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take a beer vacation to Chicago, spend 3 or 4 days. I could definitely do that and stuff. So yeah, that could be something that definitely happens. The wife Les likes going to Chicago as well.
Ugh.
Right, let us know. We'll drive up.
You drive up?
Go
I'll talk to her. She wants to go places.
Everybody, just come along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once the tornadoes clear out.
You're right.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah.
You're good now.
Hey, don't be a big
You come in like September, October. The weather's still good. The tornadoes
Oh,
are
yeah.
out. You're good.
There you
So
go. Yeah, there you go.
funny trip, Dave. When we went to Chicago years ago, you come in and you see the city, you get on the little double-decker buses to go around, take you around town. So I got on one of them one time, and it was like October. So in October, you start getting that coolness coming off the lake. It's really
It's
cool.
hit or miss. Yeah.
It's hit or miss, right? So I'm on the top level. My wife went downstairs because it was too cold or whatever. I'm like, we spent money for this tour. I'm sitting up top, and so other people start trickling downstairs. I'm the only one left up there, and this lady's up there.
Sunbathe.
She's giving a tour. If you look to the left, you see Molly seats, and you can see her shaking, and she's like waiting for me to go down. Like I ain't going down. I paid for this shit. I'm cool.
Now this is upstairs.
You're up there.
RJ by himself.
You're up there like Jack from Titanic. I'm the king of the world. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Oh, I'm sitting there. And she's doing her thing, and then she's like, Oh, I know under her breath, she's like, I wish this son of a bitch would go downstairs. Like, I know, but I'm like, I'm here for the tour. I'm here for the tour. I'm bundled up. I'm like, lock it in. We're going for the long haul, baby.
a minute.
Hey, Rod, my corn dog's about to be done, but I didn't tell you this story. So I came upstairs. I was down there with
Corn
the cat.
dog.
And
Mm-hmm.
Todd was like, here. He gave me this glass here, and he was like, smell that. Like, he's like, what's that smell like? And I'm like, it smells kind of like citrusy, like pineapple, coconut or something. And he's like, taste it. And I tasted it. I'm like, it tastes like water. It was a Miller Lite.
I knew it. I was like, see, I tried to tell you.
I had no idea. I thought it was.
I was a little worried that I thought Shannon, he was going to Bill Cosby you for a second. I was a little worried where that was going.
Oh.
I mean, at this point, he can Bill Cosby.
Now that you say that, I just finished watching.
Oh boy!
I just finished watching the first season of The Secrets of Playboy.
Yeah.
And oh my god, that dude was.
You know what?
That dude was the fucking devil.
Here's my thing on the whole Hugh Hefner thing. He probably wasn't the best of people, but at the same point, they stayed there to collect the checks. So I'm like,
the women and the men were conditioned by society at that time.
They were conditioned to put money in their bank account.
Well,
Nobody was held there against their will.
No, but it did.
But they didn't know what they were getting into.
No, but it did say
Oh.
he kind of looked into the girls that didn't have like dads, moms, like broken homes, whatever kind of thing.
But you're saying it now after your guy's dead, like he can't even defend.
No, I
himself.
know.
And I'm not defending him. I'm just saying.
No, you're right.
There was like a story like Holly had come up with saying how one time they had to have sex and they had to roll Hugh on top of her. I'm like, that's bad. But at the same point, I'm like, you just know what you signed on for.
Right. I feel like they think they know what they're getting into, but by the time they're in way deep, they don't. Like, yes.
You think
You're not wrong.
Yeah,
You're
like
not
in
wrong.
You don't think they know how to get out
But I
of it?
think
You
it's
think
a
they're
lot-
just like, you think they feel trapped? You don't know how to get out of it? Maybe.
I think it's a lot deeper than what they knew they were getting into.
Yeah.
But you're not wrong. I mean,
I
like
mean-
There's the image.
it's
But he
Yes,
victimized.
yes,
He was
yes.
like,
I'm not saying he didn't victimize
Yes.
them. I think there was definitely some stuff on that
he
side
preyed
too.
on him for
Yeah.
sure. Like he knew what he was doing.
But I'm like, he's 90-something years old. It only takes a little bump to get a broken hip out of the dude, and you're done. You don't have to worry about doing anything.
But
with
he
him.
wasn't always.
A little trip, and he's down for the count. Just saying.
You know, and that's my thing. I love that you have a new outlook of it after you watch that. But, like, I don't ever expect men to understand the way women feel. Because, you know, I'm like, we're just conditioned to, like, you know, don't make too much noise. Don't, like.
Well, that's
I'm
not
not
men.
that
That's not
before.
men. That's society telling you that. Men can
Right,
be
yeah, but
men can be
society tells
empathetic.
you
Yeah, but
and-
men were
that,
society, though.
society tells
Yeah,
you
but we can be
that.
empathetic, and we
Right.
can, you know, men can.
Yes.
It's just got to break the rules of society.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and now we're getting to that. I don't think that would happen. I mean, I'm sure it would, because I didn't come from the most like I wasn't from a childhood that was like so horrible or so great. But I'm like, now that I'm older too, I'm like,
Two more. Okay.
I'm gonna kick you in your fucking nutsack and gallop right.
And all
Try
the
me
guys
again,
just
buddy.
like
I
grab
would-
like that
I
rinse when you-
wasn't expecting that to come out, but okay.
I got my mace and my taser. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. There were 4 OBGYN in the Playboy office building when I was pregnant. Life's little ironies. Yeah. Well, yeah, kept them on staff. I mean, rotating them out. 8-hour shift.
Rod, did you hear this today? I heard that there is FDA approved
Over the counter. Yeah, over the counter sex. Because women's bodies are being regulated by the government. So they're like, hey,
that.
we'll make an over the counter type thing to help try what we can do. So.
And I did see this thing. It was like I watched TikToks and like outside of abortion clinics, and you know, you got the people being like, "You're killing somebody" or whatever. Well, there's an old lady, and I don't know if it was outside of an abortion clinic or whatever, but
Yeah.
she had this sign, and it said, "Teach men to be more to
Pull out.
no,
Pull out.
it was
Learn how to count.
responsible.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
I mean, in
responsible
the
to
'80s, we had the rhythm method.
responsibly ejaculate.
You're right. Or
Responsibly.
pull out.
Ejaculate.
Wow. Okay. Responsibly. Yeah.
I
Not a
mean,
knot.
this old woman, she's like 80 years old, and she's putting these signs down. Teach men to responsibly ejaculate. Yes.
That sounds like the time I met Dr. Ruth back in the day, back in the '90s.
Oh
We
my
went to a
God.
Dr. Ruth one, yeah.
She was
So-
so ahead of her time.
Which
Oh,
is
she
in
was?
Chicago, by the way.
No, she was. She was in New York.
No, she was in Chicago when she was speaking at a conference. I was in
Oh,
Chicago.
okay.
But yeah.
Yes.
So I started with my airline in 1987. And that week they sent me to New York. So we had a day off and we went to Manhattan and stuff. And like somebody stopped me on the street. Do you want to be in a TV show? All right. Yeah. You know,
Sure.
I'm 19 years old. Who doesn't want to be in a TV show? So I'm in the studio audience with like 4 other girls that I just started with. We're in Dr. Ruth. And she's like, the whole topic of the conversation was testicles. And like the whole time, like everyone's looking at me. I'm the only guy in the audience. And I'm like, yeah, yeah. You know, you could go down there if you want, but
Hey,
like,
Dave, I bet
Yeah.
you're a great lover from that.
I
yeah.
can't agree, but I ain't gonna disagree.
Yes. I bet Dave is a great lover
Yeah.
because of that.
But like the whole time I'm like sitting there like, oh my God. And everybody's like, yeah, I could talk to you about the testicles if you want. But so like there's like a YouTube video of
Low-hanging
me like
fruit.
squirming in my seat at 19 years old at Dr. Ruth.
Like,
Love
we,
Dr.
we can talk about the low hanging fruit if you want to.
Yeah.
You don't get this on every beer show. I'm just
No,
saying.
you don't.
Only on Rajay.
Yeah.
Rajay show.
Yeah, she was speaking at the conference we were in Chicago and stuff. It was when I was doing the newspaper stuff, and it was interesting. So, I mean, she was perky and vibrant about
Hey,
everything she was talking about.
She's had a
and-
great life. God bless
yeah.
her.
Yeah, yeah.
Perky how, Rod? Perky how?
She was bubbly in her personality, and she was
All right.
and stuff. So yeah, it was you know, it's like I think she was like maybe 4'8" or something. She was really, I mean, you know, she's short,
She's
so
tiny,
it was
yeah,
kinda,
she-
yeah, she was tiny and stuff, and it's just like but it was interesting.
Ginsburg. Ruth Bader Ginsburg she was tiny, but she was mighty.
That had nothing to do with the sex ed talk, but okay.
Does it ever? Though?
Beer, sex education, who knows what else? Rod did Blake Rumble. You never know what you're going to get here, Shark. I mean, we call it the Shannon effect. So when Shannon's here, things, you know, they pop off.
Goes
We love
in
it.
another
I'm
direction.
sorry, but I'm not sorry.
Sorry, but not sorry.
We love it. We love it. So yeah. So yeah, it was interesting to see, and like I said, it was pretty good. She was like great, vibrant personality on stuff. So I just never
Yes, she was
you
a-
knew about Dr. Ruth, but you never to see her in person was kind of different. But yeah.
Oh my God, I love mustard so much.
Who's got the sirens behind him?
Oh, I do Baltimore. So
All right.
I'm next to a fire department. The next block up is a hospital, and then like 3 blocks up is a police
Is always
station.
sirens
So
going on.
it's always lively down here in the city life, right? Although
Yeah.
I can sleep better in the city than when I am in the country.
Mhm.
Like hearing the sounds of crickets and all that kind of stuff. Like, what's going on out there? Y'all need to keep it down. Sirens, no problem. I go right to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Right.
So you guys don't let Shannon get drunk on here just for the comedy effect. We don't just let Shannon get drunk. We encourage Shannon to get drunk.
You're right. She said she don't need any encouragement.
Yeah. Oh,
Would you
in
have
this
that?
country, no one can hear you scream. Yeah. Well, yeah, depending where you're at, for sure. Yeah, we love having Shannon on and give her free
Aw,
reign.
Hey, Rod, thank
Yeah.
you.
Although Shannon, she needs to bring her notebook so she can ask us more questions on stuff because she doesn't have her notebook lately. She's eating a corn dog right now.
Shannon, you need some notebooks? I got a lot of notebooks.
I haven't eaten a corn
I will
dog in
send
ages.
you a notebook.
I was eating my corn dog, but I'm like, if I continue to eat this corn dog and then I need to go to sleep and I take my medicine because my Ambien doesn't work if you eat a high-fat meal. So I take my Ambien. I should have taken my Ambien and then ate the corn dog.
Yeah.
I mean, I can still.
All right, Big Daddy. Cheers, my friend.
I'm gonna take my. Not yet, but after.
So it's funny. So we ordered dinner earlier to DoorDash, and I'm like, "What do we want here?" So I got a cheesesteak hoagie, right? And I got some jalapeno poppers, and I got kind of a little taste for chicken tenders. I forget to get the chicken tenders too, right? Chicken tenders were like $6.99. I figured out 4 chicken tenders. That'll be fine, whatever. They sent me this big thing of chicken tenders with French fries. Like it was tender, so it was like a combo dish. So I got the cheesesteak and I got the pop. I'm like, I can't eat all this because I got to save that for tomorrow. It's just like, but I should have noticed that when you order on DoorDash, it'll tell you like it's friendly to the wallet is one of the things they I got an overabundance of food I didn't need. So I'm got my lunch for tomorrow too. So
throw it in the air fryer tomorrow. You're good.
No,
it worked out well.
2 for 1.
I really do feel like that is the secret to DoorDash. It's like it's so expensive. It's like if you're gonna order DoorDash. What?
Said did the corn dog pull?
Oh, that's
No, I
funny.
bit the tip of the corn dog off because he refused to pull out. I bit it off.
Oh, sorry, his name is 12% ABV approval. Emerson, give us a question. Emerson, give us a question because Emerson comes up with the best questions to ask. Yeah.
Oh, I got all kinds of questions.
You haven't asked anything, but Emerson has some nostalgic questions.
My questions are going to be deep, though.
Well, we
corn dog deep, or like how deep are we talking?
Are we talking nugget deep, or corn dog deep?
Oh, hang on. I save them on TikTok. I save.
You got your notebook, or you got the phone? Don't ask Siri.
Jesus, I mean, I can't do everything everybody wants me to do. I just don't know what to do.
Siri is nosy. Don't ask her.
No, it's not Siri. It's I don't know. I'll be.
Is it Alexa? Because Alexa's nervous. She's the same way.
Okay, Alexa, give me a personal question.
I don't think she heard you.
She's like, pay your bill.
You'd be better off asking ChatGPT.
No, just shut up. Stop, Alexa.
Go to sleep, Alexa. Go to sleep. Shut up. Alexa, stop. Thanks for playing. We didn't play nothing. What are you doing? What do you mean? Thanks for playing.
Oh my God. Look at Hazel. She's like, why didn't you cut my bangs?
So I said, put that corn dog back in.
Alexa, put the corn dog back.
No, I'm gonna step away. And
pull it out too soon. That's what.
Arizona, cheers, my friend. Good to see you, brother. Hopefully you're doing well.
Now I go for a good corn dog.
Oh my.
Yeah, I haven't had a corn dog in I don't even know how many years.
Corn dog in the air fryer is pretty damn good.
No.
Hey, if y'all haven't checked out Arizona, Arizona's got a great channel. If you were big into some of the history around Arizona, like some of the things like the old westerns, Wyatt Earp, Doc Holliday type stuff, check out Arizona's channel because he does some great videos going out to the different spots.
Oh my God.
15.6 might be kicking it a little bit, maybe a little bit.
Just a little.
I'm gonna bust open an old fashioned after this.
Emerson, give us a question. Give us a question before Shannon does here, Emerson. Is she still talking to Alexa?
No, she's got her phone on.
I'm looking for questions.
Questions.
I'm on my saved videos from TikTok.
She's one of those people that plays it out loud, right, with no headphones. She's one of those people you're like, don't you have headphones?
He does. She has AirPods, but you know.
I thought it was way enough you didn't hear it.
No, it echoes. I'll put it on mute.
I will say,
Oh my God.
talking about upcoming movies. I don't know if you guys saw the trailer or not, but I'm actually looking forward to seeing Oppenheimer. I think that's one of the movies I want to see this summer. That looks really intense. And the lead actor, I can't remember his name, although I like him in everything he does. That looks really good. Yeah, so Oppenheimer was the one behind the design of the atomic bomb. And so it's being played by the guy that was the lead on Peaky Blinders.
Okay.
Yeah, and it looks really good. It looks really intense. Yeah. Matt Damon's in it as well.
Wow.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah.
That's like comes out like in a couple days.
Yeah,
that's
well,
on my
next
list
Friday.
of something to see.
I think it's actually next Friday. I think it comes out. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What is a question? It's only the movie you see. I did not see the TV. Oh no, I take it back. You're talking about the TV show that was on. I think it was like MSNBC or CNN or one of them type things, or Fox, whoever it was. I did see the thing there. They were talking about Oppenheimer. It was really good on what they were actually doing, and it was interesting, just the whole thing. So when I was in college, we actually, one of our paper, my minor was English, and we were writing about CIA involvement and stuff. But one of the things we talked about was back when we dropped the bomb, like on Japan.
Like dropped a bomb on it.
Like there was really no reason for us to drop the bomb because we had pretty much ended the war and we were up. And this show that Shark is talking about, it kind of hits on that. Like, we had to drop the bomb because that basically set up a thing like, don't mess with us. So us dropping the bomb was kind of like, this is what we have up our sleeve. And then we dropped the second bomb just to say we got more type thing. And it was interesting to see that, but it was like a mind type psyche type thing. Cause it was like, we also wanted to see how it would work in low land as far as land that wasn't low, to see how it would create for the explosion. It was a deep type thing. The show was really good.
Yeah,
but then it make you feel like shit that we actually did that to people.
Yeah, but I don't know if you invade Japan at the time, how many U.S. lives get lost fighting a land-based war?
Versus
and it's shitty. Yeah, I mean, you killed a ton of people, but
it's men thinking
do you wind up killing that many U.S. soldiers going to fight a land-based war?
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean,
well, I think part of it too was, we lost a lot of civilians when they bombed Pearl Harbor as well, so that might have been part of the psyche there, but we had to see how it would actually react to it. It was a reaction to see how the bomb would actually set off, and then also kind of a warning against other countries. Which then, when we did it with Japan, led Russia into developing their own things. They're like, oh, look what they got over there. We need to have something for that as well.
Yeah.
So it set up a whole arms race and everything. It was a really interesting documentary he did about it, but the movie looks phenomenal.
So I have a list of questions, and we've never got past the first question.
Well, hold on. Emerson's got a question.
Okay.
So let's go to the viewers first. Emerson says, okay, it's Friday night in September 1998. I love how he gets descriptive on this stuff, too.
Right?
You're going to pregame before a movie. The movies are Pleasantville, Rush Hour, and Urban Legend. Which movie do you see and what pre-drink?
Pleasantville, and it's 1998, so I'm 19. Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid.
I'm 19.
Oh, yeah,
so what's that gonna do anything? You didn't drink underage?
Mad Dog 2020.
So no one ever.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm gonna drink Mad Dog 2020, I'm gonna pick the least one. I'm gonna go with Urban Legend.
Urban
I'm like
Legend,
barfing in the bathroom
the
whole
scary
night.
movie. The scary movie.
I mean, out of those, I'd pick Rush Hour.
I would pick Rush Hour as well.
But if you're pre-gaming and you're drunk, then don't you want to enjoy the movie?
You can still enjoy it while you drink.
You're probably even funnier.
Pre-gaming
enough.
don't mean you're getting hammered fully. I mean, you can still enjoy the movie.
It depends.
I'm watching Pleasantville with
You're
an
gonna do it.
old Rasputin.
Pleasantville, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good movie.
What about you,
It-
Todd? I know you said Rush Hour. What are you drinking?
I don't even know
I
Urban
feel like
Legend.
Rush Hour would be like
Jennifer Love Hewitt. That's all you need to know.
Oh,
Dave,
worse got old and her tits got saggy.
she wasn't big enough to get saggy.
Not then she wasn't.
Yeah, she was 19, or they're saggy now. I
Well, they
guarantee
probably
it.
are, yeah.
But not in 1998. They weren't.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Take out your contact lenses in 1998.
Fair enough.
True that. True that.
Speak the facts.
1998. Wow, I would have been. Well, I would have been like 29. So probably if I was going to see Rush Hour back in the 90s, I was drinking more cocktails. So it'd probably been Long Island. It'd probably been Long Island iced tea. Long Island iced tea before I went to go see Rush Hour. back then.
LIT.
Yeah, get lit. Understand the words coming out of my mouth?
It'd be Rush Hour, and then it would probably be like a. What was I drinking then? That'd been like a
Jägermeister.
It might have been a Lynchburg lemonade back then too. I like
take a
those
shot
back
of
then.
Jaeger and just bomb something.
Yeah,
I used
Jaeger
to
bomb.
get so
Jaeger
mad
bomb.
at Todd
Yeah.
when he would drink Jaeger. And be like,
Yeah.
you're gonna get so drunk. And now I'm like, please drink some Jägermeister.
Jaeger is so nasty though.
It is.
Yeah.
I don't even like black licorice, but
I should have known.
I mean, if you do a Jaeger bomb, you chug it, so it's not as bad. But if you're trying to actually drink it,
yeah, right, exactly,
Yeah.
Go lay
exactly.
down, Jenny. Go lay down. Go lay down.
There's just a quick, like, just toss it back and you're done. Okay, good enough. Let's go on to the next.
paper back then. I think it was it papers or whatever it used to call back in the day. It wasn't paper, it was papers. So it's like war is never pretty. That is true. That is true. Question: is the song by the Moody Blues from 1970 album a question of balance? Oh, I don't know.
Oh my God. What is that song? The Moody Blues. There was a song they sang at karaoke, and I'm like, who sings that? And they were like, the Moody Blues. And I have it on repeat now. I do, but I still don't know the name of it. So how important is it?
Who knows what else? Somebody else tried to. Yeah, if somebody else would have dropped the bomb. Who knows? It would be a different alternative universe. But I don't know if anybody had the bomb before we had the bomb.
Drop
Because
you.
when we dropped the
Baby.
bomb, when we dropped it, that led to Russia actually looking to develop it. And it was probably our biggest competition back then, right? So we may have been the first to kind of come across with that. But what if we never discovered the bomb? Would anybody have discovered it? Would atomic bombs, nuclear bombs even be a thing?
Yeah, we figured it out sooner or later because men like to kill other men. So it would have. Yeah.
I was learning what the hell an IPA was. I wasn't even into the IPA back then. I didn't get into craft
There wasn't
beer.
an IPA back then.
No, there was IPA back then.
No, there
Yeah.
was. Nobody knew what they were.
For the
IPA.
most part. When did I get into the flower power? That was 2000. So 2000 when I first got into craft beer. No. Was it 2000? No, it was actually 2008 for some flower power. Yeah.
That's probably about the same time for me, actually.
Urban legend Emerson said Huff Glue with 40 ounce Crazy Horse. Well, there's some lesson there.
That sounds like a good time.
I feel like that's more late 80s than 90s though. Were they still huffing glue in the 90s at that point?
They probably still huff glue now.
No,
Like I think of my high school, like back in '86 or whatever, we get together and we'd have like beers, like Mickey's Big Mouth, all that kind of stuff, and we're watching Faces of Death. I feel like that was definitely in the '80s. Oh, you're muted, Dave. I think.
Down.
All right.
But
You
we still
probably-
go to Walmart. And you still
Dave-
buy
Dave-
glue. You gotta
Dave
have a
probably.
license.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah,
Ron,
Dave.
did you
Dave
ever-
probably remembers Face to Death like me.
Yeah,
Oh,
I only watched the first one, and like when they did the monkey shit, like, oh no, I'm done.
Yeah.
I can't do this.
They beat the monkey and
I'll
eat the
tell-
monkey
Yeah.
brains. Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
PCR head cleaner was what you needed to have. That was
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever seen like the one person does the Gen X videos and stuff, and it's kind of like there's one guy that does them, and like there's one guy asked him is like, you know, you guys are Gen X and you guys talk about drinking from the hose. Did you guys not have sinks back then or whatever? And the guy with the beard
Yeah.
answers stuff.
like our
And
parents wouldn't let us in the damn house.
Right. And he was like, we were pretty much like feral animals type stuff or whatever. And it was kind of like, you know, back then we did run kind of wild. So it was kind of like, yeah, we would get into
Yeah,
all
it's like-
kinds of different stuff.
I'm going out to play. Okay, well, don't come home until the street lights
Yeah,
come on.
No,
don't
that's
come,
right.
and you can't come in before then.
All right, this might not end well, but I'm gonna have the club. It's a little can of a Manhattan,
Ooh,
17%.
My man.
Dave, I was
Give
going
it
to say you
Nice.
got really big hands.
Yes.
And then it was like, it's funny watching some of the Gen X videos, and like I was watching the one woman, she was doing one. You'd have liked this video, Shannon. I don't know if I sent it to Todd or sent it to you. I think I sent it to him and told you. And this chick was like looking, she's like picked up a mad dog. And then the woman was like, oh, you're on the road, you don't want to
Like,
travel.
you cannot handle it.
Yes,
You cannot
yes.
handle it. Yes. I can't handle it now. So, like, hey, we made do with what we had back then.
Oh, yeah, we did some crazy stuff back then. And
We were broke as hell. So,
yeah.
$3.99.
Yeah. And it's like one of the other guys I saw in the Gen X video, and he was just like, he was talking about it. He's like, yeah, if you got people that are Gen X and like you go back and you look at their lifestyle and like they didn't get medicated and they didn't get this or that or blah, blah, blah. And it's like either they're in jail or they're dead or something's wrong with them, but they didn't have mental illness,
Yeah.
so they didn't really deal with it.
We
And they're
didn't
like,
get to have feelings.
Yeah.
We did not get to have feelings.
We're Gen X. We just
like, shut
like
up.
fuck
and be
you. We
quiet.
don't care,
Yes.
and we deal with it.
Figure
Yeah.
it out yourself.
I feel like if there's any generation more likely to cuss you out, it's probably Gen X.
Oh,
It's probably us, just like we'll cuss you out with no problem. Like, you
Oh
know.
yeah,
yeah.
I cut out family members. All right, whatever. You're dead to me. Okay.
It's just natural. It's just
Yeah.
like, yeah.
No, I feel like I'm still feral. Like I was feral then. I feel like I'm still feral. I'm just like, I'm feral.
You can see
And
it,
I'm
Jen.
not upset about it. I love
Yeah.
to be feral.
Yeah. It's like we still don't back down to shit. It's just like, we are the generation that we are, which is fun. I love it. It's just like I
Yeah.
love seeing those videos. It just reminds, like when I see those videos, I have stories in my mind of people that I actually know that are kind of in those scenarios.
You're right,
thing,
right,
it's just like,
That's-
yeah.
I kind of feel like that's where I got the quote. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
Probably
Probably.
Like,
was.
figure it out yourself. That's
Right,
not my
right,
problem.
right.
That's your
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
Figure it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like
You
solve.
help us out, you figure yours out.
It's like just solve that shit. Don't bring that shit over here to me. That's your shit.
You're
You
right.
deal with it. Yeah.
I just figured it out.
I got enough to deal with.
Too
I don't
bad.
need to deal with your
Yeah,
your
yeah.
problems too.
Yeah.
Oh, just 3 Guinnesses. I had to blow up all 3 movies and go home. That's what JT's answer was. I'm not going to any of the movies. I had Guinnesses. I'm done. Only the U.S. had the bomb. Right. Russia got into 47 with the help of American counter spies. Right. So that's the thing. We kind of started that chain there.
Are you ready?
1998.
Okay.
It was being developed. Okay. Yeah. So, well, Dave's got the Manhattan. I was seeing how the Manhattan was going for Dave there, but I'm ready for a question there.
Okay. This is a deep question.
Why is
And
it
I
always
feel
deep with you?
No, I still don't have an answer to this question.
That's what she said.
I did. Okay. What's more important? Forgiveness or acceptance?
Forgiveness.
I feel acceptance.
I feel acceptance.
Yeah.
For me.
Important.
Yeah. Acceptance.
I'm
or-
Gen X. I don't give a fuck if you accept me or not.
But I don't care if you forgive me or not either.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I am what I am. So accept me for who I am or
Yeah.
walk on.
Yeah.
I'd say acceptance too.
Yeah, because I'm like, I feel like acceptance is like, yeah, you can, I mean, you can continue to like, I'm like, if you're going to screw up, you're going to screw up, and I accept you. I accept that you're going to screw up, but like, I don't need to forgive you because that's who you
or
are.
that you're a fuck up. I accept that you're a fuck up.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I accept you for who you are.
You didn't know. You didn't know. That's just who you are. You had no idea you were a fuck
Yeah,
up.
exactly.
That's just.
It is what it is.
It is what
And
it
I'm
is.
like, if I've let you into my life, then I accept who you are, and I know who you are, because it takes a lot for me to invite you into my life, and by then I should know who you are, and I should have already accepted you.
Yeah.
I picked acceptance. I mean, but there is a time where it's just like, I can accept you and accept you, but if you keep hurting me and hurting me and hurting me, then I'm not gonna
How many chances do you give a person to fuck up though? Like if you got somebody with you, like okay, the first time, okay, we'll give you that. That's on the house. If it happens again, so how far do you go?
The level of them fucking up.
Yeah.
You know, I think to be happy, you have to just accept people and accept,
You have to accept
know who
people.
they are and what they are and what they're gonna do, and accept it or don't. Yeah. I feel like forgiveness is for the person that's forgiving, not for the person that's screwed up.
Shark says, I can accept that you drink crappy, but I won't forgive you for the hangover the next day.
That's awesome.
He says, how deep is the corn dog? What is it? He's stuck on the corn dog.
I know.
He's fascinated by the corn dog.
I think he needs to eat a corn dog.
Well, I still got a
I'd
piece of
kill a
red,
corn dog right now.
I got a piece of red velvet cake for dessert. I still got to eat.
Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
got a red velvet cake is just food.
Don't say it. It's just chocolate cake with red dye. Blah, 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 blah. But it's good. It's
No,
good.
you know what makes red velvet cake special is the cream cheese icing.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like carrot cake. You put the cream cheese on top of it.
Yes,
Carrot cake is
the
awesome.
icing.
I can't fuck with carrot cake. Carrot cake is
cream
just,
on top.
my wife loves carrot cake. I can't mess with it. I'm just like, I don't know.
Carrot cake was my wedding cake.
Oh.
I would have been at the bar.
I had a good bar at my wedding.
Yeah, I can imagine. They're cutting the cake. No, I'm good. I'm good.
The bar was 2 doors down from Hot Butcher, which at the time was Half Acre.
Oh,
So
that's
I had a
nice.
good bar.
Yeah, that was real nice.
Okay, one more question, and then I gotta have. I mean, is there any more Miller Lights up here?
I don't know.
All right, here's the question: what comes easy to others and not for you?
Stupidity?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
I cannot.
What comes easy to you and to others
Not
and not
for
to
others.
you? And not
That's a good one, though, Dave. I like that stupidity.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's just like you see people do stuff and you're looking at them like, what made you think to even do it that way? Like, you can't even figure out how they came up with the idea in their head. It's just, and then other people are like, well, I thought of the same thing. Like, really? Are you that dumb too?
Did you now? Did you really? Comes easy.
Easy to you, but not to others.
I thought it was easy to others and not to you.
No, easy to you, but not to others.
Oh, not stupidity then. Yeah. Intelligence then. It'd be the opposite.
That's very what's the word I'm looking for? That's
Correct.
Very
For me, it's to do right and not even thinking about it. Like, that's the right thing to do. You know what I'm saying?
you don't
I
think
don't know.
other people feel that way?
I don't know if they do or not. A lot of people in driving don't fucking feel that way because they don't even.
I would say when easy comes easy, so it comes easy to me, but not to others. Probably communication, just building rapport with
Yeah.
people. I like just connect with people all the time. It's just like, some people was kind of like,
Yeah.
you talk with people, they're like, I feel like I've known you for all this time. And we just met. Like, people will tell me that. It's just, I have a great connect. Yeah, charisma. I have great connection. Yeah.
it's like empathy.
Empathy is
Like, you
good,
know, yeah, like, you know, somebody comes up to you with a problem and like you just feel it. Like, I feel bad for you. It's like I would think it's empathy. Where like if you tell somebody your problem, they're like, I don't want to hear your problem. But if somebody comes up to you, you're like, I feel you.
Which is great at your position because that's
Yeah.
something that's definitely is a great asset to have.
Yeah.
Mine is lightness. I just feel like I'm light.
Likeness?
Not like
You think
light-
we like you?
lightness,
Oh,
but
likeness.
like light.
You think we like you?
No, she said likeness. I thought she said likeness also.
No, light. Like I'm just light. I don't get too heavy.
Yeah. No, you're good. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm just like I'm light. I'm just like I don't get like bogged down by. Don't let things make me hard.
Do you want another beer?
Yeah, I feel like I'm just light. Like I'm like
You let things roll off your back. You're very.
it's always gonna be okay. We're gonna
Yeah.
figure it out. We'll be fine. Yeah, today sucks. Right now sucks, but we'll be all right. We'll figure it out. Light.
Yeah.
You know, lightness.
Well, you're pretty optimistic as a person. So.
Yeah, I am, and I don't know how I am. I'm just like, but I just kind of feel like, what other option is there?
Beer float. What's that? What you use with a vanilla bean? You know what I would use if you have it? It would be the vanilla. I want to say it's the Avalanche. Is that Breckenridge? The I don't have my phone in front of me.
It's coconut.
You go with a Guinness. Just a regular Guinness and a beer float, you're good living.
If I had to choose a beer for a vanilla bean ice cream, it would be the vanilla porter from Breckenridge. That is actually a really nice one to have that would go well with the beer float. If you have it there. You may not have Breckenridge, but it is Colorado. You're in California. It's kind of close, so you probably got the distribution. But something with vanilla base would be a good feel. Yes, Shannon needs a beer, Shark says. Yeah. Yeah. Because Shark's empathetic too, so he knows he can feel you need a beer.
Oh, there you go.
Somebody's looking out for me.
Fat karate pretending comes easy to me. I think the booze helps. Maybe the Thorazine. Fat karate. Oh. So I think everybody answered your question, Shannon. You got another one there?
I am. I'm looking.
She's looking them up now.
But I'm like, I do. Like, I think about the questions I ask. I need to, like,
I
ask.
thought you had a notebook.
While you're looking, I'm going to plug this.
I don't
The
wanna
club.
ask a question that makes people fight.
Hang on, Dave. Is it good?
The
I
Club
was going to
Manhattan.
say, for $2.99, this is a good Manhattan.
We lost it. Oh, wait a minute. There you go. It's
Come
a good
again?
man. Yeah, we go. A good Manhattan. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, I got one.
For $2.99, the club is a good Manhattan.
Who's it done by?
The club.
I love the club.
Just says the club.
I feel like the club is the same one you put in the steering wheel. The club.
Like,
Been around since 1992.
Are they out of Chicago or is it something where national?
Indianapolis.
Oh, Indiana. There you go.
boring. I hate
When I saw it today, it was like $2.99. All right, I'll try it for $3. Why not?
Yeah.
Try anything.
It's a good Manhattan for $3.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they say in Bangkok. I'll try it for $3. Shark said, "What?" I think he meant to say, "Why did the soup lose its job?" And it got canned. Oh, he meant to say, "How did the soup lose its job?" We got to work on that joke. We got to work on your joke writing.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about the
I gotta ask this for, and it's not even what what is your cheesiest favorite movie? Mine is something in Little Chinatown. The Chinatown with Kurt Russell.
With Kurt Russell's Big Trouble in Little China.
Big Trouble.
Big Trouble in Little
China,
Chinatown.
yeah.
Yes,
Well, that's
not-
easy for me.
And Howard the Duck. I did love Howard the Duck.
For me, it's Joe Dirt.
That's not that cheesy.
Oh, it's pretty cheesy.
Joe Dirt's very cheesy.
Joe Dirt, very.
Cheesy, but it's nowhere near as
But that's-
cheesy as my
It's
pick.
Good
it's
one.
pretty
No, that is a
cheesy.
good one. Ooh. I actually didn't think about that.
I mean,
until you
Big
said
Trouble
that.
in Little Chinatown. Like, how much more cheesy? Kim Cattrall was in it.
Oh yeah, Kim Cattrall, Lassie,
Yeah.
Lassie from Porky's.
I just
Yes.
I just watched that the other day.
I mean, Porky's would be a good answer.
Why do they call her Lassie? Oh, get her in the rafters and you'll find out.
A lot of tube socks have died for
Well,
Kim
everyone's
Cattrall.
Like, what does
Yeah.
that mean? He's like, oh, just take her upstairs. You'll find out. You'll find out.
You'll find out. Yeah. Best part of Sex in the City was Kim Cattrall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. There you go.
Porgy's, Porgy's, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but did y'all ever watch Hard Bodies? It was from
Yeah. Yeah.
Hard Bodies
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
that was a good one.
I watched that. I watched Spring Break. I watched all the movies in the 80s back in the day. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, you sneak and watch
who
it.
didn't back then?
You did back then.
If your
Yeah.
parents weren't so tight, they didn't have them cable channels.
I mean, I had
and
like
Max and yes.
we had like Sex Ed in school, but I felt like Lady Chatterley on Cinemax was a lot better on teaching.
Oh,
Diaries.
No, First and 10. That was good.
First and 10.
First
yeah.
and 10, I remember that.
First
Yeah.
Yeah, First and 10 was a good one too.
Yeah.
I kind of like looking back at my childhood and all the shit I watched. I'm like, oh, this all makes sense now.
You know what's funny? Like back then, like you could watch a PG movie and easily have like boobies or something pop up, but nowadays you would never have that like in some of the PG stuff. It'd be PG-13 or R or whatever. But back then, like Airplane, like there was a scene in Airplane where it's just the people running around and it's just boobies pop up on the movie.
Right.
And it was just like, yeah.
Ratings back then when we were kids. I
Huh?
feel like they had them for the movies
Well,
and the cinema, but
They didn't have a PG-13 back when we were kids. It was
No.
just PG. Yeah.
It was just PG, R, and that was it.
It is, yeah. They didn't have NC-17. It was just R.
And
It was
you-
R, and if you went over R, you were an X. You know.
no, I'm gonna Google it. When did
Yeah.
the ratings?
So this is
Rating-
kid's joke. I was eating a firecracker ice cream. Joke was on the stick. Oh, okay. So that's why Shark couldn't put his joke together, right? Yeah. Excuses. I love China even more with the Big Trouble in Little China callback. I'm a cheesy fan of Weird Science. Oh, Weird Science. Weird Science
Oh my
is definitely
God.
great. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a good one
love
too.
Weird Science.
Favorite scene of Weird Science is Anthony
shower.
Michael Hall. No. Shower's good, but Anthony Michael Hall in the bar. And you're like, you calling back on the telephone? when they're in the bar, they're all drunk and stuff.
You know, like the 80s movies, it's like the perfect example of ignorance is bliss. Like they were so cheesy and horrible, but they were so amazing to us
Yeah.
because we didn't know any better. They
Right,
were
right.
like this, like Howard the Duck. I loved Howard the Duck.
That's a cheesy movie.
That
That's-
is,
Yeah.
yes,
That's
is-
like Brother from
super-
Another Planet, which is a cheesy movie.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that
But
was
I'm
pretty
so
cheesy.
glad that I got to experience Howard the Duck, and I didn't know there was better things to come.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Howard the Duck was a Marvel comic until later.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't know that until you just told me.
Yeah. That was a
Probably a reason. There's probably a reason nobody knew that because it was awful. So you know.
It was
Anyway,
pretty bad. It was but you know what? It got people in. It made a lot of money, I think, didn't it? It wasn't a flop at the movies.
That was a
But I
I think it was. I think it was a big
Really?
flop.
Oh, was it a flop? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
it was a flop.
Yeah, I think it
I
was.
I think
Okay.
you're right.
Well, I
think
didn't see it in the
was.
movies. I saw it on the VCR tape.
Yeah.
So
I could say one of my favorite cheesy movies though would be Highlander as well. With Highlander back in the 80s, I still watch it now. I can still watch it nowadays, but it's kind of cheesy when you go back and you look at it now. Like there can only be one, and it's like, you know, I think the Sean Connery part made that movie having him in it. But yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
pretty.
No, mine.
It's a pretty cheesy movie.
My cheesy movie wasn't in the 80s, but it'd be like A Night at the Roxbury.
That's a funny cheesy movie. Yeah, yeah. Are you two brothers? No.
I didn't
Yes.
even know that movie. I thought it was just a
Yeah.
Saturday Night Live.
No, it was, but they made
Could this be love? Don't hurt me.
I think they were like-
Don't hurt me.
Oh, I know
No.
that one song that they danced to at the nightclub.
Head bob.
And when he's getting married,
The
he's
name
sitting there
of
with
that
he's
song.
sitting there with the radio when the guy's getting married to get his brother back. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think it was like Predator. You know, it was just
You
It
thought
was
Predator
cheesy.
was cheesy? I thought Predator was pretty good.
Predator's good. Yeah, it's a great lines. Like, you know,
I mean, Jesse Ventura.
Ventura,
yeah, I ain't got
he's
time to
stuck in
believe
there
it.
like an Alabama tick. Yeah, you know. But it was a pretty cheesy movie, but it's still one that holds up well.
But was it cheesier with Predator or Commando? Because Commando was pretty cheesy with Arnold Schwarzenegger as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Commando for sure.
Oh yeah. I told you I'd kill you last. I lied. Yeah.
I bet you I have the cheesiest movie none of you all ever. Todd's heard of it because I talk about it all the time.
Fried green tomatoes?
Solar Baby.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
I know Solar Babies. I never watched it, but I know the movie.
Don't.
Oh
That's
my!
not even cheesy. That's just awful.
You've never even seen it.
I've seen enough of it to know.
You've
not...
heard about it. You've never seen it.
We watched it over at your brother's that night. You rented it on.
No, that was Xanadu.
Oh,
Oh, Xanadu. That was Living and John back in the day.
Xanadu. I was listening to the soundtrack.
That's
of Xanadu
cheesy,
just
too. That
today.
is-
Well, if we're going back to the 80s, cheesy was been one of my favorite cheesy ones back when I was a high school boy would have been Zapped with Scott Baio because he was popping all the bras off the girls.
I wonder how he
There you go.
And his buddy Willie Ames was trying to teach him, do it again, do it again.
Scott Baio. I mean, like, really?
That was Chachi. Happy Days.
I know.
Fuck him.
Tony loves Chachi.
Fuck his mother for having him.
Chachi loves, what was the chick's name? Erin
Chachi
Moran.
loves Joni.
Chachi loves Joni. Yeah.
Chachi loved
Yeah.
Joni. Chachi loved Joni's body.
1, 2, 3, 4 happy days. 5, 6, happy days.
Okay, cheesiest TV show.
Happy days, Saturday.
Cheesiest TV show.
Oh God, cheesiest TV show.
Laverne and Shirley.
Oh my God.
They worked at a brewery.
I love Laverne and Shirley, but it was cheesy. You wouldn't watch it now.
Knots Landing.
Knots Landing was cheesy. I used to watch
What?
Knots Landing. I used to think
I
Knots
used-
Landing. They
I
some
did
cute.
too.
They some cute women on there.
Didn't mean to offend anybody.
That was a family show. We used to watch that together. Like, that was a family time.
Okay,
That's
okay.
See, I would think like something like
I feel like
something
I'm bad about my best friend when I pick this.
something like Knight Rider was kind of cheesy.
Oh, Knight Rider.
Baywatch, cheesiest show ever.
We got Pamela Anderson there. I can't really say it was fully
Yeah, I was
cheesy.
gonna say.
Hey, I'm not saying that she wasn't hot, but it was cheesy.
Although Shark did say Knight Rider and he did say Baywatch. So the last two things that we said, he's in
Baywatch.
Oh,
agreement
there
with.
you go, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you guys, I was too old for it, but you guys probably had Saved by the Bell, which seemed like a pretty cheesy show.
Oh, I love. Bite the tongue, Rod. Bite the tongue.
Never saw it.
I love. No, you're totally right. It's
Pretty cheesy.
it is
though.
so cheesy, but that was so great though. But it was so cheesy. It was bad.
My
It was
favorite
bad.
was Growing Pains, and what's the one with Tony Danza and Alyssa Milano?
Oh, who's the boss?
Who's the boss?
Who's the boss
Who's the
and
boss?
Growing
Yeah.
Pains?
See,
I
who's the
really
boss?
died over those.
I grew up with Alyssa, and so I was kind of hanging
Right.
with it, you know. Yeah, watching her come along. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Watcher and Commando.
yeah.
Why
It's
you
like
guys were to say Commando?
it's
Yeah.
like Facts of Life, and I grew up with them. I was all
There's
about
nothing
them.
cheesy about Facts of Life.
You ruined a couple tube
Yeah.
socks back in the day. Alyssa Milano.
Sorry, your mom had to do your laundry.
Who's the boss? You are. You are.
Louder, say it louder. Oh, wait, what?
Get out of here, Tony Danza.
It's not your part yet.
Oh, and Mona. Do
You know.
his mother-in-law. Or no,
Mona was hot. I'm just saying. Mona was hot.
Mona.
Well,
just
she
had,
came over
like,
from the
a
old show.
very,
She
like-
came over from the old show Soap.
Yeah.
Back in the
Yeah,
day.
there you go. Yep.
Yes.
Benny Hill. That was a thing I used to watch back in the day. Benny Hill. Yeah.
That was when I remember as a kid, like
Yeah.
Opolis or whatever. Like, oh wait a minute, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah. 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 That was a guy that definitely grew up into women, but I don't know if you could put that on TV nowadays. It'd probably be
No.
looked at as a bad light. But back then, yeah. And JT said the Love Boat was cheesy as fuck, but the cheesy was
Love,
good.
yeah, I think he wins. Love
Yeah,
Boat
that
was
one
the
else.
cheesiest.
Love Boat was pretty cheesy. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Love,
pretty
yeah,
bad.
Love Boat. I think he
James
wins.
at 15 was cheesy as fuck.
But I think Isaac and the Doc were probably working at the most on the Love Boat. I think they were kind of competing against each other on there.
Yeah.
What about the Monkeys? I love to watch.
Oh, the Monkeys was a great show back in the day. Growing
I
up.
love the
Yeah.
Monkeys. Patty Duke, Mr. Ed.
Hey, we're the
Dude, that was
Monkeys.
all Nick and Knight.
That was Nick at Night.
They go on the last train from Clarksville. Yeah, that's
Me,
it.
yes. Oh
Yeah.
my God, I love the Monkeys. The Monkeys were the
Who
best.
was your favorite monkey?
I was too young to know their names.
You didn't know their names. They tell you the names
Right.
on the show.
Right,
You didn't know?
Yeah, no. So I know the Monkeys, Patty Duke, the Donna Reed Show, and Mr. Ed because I would
The
stay up all
famous
night long.
Mr. Ed.
And it
Oh,
was
Junction?
was-
Junction, Petticoat Junction. Yeah.
No.
Oh no, what's the one? with
Green
the
Acres.
big-
Green Acres is
Green
the place
Acres.
for me.
Green
Green
Acres.
Acres.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
place to be.
Yeah.
Fine living is the.
Place to be.
Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot that. Oh my
Yeah, I
God.
think as a kid, Barbara Van Eden was one of those that you definitely had a crush on as a young boy. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was. If I was going to say from a song, a Brick House from. She was stacked.
That brick.
What does that mean?
House.
No, Ron, I have a question. So
Mhm.
when I was in high school, I dated this guy.
He's a
I was
brick.
like 16 years old. And we went to like his family reunion or something, and his grown ass uncle or somebody was
Oh
like,
God, pedophilia.
yeah,
Coming.
and she was
Was
like,
dating Barbara Eden? What's the story?
no. And his uncle said about me, she's built like a shit brick house, and I'm like, what the
Oh
fuck
yeah,
does that mean?
that means you're stacked.
Does that
You
mean
never,
I'm fat?
no, you never heard the song
No.
Brick House.
Yeah, but I know I've heard it, but I just
You never heard when he does like the dimensions and stuff like that. You got a nice chest, you got a nice waist, you got a nice butt, you got you're everything is tight.
Yo,
If you're a brick house,
grown ass man should be saying about a 16-year-old.
if you're a brick house is a good, well, probably not, but I mean, maybe he's an R. Kelly fan. I don't know. But if you're a brick house, it's a good thing.
I mean, I'll take it, but I just never understood. I'm like,
He was telling,
40-year-old when you're 16.
well, even I'm just like, I would rather, I don't know, a shit brick house sounds like something
She's like,
that
I don't
Was
wanna
it
be a
wait? Was it a shit brick house or was it a brick shit house?
he was like, look at here, look at here. You are a shit brick house girl. Yeah, he's giving you he's trying to give you a compliment, although it's kind of
Well,
like,
he didn't tell me. He told my boyfriend.
well, he's telling your boyfriend he's doing well because he's a shit brick house.
I mean,
Yeah.
fair enough. I'll take it, but I'm still kind of creeped out that an adult said that about a
She's a-
16-year-old.
Yeah, he was probably should have said that, but
Yeah.
he was trying to give a
I was
compliment
back
to
in
his
the day
nephew.
when men didn't know
She's
things
mighty,
they say
mighty.
could be inappropriate.
He didn't like pee on you or anything like R.
Yeah.
Kelly, did he?
No, I don't eat. No,
He didn't grab you.
Shower.
He didn't grab you like Donald Trump or anything, right? So you're good.
grab me by my no. Christ. Jesus Christ.
I don't even know where we took a turn on the show for you
Let's
watching.
not. Yeah.
Thanks for
let's not-
hanging in though, because we kind of took a turn like down a different road, which we didn't see coming. But hey, that's
Yeah,
the fun of watching the live stream here on the channel.
It happens. You never
Okay.
know. You never
Okay.
know. One more question.
Would you rather erase your worst memory or relive your best one?
Ooh, ooh,
Relive.
Absolutely,
my best one.
relive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
yeah. Which one though? That's the question.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
then you've not had your best memory yet.
You're not not got some R. Kelly.
Or you had a lot of
you want to get rid of, do you?
I didn't know. I didn't know.
That was an easy one.
Yeah.
That was an easy one.
Well, I didn't answer yet.
Yeah, I say probably relive your best, but there were some good best ones.
Okay.
What's the best of the best? I don't know. Yeah.
The best of the best.
Yeah. Hold
Okay.
on. Let me see if there's any comment. Let me see if there's any comments here. Emerson Fact, Benny Hill was loved both by fans and cast. No one ever had a complaint about his behavior. In fact, most just worries about his health as he liked chocolate bars. I was loved. Yeah, he was awesome back in the day. I loved some Benny Hill show back then. Okay, now you can ask your thing.
Okay. Would you rather lose your best friend or all your friends except your best one?
Damn, that's kind of a tough one.
All my friends except my best one.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
kind of the same way. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I had the bestest best friend. I made her work for it, but okay.
She earned that badge.
She did.
Yeah, she did.
She did. I pushed people away. I'm like, nope. She fought for me. Okay.
How hard is to get into your best friend circle though? Because I mean, people
It's
have best
pretty
friends.
damn hard.
It's you know.
It's pretty damn hard for me. Like I have to know people for years before I.
Yeah.
I think it's, yeah.
See, I'm
My
always
best friend earned it. Yeah.
I'm always the vault guy. You know what the vault guy is? Like, people would tell you their deepest things, like, 'cause they know you won't tell anybody. Like, I've got people that have the
That's the way
vault.
she is.
I have the vault with people, but it's like
Yeah.
I don't have a vault person I may go to, but I hold other vault stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
No.
the same way.
100%.
Strangers
People
tell
tell
me.
her all kinds of
I'll meet
shit.
somebody and they just like. I had this one person. He came over. I have like two like best friends, like A1 and A2. But like they both have the birthdays around the same time, so I had like a joint birthday party for them. And my one friend, she's a lot younger than me, and she had her friends come over, and this guy was one of her friends, and he came over and he was like, hey, he just spills his guts. He's like, hey, I had sex with two of my stepsisters and I used to be addicted to meth. I mean, people they just like tell me stuff because I'm like, well, I'm glad you could tell me that. Like, I'm not going to judge him.
I'm gonna say I know not in a conversation like that anytime.
Yeah.
recently.
No, I'm telling you, people tell me.
What the what?
People just
I'm like,
spill their guts to me.
I'm like, we got a circle of trust, but damn, you're going real deep on that one.
No.
Big ass circle there.
No, and I didn't judge him. I was like, okay, I got to think about it's a lot for me to take
And
in.
really didn't even know him that well.
No, I didn't know
No,
him.
I know.
I maybe met him like twice.
But I think some people have that personality where people can feel comfortable, and I feel like Shanna has that light around her where she can draw that in from people.
I've had people like come out to me. I'm like, you don't think there's people more qualified than me to come out to? But
Yeah,
they're
no,
like,
right?
I know you won't like talk to other people and you won't like blab about it. So like,
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know why, but I'm honored. But like, there's people more qualified than me to come out to.
Yeah. I've had those kinds of things too, and it's kind of like, did I wear my psychologist hat today? Because I don't know what's going on.
But I don't even think. I just think they tell you because they don't feel like you're going to judge them. They want to tell.
Well, they also feel comfortable from a trust standpoint with you too, which is a great
like
thing.
I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to judge. Like, it could blow my mind the things people tell me, but I'm just like, hey, I don't know your path. I don't know where you've been, what led you to that, and like. But I'm glad if that's something that you needed to say to somebody, that you can say that to me, and I'm glad that you could get that off of your chest. And then, everybody does stupid shit. And, it's just like some people need to tell people, it's just like we're humans. We're humans. We make mistakes.
We're only human.
We make bad
leagues.
decisions. You know,
That's a
as
classic
long
from
as
back in the day
the
for
bad
the young.
decisions
The
aren't-
Todd, go
youngsters
grab me
watching.
one.
For the youngsters watching, if you never heard of Human League, that's a classic back in the day. We were only human.
Okay. Oh well, that's a stupid question.
Well, I'll let Shannon. I gotta go take a piss because you guys
Okay.
all had to have breaks. I have not had a break yet. So.
Oh, this is a deep question for sure.
Rod,
this
go
is a-
take a piss before the deep question.
Yes, Todd, will you get one more beer?
Deep questions with Shannon.
I'm ready to go to bed here shortly. Some of us gotta get up and go to work tomorrow.
Oh, poor buddy. I tried to go to bed like an hour ago. This is I don't know the answer. Okay, let's see.
We all run on vacation like Rod is.
Oh,
Alright. We'll give it 12:30 the latest and I'm out.
oh yeah, we're gonna finish this one. Okay.
Or after this one and
Yeah, this is the last question for
and
sure.
this beer.
Oh my god. Okay, so there's two. Which one do you think I should ask? This one was like, for sure that's the question I'm gonna ask.
Okay.
Or this, and then I was like, I think that's a better question.
That's a good one.
Okay, I'm gonna do this one. I mean, it's not that hard of a question for me, though. I mean, I don't really feel like that's that hard of a question, though.
Yeah, not really.
I think that's a better question.
Yeah, that's a good one.
All right, go with that one. I'm gonna go swimming. I'm supposed to go swimming tomorrow at Dee Dee's. She's like, "What time?" And I was like, 2.
It's all quiet here. What's going on?
Not quiet.
Had to unmute.
So what was Shannon's question? Oh, Dave's coming back. Like I did a beer.
Last question. For sure this time.
What is that one, Rod?
This is the morning shakeout. This is the done with Timber Ales and Marlowe. This one I had the other day. Breakfast stout with coffee. This is definitely a lighter beer, 7.5% ABV. So
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Lightweight.
I mean, I don't want Todd feeling bad because I'm off tomorrow, but Todd's got to get up and go to work.
I know. Be like, one more question and it's time to go.
He's
I'm
not-
off tomorrow.
Yeah, see, Dave's off tomorrow too. So
All right.
God, you all suck.
you were off last week.
You'll be
I was
all right.
off on Monday and Tuesday, so.
I thought you were off last Friday.
No, I was off. No. No, I was
You
off
said
on-
you didn't have to work, I thought.
No, I worked Friday, but I was off
Oh,
Monday and
okay.
Tuesday
All right.
of this week, so.
Okay.
I got to just pick up the in-laws at the airport. I'm good in the morning.
Just roll out of bed and get when you get there.
Hit the snooze button, right? Hit the snooze a few
Yeah,
times.
15 times at least.
Right.
Go ahead.
Good, Shannon.
Ugh, I don't know the answer to this one. Would you rather experience the pain of everyone you hurt or have them feel your pain?
I don't really have any pains. I had them feel my pain.
I've hurt some people. I'd rather have them feel my pain.
Yeah, I got enough fucking pain. I don't need yours too. So I'd rather them feel my pain. I'm tired of pain. You feel mine. That's a you problem.
Of course, now you asked that question and it made me think of the song Johnny Cash "Hurt." So
I don't feel like I hurt very people, so
No, but that's the thing. You don't know when you hurt people because
son, I don't fall asleep, son. I'm in for the haul, dog. Don't worry about me. I'ma be all right.
I think I've hurt people more than I think I've hurt them. So I've already felt the pain. I think.
Have you hurt people?
I don't need their hurt too.
I've hurt people.
You've hurt people?
I've hurt people.
Well, everybody hurts people. I'm sure.
You think? I don't know.
white flag.
I don't know if I really hurt anybody.
I've hurt them.
I may have.
And
Well, you know,
I would take.
I've hurt. I guess I have hurt people, but I don't think it's that. I don't think it's a big hurt, like not a Frank Thomas hurt. But
I would experience meaning you would experience the pain that you made them feel.
I hurt myself.
Would you rather them feel the pain
today.
that you made them, or would you rather them I don't know. I'm confused.
No, it says experience the pain of everyone you hurt,
Yes.
or have them feel your pain. So I'm not projecting. Even if I was feeling pain, I wouldn't project that on anybody anyway. So I would take on the people. I would take it on myself, so nobody else had to experience that.
I agree with Todd. I would just take one for the team.
No.
I'd be like, no, I'm taking it on because I don't want to hurt nobody else. Even if I hurt somebody, I don't want them to feel what I was.
Like I already feel like I hurt people, even if I don't hurt them.
No, but that's not the question, though.
Hey, we can just take it how we read it. It's not. It's just hypothetical.
Okay.
Because of
You
this
can make it
mishap
count.
I had with a minigun to All America, I think they feel my pain. Yes. I think Emerson's confused on it too. Like, I don't know.
Thinking about this for days. Like we're not going to be able to figure that. We shouldn't have picked that question.
I hurt myself.
That was a good question. All right, one more then.
All right.
I can listen to some Johnny Cash.
Oh, I love Johnny Cash.
Would you rather die-
Burn, burn, burn.
I feel like this is a
The
super.
ring of fire.
This
Sorry, go ahead.
is super.
The ring of fire.
Would you rather die painlessly alone or painfully with loved ones around?
Alone.
Alone.
Yes. Yes.
Alone.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's up, Trilby Field? Cheers, my friend. Welcome to the channel here. I haven't done a big welcome yet today.
You
I was
know.
gonna say-
Welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
There you go.
I haven't done the sound effects at all night. I've been so enthralled
Not
with
much,
everything
you
else.
haven't?
Yeah,
Oh, you've
I
done
haven't.
Sort of.
I mean, I had the Anchor Brewing when
Done the one. That's it.
Shut it down. 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 Shut it down now.
there goes Anchor Brewing. So
That's
you know,
pretty much
I had
been
that
it.
one earlier.
Yeah.
So, like, I've been with a lot of people at their end of life.
Well, yeah, your position, yeah.
Yes, and I've seen both. I've seen like, some people, it's coming and they're actively dying and their family just like camps around them for like days and they will not die. And it's like, and I tell them, I'm like, after I've experienced this so many times, I'm like, listen, go home, get some rest. And I'm like, if they want you to be here when they die, you will be here. But sometimes they don't want, I've seen it a million times, not a million times, but I've seen it numerous times where the whole family camps around and as soon as they leave, they die.
They die. Yeah.
Because they don't
Really?
want everybody around them.
Yeah.
They want to die on their terms and, and I've seen where the family's camped around and there's like for days or
Hanging on.
and there's
hanging on.
one person that's like from out of town or whatever and then they finally come in to be there and as soon as that person gets there then they die. I've seen peaceful deaths, I've seen painful deaths. It's just like I feel like it's like that person, like they go when they want to go,
Yeah.
surrounded or alone.
My old man died. The last day I saw my old man alive he had a horrible stroke, and 3 months it was like back and forth to intensive care. But the last day he was like lucid and talking to me about like Mother's Day's coming up and all this and like your birthday. And I'm like,
that's a phenomenon.
yeah, my dad, like you haven't like spoken in 3 months, and now you're talking to me about my birthday, and like the next day he died. And it was like,
that's very common.
yeah, it was just like so wild. Like you saw him the day before and you're like, he's going to pull out of this shit. And then like the next day he died, and it was like, it was so wild. But like he picked like one day to like, I'm going to like be alive.
There's a name for that.
Yeah.
I don't know the name. I can't remember the name of it. But that is a thing. It's just like somebody's just like, you're like, oh my God, they're gone. They're gone. And then they have like a day and they rally, and then the whole family, like, oh my God, they're going to be okay. And like, I've been doing it long, and I'm like, oh no. I mean, I would never say that. I'm like, no, it's like a
rally just enough to be like, say the goodbyes, and that's it.
It's
like they're good. Yeah.
It's so crazy, but that's very common. And it's just like you see somebody and they're just like on the down end, and they're like, you're like, oh my God, like tomorrow they're gone. And then their family's there, and then they perk back up, and they give everybody like, oh my God. And everybody, their family's like, oh my God, they're going to be okay.
Yeah, we're in the clear. It's all good. Then not so much.
But I appreciate that. Now I'm like, I hope I have that. I hope that like I have that day with my family when that happens. But it's very common. Yeah, there's a name for it. I can't remember. But like if you look up hospice, there's like, it's a very like common thing.
All right. I'm going to have to take off. Everybody have a good night. Thanks for having me on, Rajay.
Yeah, definitely.
Dave, I really enjoyed your company.
Yes. Thank you.
Make sure to check out Dave on Beer in Front as well on the YouTube channel or the podcast.
All right. We'll see you all next week.
No show next week because I actually won't be here next week, but the week after.
All right. Sounds good. We'll see you all then. Take care.
Okay. Take care.
See you, Dave.
Oh, I love his spirit.
Cheers, Toby. Well, it's great to have you in right now, Trilby. So we do this. We won't do it next week, as I just mentioned, but 2 weeks from now, we'll be back again. You guys are in the UK, so it's a little tougher because 8 o'clock Eastern, which is 1 o'clock your time. So definitely feel you there. We actually had Craig on from Kent Beer Reviews, who's over in the UK earlier. So,
oh, sweet Craig.
Anytime you got to chime in on Craig, don't you?
Always.
So,
I feel like I can never meet Craig in person because I'd make him feel incredibly uncomfortable.
Who's craft beer? I mean, oh, nice. I have to check you out there as well, and feel free to drop your details there. Great guy. I always loves beer. Well, definitely. So it's great to have him join in as well. And I'm on Instagram as well, so you can get me there at J BeerVentures too. But yeah.
Oh,
I'm thinking about deleting all my social media except TikTok.
All of it?
I mean, the only other thing I have an Instagram and I had a Twitter, and then do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is? I'm obsessed with him.
Do I know who Neil? Of course I know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is.
I am obsessed.
Astrophysicist? Yeah, I know who he is.
I am so obsessed with astrophysics, like the planets and the telescopes, and like
you got a little nerd in me, a little nerdy there.
Oh my God, I'm so obsessed.
She's bad.
Like it's just like the pictures that are telescopes, the James Webb and whatever the other one before that.
The Hubble.
Like we get these pictures that are from like light years, a million light years or whatever. Like we get that picture, but it's like those pictures are in the past. It's not what it looks like right now.
Right.
And it's just like time, and it's just like messes with my head so much. And like all the like theories of like the parallel universes and the string theories and all that stuff, it just like, oh my God, I can't take it. You know, it's just.
Yeah,
But
he does
Neil,
pretty good. He was doing
I love him.
the
so
show on Fox they were doing for a little bit. I would say it was like Nova or something. It was a sci-fi shit they're doing for Sunday nights. I don't think it got renewed or whatever after a
Oh
couple
my God, I
seasons.
love
But
him.
yeah,
He's
he's got a
my-
good sense of humor too about everything.
He makes learning fun.
Yeah,
Like
indeed, Phil, definitely. Yeah,
yes, like I'm obsessed with him. I love him so much. Like he's enthusiastic and he breaks
he's
it
high.
down.
He's high energy on a lot of stuff too.
Yes,
Yeah.
and he breaks it down into like ways that makes you like he says things that's like I can't understand, but
Things that make you go, This be a song back in the day.
oh, yes, I love it.
Things that make you go,
Mm. Who sang that?
That was CC Music Factory.
Yeah.
Yes.
Things that make you go, Back in the clubbing days.
I bet they would be so happy if they knew we said their name this far.
Well, one of the guys is dead, but he'd probably be happy if he was alive. It does happen. It does. Yeah. Yeah. That was back in the late 80s.
It's black holes, supernovas, like oh my God, I know like I mean we need to do like a YouTube about like the Carl Sagan.
Yeah. That's the show that Neil deGrasse Tyson took over.
Yes.
Carl Sagan.
Carl Sagan. Oh my God. Like see like people don't know what goes on in my head. Like I'm like
Nobody
I
wants
think
to know. Nobody wants to know.
Shannon's Head could be a great YouTube channel.
Oh my
It's
God.
the mind of Shannon.
it would be
Oh,
be a
Jesus.
shit show. Like it would be like
But it'd be like a bazillion followers.
It would be.
What? Like I never thought about that.
I think about things I never could understand, and then I'm like, wow.
Which reminds me, I need to catch up on the Mayans. Oh my God. So
Ugh.
I know you guys haven't caught up with the Mayans. Are you watching it now for the last season?
I haven't watched probably last season and a half, probably.
Because you watched Sons of Anarchy. I can't talk. Sons of Anarchy.
Sons of Anarchy, yeah.
Jax
Yeah.
Teller.
The Mayans, because they're butting heads with the Sons of Anarchy this season for the final season. and stuff.
Okay. So
And-
this is the last
Yeah.
one, right?
Dude, it is like crazy on how they're like doing stuff. It's just like
No,
But
I'm gonna go back and watch.
It's
all
like
that
when I-
We do,
beginning,
because-
like from the beginning.
like we've
Yeah.
been spoiled. Like back in the day, we were okay. Like we'd watch
Once a
season,
week or
and then
whatever,
we'd have-
yeah.
Dark. You were right. Cosmos is the name of the show. Cosmos. That's
Yes,
what-
I
yes.
love-
Yeah.
There's another documentary. I don't know if you call it a documentary, but it's called Everything and Nothing or something like that. And there's this guy, he's a British guy, and he breaks down like physics and stars and I think everything and nothing or something like that. But it's just like,
Not everything all at once because that was a Netflix movie.
yeah, I'm a binge watcher, but I'm like, I can't, like, you've given me so much to think about. I watched like 2 episodes and I'm like, I gotta process what I can't like like I gotta like
You know
my
the show
brain
you
gotta
need to
work it
watch
out.
right now. The show you need to watch is the Lazarus Project
The
on
last,
USA. But it's done like it's a BBC show, but it's on USA. The Lazarus Project that'll blow your mind on some of the stuff they're doing. On
my
there.
mind's already. I mean, I don't know how much more my mind can be blown. Like I can only handle so much.
Can't take it. Can't take it.
But the stars and the like, it's just insane. You know, we know more about that, like the whole thing with the submarine or whatever they called it. And
In the yellow submarine.
we
yeah.
know more
The yellow
about outer
submarine.
space. We know more about outer space than we know about the ocean.
Oh
Right
yeah,
now.
there's stuff down there we still don't know. There's still creatures we haven't probably discovered
Oh,
down
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
3
mean,
miles.
it's just like, oh my, I mean, like
It's kind of crazy to think
I
about.
can't
really.
handle it. I can't. But I'm
I'm
gonna
just-
keep trying.
The next sub has to do better than a Logitech controller. You cannot
know,
go down there
it's
with a
human-
joystick.
Right.
Hey, Rod, do you know what the human
AABB.
Yeah.
Down, select start.
What's the
Nope.
code? What's the code? You're trying to back up AB. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
trying to
yeah,
figure it
yeah.
out. Yeah.
No, it didn't work.
Rod, do you know what the human resonance is?
What's what?
The Schumann resonance.
The Schumann presidents? No.
Resonance.
Residence. The Schumann residence.
Yeah, something like that. But what it is, it's like the magnet, the
Magna Carta?
the magnetic field
Oh, magnetic field. Okay.
of the Earth, and there's like I mean, I probably can't explain it, but you know, it's kind of like you go outside and you earth.
Not at the moment, anyway.
You earth or you ground, and it's just like you go and you stand in the. It's like when you're like you go outside and you
Grounding,
just
earthing. Was it
earthing and grounding
or whatever?
Yeah. But
Yeah.
like when you go outside, I mean, it's a thing. You go outside and you're in nature, you just feel better. Like the ions and the
Yeah.
makes you
Well, it's funny you say
warm.
that. Was JT said, check out Crime Pays but Botany Doesn't on YouTube. That's one of the channels there as well. But I was watching this thing yesterday, and they were talking about how the whole idea of being grounded is how we're attached to the earth in itself.
Yes.
And we put on shoes and stuff to go outside. And they say the idea of being grounded is go out there and actually be barefoot.
That's grounding and earthing. That's
And
what
there's
it's
yeah,
called.
and there's a connection you have with the earth and everything like that. And we
The
get away
magnetic-
from that.
Yes,
Yeah.
It recharges you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the thing.
And they're talking about how people need to do that, like, you know,
yes.
become
Ugh.
back in touch with the earth. So
And that's like my thing. Like I started like walking and I'm like, I don't like to exercise. But then when I went out and I was like walking and I'm like, it just feels so good to be out.
well,
in
see,
nature.
that's one of the under stories of like the whole Avatar movies, right? Like everything is connected to the earth or to their planet and stuff. So
Yes.
that's why they connect with the creatures and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of like people have
The
lost
collective.
connection with people have connected. People
We're
have lost
all
that
connected.
connection with earth. You've lost that connection. So now you have to go back and reinstill
Yes.
that connection. So
Yeah. My daughter, and he probably, I mean, I think he's coming around, but like, I'll just go out and I'll just like lay on the ground with or just bare feet.
yeah.
I'm like, I'll sleep outside sometimes. Like, I was like, I'm going to sleep outside like once a week. And it's just like, you know, you just got to feel the energy of the earth.
Yeah.
I know it sounds crazy and cuckoo, but it actually
You
does.
got to feel that energy. Yeah. It's because there's a connection there. But to Laz's point, to Shark's point, I'm actually up to speed now on Lazarus. I watched the last episode today.
What's it called again?
The Lazarus Project. It is pretty cool on how they actually do everything with it. It's a BBC show. I still believe people in England write better shows than we write in America.
Oh, for
Oh,
sure.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Their shows are so much more better. So it's actually a show done out of the UK, but spot on what they're doing on it. And it just pulls you in, the whole thing. So
It does.
yeah. I'm caught up on it now, but it's just like each
Yeah.
week I look forward to see what the next episode is going to be with that one. But it's basically, I won't ruin it till I let you watch it to see what you thought on it. But it's just like intriguing on how they have the whole premise and everything.
Right. And I
Yeah.
mean, I kind of feel like the society and the world is so concentrated like on our organs and our how to live longer. And we know how all that works, but nobody is like our brains are so powerful but it's too hard to try to understand that.
Isn't it
So
crazy?
like,
The brains are so powerful, but yet people are only tapped into like 4%
we don't know
of it.
shit about our brains.
Yeah.
And that's the key. I think our brains are the key.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right.
Todd wants to get laid, so.
No, I'm going to go to bed. Exactly. I'm going to get up at 4 hours. Not really.
Yeah, but 4 hours?
No, not really.
Oh, I was gonna say, what time did she set that snooze alarm for? Yeah,
6
like-
o'clock. 7.
and then she doesn't even get up. So you set the alarm and you don't even get up. You just hit the button. The
Gee,
time
you got to
gets
work
up.
tomorrow. I do. You all are off, so y'all can stay up if you want to.
Yeah, I'm still.
Got so much to think about with all the stars and the other galaxies and planets and parallel universes. We know nothing.
No, we don't know anything.
I mean,
We think we do, but we don't know anything.
I don't think I know anything.
No, not us. No, I'm just saying people in general.
I mean, if you were a more intelligent species, would you stop on Earth? I wouldn't. I like the doors to go
I'd
by.
pass Earth. I'd be like, these dumbasses, like, this is not where I'm going to stop. Yeah.
Like, nope, they're not ready yet. They're not ready for it. So
No, okay. So I did, and I mean, like, I take everything with a grain of salt. But I'm kind of like, well, maybe this could be true. Like, there was, I don't know, the whole thing when they had that, like, big convention or the big, I don't know what you call it. When they were like, we can't deny that there's no UFOs or aliens. And they had, like, that big conference. And so they had that conference. And then, like, I saw this TikTok. And like I said, I believe a little bit in everything and 100% in nothing. But they were like, these two surgeons were like in the government or whatever. And they were like, they were working on this. God, I sound so fucking crazy even saying this. But they were like, we were working on this alien, trying to make them better. And we were both working on them. And he like talked to both of us and we both heard the same thing. And the alien was like, I feel so bad for you humans. You don't even know, like, the power that you have. Like, you don't, it's just kind of
you're not to that level yet. Yeah.
Yeah, like you're not harnessing the energy and the knowledge or your feelings. You're just making it so simple.
Stupid humans.
God, we're so stupid.
Well, JT, I mean, Alabama, at least we're not Mississippi of the universe. That's all I can say there.
Could be worse. It could be worse.
You could be an Indiana of the universe.
Earth, the worst gas station in the galaxy, right? You look down like, how far am I on E? Can I go a little further? Maybe.
But that's the thing. It's like I'm thinking all these things, and I'm like, am I crazy? Like, am I like one of the crazy people? Like,
well, you don't have a tinfoil hat.
No. Humans invented tinfoil, and so like I'm not gonna subscribe to the humans.
You're not tinfoil crazy,
Not so
No,
much.
I'm crazy. I'm like,
Yes.
we haven't invented the tinfoil we need, so I'm that crazy.
You're fox crazy, but not tinfoil
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
But if you're happy, who cares if you're crazy?
Some of the crazy people are the ones that see the things most clearly.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's kind of like,
It's
yeah.
true. That is true.
When you start speaking out of stuff, people think you're crazy. You're probably seeing something they're not seeing. I mean, we all wear sunglasses like they live, like
Right,
Rodney
the
Piper
side.
had,
We all want to make it simple and understandable. But
Yeah.
it's not simple and it's not understandable.
It's not. It's a complex formula. So,
Yes.
it's
Maybe
the
we
world
will.
living in.
Maybe in our next lifetime we'll get to another planet that's a little bit more evolved than us, and then maybe we'll continue.
Yeah.
Eons.
Or maybe we
eons
won't.
and
Maybe
eons
we are
away.
crazy. And
Maybe
we're
we're more like Cousin Eddie in Independence Day than we are in a vacation. I'm just saying. Maybe that Randy Quaid character or Dennis Quaid character
Blue
fits us more.
stuff,
Randy
Hey.
the
Quaid.
green stuff.
But
Yeah.
at least we are like we don't know instead of thinking, oh, I know everything. I got it all figured out.
Yeah. Well, there's some people that kind of think that too, but yeah.
I know nothing. I know nothing.
Yeah. It's an experiment, so we'll see how far we get. I mean, we're only here for. You look at the lifespan of a human; it's such a speck in the whole
Not very much.
time of the planet. So
Oh
it's
Oh
kind of like,
my God, Rod! Did you? So it's like Earth is like.
There you go, Rod. You opened up Pandora's box.
No, okay, I will say that. Like Earth is like a grain of sand. Like when you look at the galaxies and the universe,
yeah.
the Earth is like one grain of sand, and all of the Earth's beaches, like they're just one tiny little grain of sand, and we think we're so damn important, and we think we're the only ones. We're so like, oh, I'm important, but we're not that important. Like,
Yeah.
it's like if Earth is a tiny grain of sand, then what are we? Nothing. We
Yeah.
are
I mean, we could be all living in somebody's Sim City simulation right now. We don't know.
Yeah. Oh
That's
my
what she said.
I feel
Somebody's
like,
we're the Sims.
no, I said I this world.
She
I
thinks
think-
she invented this world.
I think I'm like everything and everything around me. Like I am the creator of my world, and I'm like maybe I'm just like a
It's like we're all
Yeah.
just Sims in
I'm
somebody's
just
universe.
You may think it's time to take out the trash, and maybe somebody told you it's time to take out the trash.
Yes.
You're right.
yes.
You're in the credits at some point. Like, what are you doing?
And I'm like, yeah,
Game
maybe-
over.
And I am like, maybe that's the truth, but
Yeah.
you know, I don't like.
Or maybe we're like the Matrix, and we're all asleep in the Matrix right now,
Could
Yeah.
be,
and we haven't
I
been
mean,
woken.
I
We
hope I
haven't
can do a better
we haven't been
job.
woken up. Neo hasn't woken us up yet, so we're all asleep and just living our things, and we're like just going around doing what we're doing.
Possibility.
Yeah.
Never know.
All we can do is do the best we can with what we have.
Right.
Whether somebody invented it, maybe we're computer programmed, maybe we're like.
I mean, if you were in the Matrix, would you want to wake up, or would you rather be asleep?
No, I don't want. I don't want to be asleep. I want to be awake.
You have that little hose thing in the back of your head if you woke
I
up.
don't know.
Like, yeah. I mean, like the one guy wanted to get
I'm
back to
perfectly
sleep.
happy where I'm at. So like, no.
Yeah. It's
I'm
a whole
fine.
different thing. So
All right. I love that you started your show at 8:00, thinking it would end earlier.
I know.
We've
We've gone way later than every 2 weeks.
that might happen, Emerson. That might happen. Someone has put podcast real Shannon on Action Nizzleism's coming.
All 23. It's a possibility.
No,
Like-
I would confuse everybody, and everybody would be like, "Oh my god!" I don't know.
Universe calendar. We're not even a spec, right? Like we're just
That's true.
We're
Yes.
just,
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But who cares? I mean, it's nice to know, but then it's also like, if you know, then you can never grow.
If you know, you know.
If you know,
Well, if you know, it's half the battle. Come on, that's G.I. Joe right there. 101.
G.I. Joe.
Knowing is half the battle.
I'm so
Exactly.
We knew that as a kid growing up.
You're right. You're right.
I'm out. I gotta go eat. Good.
Well, I think we're all out here. So
All right.
Yeah.
Woo. Good night, Rod. Thank you for having me.
night. And thanks for everybody that tuned in. And again, technically we were trying to sign off earlier, but here
Yeah,
we
right.
are.
It
It's
is
not
what-
working. So thanks for everybody tuned in. No show next week.
See you in 2 weeks.
2 weeks we'll be back. And y'all have a great night and an excellent weekend. And look forward to seeing you then. We are
Cheers.
out.